Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Roscoe got the first one, y'all.
A nice one at that.
Roscoe got the first one.
What they say about the first one, Mr.
I told him whoever caught the first one was the best fisherman today because the water's dirty. But I think I'm taking that back. Since it's Roscoe. We got Jim and Roscoe on the boat today. Back in the dirty water in Gulfport.
I don't think so.
That's, oh, yeah. Jim shy? I don't think Jim shy. It's a trout, boy.
You got the camera?
Oh, no, flounder. Nice flounder, too, boy. Get that flounder in the boat, boy. Nice flounder. Good job, Jim. Somebody's eating. Oh, Roscoe got one over here? What? I'm the cameraman, boy.
Oh, we got a trout and a flounder.
Trout and the flounder right there, boy.
I
got some anglers on my boat, man. Roscoe stealing the show today, boy. Might have a keeper. Might have a keeper. He got the blue moon on today. I got the matrix, so we're going to see who ends up with more today. I'm doing more filming than catching. I don't think I got it. I had a bite, one bite. That's it.
Oh, yeah, that's just doing good today.
Look at Astor, boy.
I got a bite, y'all.
Where is
Oh,
that?
it's a damn Mac. It's a damn Mac. Can you believe that? Mac in the mouth. That's hard to catch because they usually cut your line. So I don't even want to touch that old slimy booger. Thought I had me a good trout, y'all. Today the Lord is humbling me.
Something else?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, good trout. It's gonna be right at 15. It'll be right at 15. No ball slapper, but maybe it might be a ball slapper. Shit. Oh yeah, we getting on them, baby. It's about that feeding time. Yesterday was about 11 to 1, so about that time, baby.
Let's get him, Bubba.
Goes the only one catching fish, man.
Yeah, well.
And nothing big though. Nothing big. We can't get no good keeper trout. About 14. Well, Roscoe might have a keeper. Yeah, I finally got one to put in the box. Finally. Go, boy. Is that Blue Moon's outperforming me today, boy?
Yeah, that's rare.
I got a good one, I think. So Roscoe's all schoolboys out here, but I said, we're going to work it, baby. That's a keeper right here.
Where is that?
Let's see. Good job, boy. Come on, boy. Come on. Oh, yeah. That's a bag, boy. That's a ball slap. Oh, what? That's like yesterday's trout, boy. It's a pig.
Nice one.
Oh, shoot.
It's almost a catch and release one.
Well, you know what happened right there, huh? That mackerel frayed that line. A lesson for y'all is when you got mackerel around, we anchor this thing. We got some fish right here, boy. Anchor this baby. When they got mackerel around, you got to keep checking your line if you're using mono. Oh, that's a beautiful fish.
Yeah.
Huh? What?
So it popped your line, didn't come on the
Man,
hook.
that is huge.
No, I didn't come under it.
Yeah.
So always check your fray on when they got mackerel around. I caught one mackerel, and that's all it took. Just put a little nick in it, and you put a little weight like that, pig on it, and it'll break. And if it broke out, I'd be mad.
Yeah, gee.
Exactly, boy. Yesterday, the big ones were doing that. They were jumping like that. like a talking. He might be old Ray. Let's go.
It might make the greaser.
He's ball slapper. A small ball slapper, but he's ball slapper. Yeah, he's gonna make it. Yeah. We're getting a few. We're working hard for them. The tides are moving real fast, and the wind's blowing the opposite way, so it's difficult to get the bait down by the bottom without getting stuck. That's what's bigger, huh? Nope. A lot of small fish out here today.
What you got?
Oh man, I was just taking my shoes off. My feet were hurting, and I got hit. Working them, baby. Gotta keep him for dinner, boy. Barely hooking him. That's the way it is today, man. It's like it's bad. You know, we gotta work hard to get him on, to get him to hook up. You gotta get him to work hard, but he ain't gonna make it. He's about 14. You gotta get him hard. It's one of those days where finesse is everything, but we're catching some fish, so we can't complain, right?
That's right. Don't do any good to complain.
There you go. Look right here. You got a good one.
Look at Mr. Jim back there, the silent guy. I think so. Nice one, Mr. Jim. That's it. Oh, yeah. There you go. You got T.
A lot of close ones, you know? A lot of close ones. Not a lot of ball slappers today. A lot of them around 14, man. If this was Louisiana waters, we'd have our limit. At least a couple limits. I think he's right at 14. What'd you say?
Yeah.
There's some action.
Oh, well. We'll get him next time.
Mr. G. Finally got a legal fish, I think.
Wait.
Got a legal fish. Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Ball slapper.
That'll definitely make the grease.
He's gonna make the grease. We're working hard, man. One here, one there.
That'll work.
One of those days.
T's on fire.
Yeah, it's close, man. It's close. The last one was 15 and a half, 16. That one's gonna be close. Nothing big today, but we're getting some good bites. Roscoe's all over with that camera, huh?
Uh-huh, I am. Mr. T.
You gotta put that anchor down on here, ball. Got a ball slapper. Ball slapper, Byron. Oh, man. All right. We have to move to this little pier right here. Moving around. It's going to be our last stop, but hey, that was a nice one.
Let's go get another one.
What I'm using still the same thing I did on the last video. I gotta say, Roscoe started off strong, but I think I clobbered him lately. Oh, Jim got my fish, man. I missed him, and Jim got him. Nice flounder. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, Jim's the flounder boy.
Yeah, I am the flounder boy today.
Yeah, baby. You kept on working it. I knew you were gonna get him.
Some girl was in there.
You was gonna get him, baby. I missed him. He pulled my tail down, and Jim went behind me, and I left him left money on the table. Jim got it.
Super patient. You gotta let him go.
Gotta let him put it in that jaw, huh? Jim, tell your father hello. He's gonna watch this video.
Hey, Pop. Hope the wind ain't blowing too hard in Blanco. At least under 30 or so.
You might need more.
Look what he got. He got three. What? He thought he just had 2 victory beers. Then he got 3.
He
didn't know Jim was coming, but I don't know. How you did that magic? How you pull that magic? That was like magic there, man. He said they only got 2 in there.
I'm in charge of the victory beer.
I said, well, I'll share mine with Jim.
Should I drink water?
I don't know. All right, cheers, fellas.
Cheers.
It was some work, but we got them. We got supper.
Yeah,
Beautiful day.
we had fun.
Good day with some good company, and we got some nice fish. And sometimes you got to work hard for them. It's called fishing and not catching, you know?
That's right.
Sometimes it's just called catching like it was in my last video.
We was just out here male binding.
Tell your friends about Tommy V's channel, and I try to help everybody catch more fish and have more fun. And tell them, I don't mind telling them my spots, my techniques, all that. Some people don't like that, but most people do. So if you got friends that do, tell them to go check it out. Come check it out. See you next time.
Be safe.
Well, good morning, everybody. I had to show that. I'd rather be out on the water doing that than just about anything. So hopefully in June I'll maybe get out and try and get a little fishing done. I have not been saltwater fishing in years. So I'm all primed and ready. Already got my fishing rods down there in Savannah. They just need me and my son, and we will run out and see what we can get. And I tell you what, I'm not a big flounder fan, like fried flounder, baked flounder. Not a big fan, but sea trout, fried sea trout, are just about the best saltwater fish. There's some better, but not too much better. Oh, I didn't realize you had left Texas there, Skater. Hey, 12th man. So anyway, it's kind of a normal uh, a normal show. I'm going to be basically talking news and kind of intermingled with some commentary. Um, so we'll see how it goes. Probably won't be an extremely long show, but I always say that, and those are the ones that always wind up going long. So let us. And this is Manhattan, by the way. Earlier this evening, I don't definitely not live. Oh, you were in California, huh? Were you just vacationing or business, or I bet you were ready to get back home. Texans don't like California. Oops. So we'll move right into our Trump news. And this is actually a story from, well, actually a news analysis from a few days ago that I didn't get to. But I wanna go ahead and play this. It's a longish article, and I may not make it all the way through it, or the reader won't. But there's some things. There's a theme that leads into the next commentary that I want to kind of establish. Um, if people haven't noticed, Trump is not doing that great in the polls all of a sudden, and you will pretty much see why over the next few stories.
How Trump plays
Oh,
into
wait, hold
Putin's
it.
hand.
You know what? Before I start, make sure that you all please hit the like button. This is the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Uh, this show is basically about news, politics, culture, and just general mischief uh, on occasion. Um, Make sure that you support the show. Make sure you support the host. Uh, Also, make sure you support our executive producer who really hooked me up with some nice. Let me show you this. Some nice background stuff. I love. Oops. I love this this background. I'm going to drop off right quick so you won't hear me. But take a look at this background. This is awesome. So I actually Portia got busy and hooked us up with some nice background stuff. So make sure you support Portia J. Uh, what is it, up to $20 a day for Portia J, our executive producer and pretty much my babysitter sometimes. So all right, well, let's get back to news here. So this, like I said, this is a little longish, but I think we'll play as much as I can stand. But it's establishing a theme.
Hands. From Ukraine to slashing U.S. institutions. This article is by Peter Baker and read by an automated voice. If President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia drafted a shopping list of what he wanted from Washington, it would be hard to beat what he was offered in the first 100 days of President Trump's new term. Pressure on Ukraine to surrender territory to Russia? Check. The promise of sanctions relief? Check. Absolution from invading Ukraine? Check. Indeed, as Mr. Trump met with President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine on the sidelines of the funeral of Pope Francis on Saturday, the president's vision for peace appeared notably one-sided, letting Russia keep the regions it had taken by force in violation of international law while forbidding Ukraine from ever joining NATO. But that is not all that Mr. Putin has gotten out of Mr. Trump's return to power. Intentionally or not, many of the president's actions on other fronts also suit Moscow's interests, including the rifts he has opened with America's traditional allies and the changes he has made to the U.S. government itself. Mr. Trump has been tearing down American institutions that have long aggravated Moscow, such as Voice of America and the National Endowment for Democracy. He has been disarming the nation in its netherworld battle against Russia by temporarily halting cyber-offensive operations and curbing programs to combat Russian disinformation, election interference, sanctions violations, and war crimes. He spared Russia from the tariffs that he is imposing on imports from nearly every other nation, arguing that it was already under sanctions. Yet he still applied the tariff on Ukraine, the other party he is negotiating with. And in a reversal from his first term, Politico reported that Mr. Trump's team is reportedly discussing whether to lift sanctions on Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline to Europe, a project he has repeatedly condemned. Trump has played right into Putin's hands, said Ivo Dalder, the chief executive of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs and a former ambassador to NATO under President Barack Obama. It's hard to see how Trump would have acted any differently if he were a Russian asset than how he has acted in the first 100 days of his second term. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, rejected the notion that Mr. Trump's actions have been to Russia's advantage. The president only acts in the interest of the United States, she said in an interview. She added that there was no connection between Russia and the cuts to various organizations that have been orchestrated by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, or similar efforts to pare back government. DOGE has nothing to do with the efforts by our national security team to end the war, she said. Those are not conscious decisions the president is making to appease Russia in any way. When it comes to Russia and Ukraine, he's trying to appease the world by ending the war and bringing it to a peaceful resolution. Mr. Trump has long rejected criticism that he is soft on Russia, even as he has expressed admiration for Mr. Putin. After his meeting with Mr. Zelensky on Saturday, Mr. Trump lashed out at suggestions that he was favoring Russia. "I'm just trying to clean up the mess that was left to me by Obama and Biden, and what a mess it is," he wrote in a social media message posted while Air Force One flew back from Rome. But he conceded that perhaps Mr. Putin really was playing him, chastising the Russian leader for attacks on Ukraine in recent days. "It makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war, he's just tapping me along and has to be dealt with differently through banking or secondary sanctions," Mr. Trump wrote. "Too many people are dying!" What remains unclear is what concessions Mr. Trump is demanding of Mr. Putin, even as he pressures Ukraine to accept provisions it finds unpalatable. Asked this week what Moscow would have to give up as part of a peace deal, Mr. Trump said only that Russia would not get to take over all of Ukraine, something it had not actually been able to do militarily in the 3 years since its full-scale invasion. "Stopping the war, stopping taking the whole country, pretty big concession," he said. Beyond the Ukraine peace talks, however, what has been so striking about Mr. Trump's return to office is how many of his other actions over the past 3 months have been seen as benefiting Russia, either directly or indirectly. So much so that Russian officials in Moscow have cheered the American president on and publicly celebrated some of his moves. After he moved to dismantle Voice of America and Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty, two U.S.-funded news organizations that have transmitted independent reporting to the Soviet Union and later Russia, Margarita Simonyan, the head of the Russian state broadcaster RT, called it an awesome decision by Trump. She added, "We couldn't shut them down, unfortunately, but America did so itself." Those are just a couple of the U.S. government organizations that Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk have targeted to the delight of Russia. Moscow has long resented the U.S. Agency for International Development, the National Endowment for Democracy, the International Republican Institute, and the National Democratic Institute, all of which fund democracy promotion programs that the Kremlin considers part of a campaign of regime change, and all of which now face the axe. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's new department restructuring plan likewise takes aim at offices that have aggravated Russia over the years, including the Democracy and Human Rights Bureau, which would be folded into an office for foreign assistance. Mr. Rubio said the Bureau had become a platform for left-wing activists to wage vendettas against conservative foreign leaders in places like Poland, Hungary, and Brazil. "The ultimate outcome is this is going to benefit Russia under Putin in the long term," said Alina Polyakova, president of the Center for European Policy Analysis. These kinds of democracy promotion programs under multiple administrations we saw as a way to win allies and improve America's standing in the world. By pulling back, we're undermining that, and Russia is stepping in. Samuel Cherep, an analyst at the Rand Corporation, said that many of the actions Mr. Trump had taken were not necessarily aimed at pleasing Moscow. "I'm not sure the Russians thought of those things as things that they would want to put on the table, even in a negotiation with the U.S., he said, like dismantling Voice of America. But they're certainly happy to see it go away. At the same time, Mr. Cherep said that the Ukraine peace plan offered by Mr. Trump, even though tilted in Moscow's direction, did not actually address important points that Russia insisted on, including in any settlement, like barring the presence of any foreign military forces in Ukraine. It doesn't touch on a bunch of issues that they've identified as their top priorities in the negotiation about the Ukraine war, he said, and the concessions that are made, in some cases, might not have been their top priorities. Some of the targets of the Trump administration's cuts have been resisting, and it is not clear how many of the cuts will ultimately go into effect. A federal judge this week blocked Mr. Trump from dismantling Voice of America, pending further litigation. The Trump administration appeal on Friday. The National Endowment for Democracy, aid groups, and other institutions are suing as well, but there is no such recourse for other government initiatives. Mr. Rubio earlier this month shut down an office that tracked foreign disinformation from Russia and other adversaries, asserting that the Biden administration had tried to, quote, censor the voices of Americans. The administration has shuttered a task force working to seize assets of Russian oligarchs, gutted an effort to guard against election interference by Russia and other foreign adversaries, withdrawn from an international group investigating leaders responsible for the Ukraine invasion, and frozen funding for a project tracking tens of thousands of Ukrainian children abducted by Russian forces. The administration also vacated a position meant to collect evidence on Russian atrocities in Ukraine, the Washington Post reported. And it halted a cyber-offensive operation against Russia, citing the desire not to upset peace negotiations over Ukraine, before later allowing it to be carried out.
So I think we pretty much got the idea where that analysis is going. Again, this is going to be a long-ish article. May not play it all the way through, but this is going to kind of dovetail on this last story, and then I'll have some comments afterwards. But this is my favorite historian, Heather Cox Richardson. By the way, a historian has the highest earning Substack letter. She makes like $1 million a year just from subscribers. She's an excellent writer. And anyway, let's play it.
April 27th, 2025. by Heather Cox Richardson.
And it's called Letters
Last night, a
from an
new
American.
club opened in the wealthy Georgetown neighborhood in Washington, D.C. It's called Executive Branch, and it's an invitation-only club backed by Donald Trump Jr. and megadonor Omid Malik. Dasha Burns of Politico reported that it costs more than $500,000 to join. The exclusive club is designed to allow top business executives to talk privately with Trump advisors and cabinet members. Burns reports that the club already has a waiting list. When then-candidate Donald Trump celebrated the administration of President William McKinley, it was always clear he saw it as the triumphant marriage of the very rich to the U.S. government. It was the era of so-called robber barons, industrialists and financiers who flooded political campaigns with money to convince voters that those trying to rein them in were socialists or anarchists, then called upon the politicians they put into power to pass laws that benefited their businesses. Behind every one of half the portly, well-dressed members of the Senate can be seen the outlines of some corporation interested in getting or preventing legislation. The Chicago Tribune wrote in 1884, or of some syndicate that has invaluable contracts or patents to defend or push. Last Sunday, a new filing with the Federal Election Commission revealed that donors delivered an astounding $239 million for Trump's inauguration. Theodore Schleifer of the New York Times notes that Trump's 2017 inaugural committee raised $107 million. The $346 million raised by Trump's two inaugural committees is more than the monies raised by all other inaugural committees since Richard Nixon's committee raised $4 million in 1973. While Trump's allies have said the money that wasn't spent on festivities will go to other projects Trump is behind, including his presidential library, there is no oversight on how Trump uses that money. Spending on the election was even more dramatic. Earlier this month, Americans for Tax Fairness analyzed spending in 2024 and discovered that just 100 billionaire families donated a record-breaking $2.6 billion to federal campaigns, up by 160 times from billionaire spending in elections before the Supreme Court's 2010 Citizens United decision. 70% of that money went to Republican candidates or causes. In the three races that determined control of the Senate, Montana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, outside money from billionaires made up 58.1%, 56.8%, and 44.5% of the outside money coming in. Elon Musk donated about $290 million, giving 4 times as much money to political campaigns in 2024 as he paid in income taxes between 2013 and 2018. Those investments in a Trump administration are paying off. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, is withdrawing a Biden-era rule requiring poultry companies to keep the levels of Salmonella bacteria below a certain level in their meats to prevent illnesses commonly known as food poisoning. When the Biden administration proposed the rule, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention explained that Salmonella causes 1.35 million infections a year and kills 420 people. The USDA said that about 125,000 of those infections came from chicken and another 43,000 from turkey. Officials estimated that the new rule would reduce Salmonella illnesses by 25%. The National Chicken Council celebrated the Trump administration's reversal of the rule, saying it would have had no meaningful impact on public health. On Friday, Charisma Matarang of Rolling Stone pointed out that the poultry company Pilgrim's Pride gave $5 million to Trump's inaugural committee, making it the largest donor to that effort. 2 of the company's executives, Chief Executive Officer Fabio Sandri and head of the company's Food Safety and Quality Assurance Kendra Waldbusser, serve on the board of the National Chicken Council. Last month, Rick Claypool of the consumer rights organization Public Citizen noted that the Trump administration has dropped federal investigations and lawsuits against 89 corporations, many of whose leaders donated heavily to Trump's inaugural fund. Another of those who has benefited significantly from the new policies is Elon Musk. Lisa Gilbert, co-president of Public Citizen, told Lawrence Darmiento of the Los Angeles Times, "I think the overall goals of Donald Trump and Elon Musk are to slash regulations, to slash budgets, and to cut positions, all with this claim they are going to increase efficiency and fight fraud. But corporate ties to the government are not just about avoiding oversight. They are also about snagging lucrative federal contracts." Gilbert noted, "I would say it's a smoke screen and cover for personal profit and corporate power. And that's where Musk's personal conflicts of interest come into play, as well as the other corporate actors across this government. On Friday, Andrew Perez and Asawin Subsing of Rolling Stone reported that staffers for billionaire Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency have been working on a multi-million-dollar communications project called Project Lift at the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. The plan appears to be to insert Musk's Starlink into the $2.4 billion contract Verizon currently holds to upgrade the FAA's systems. But DOGE staff have made FAA employees sign non-disclosure agreements, so details are scarce. An FAA spokesperson told Perez and Subsing, the federal employees running Project Lift are exploring a variety of solutions to modernize the FAA's telecommunications network. Current contractors are part of the discussion. In the Trump administration, the connections between the government and business include the president's family members. Zach Everson of Forbes has been following the story of the Trump family's involvement in artificial intelligence company Dominari Holdings Incorporated. In February, Everson reported that just weeks after Trump announced the administration's push to loosen regulations and expand infrastructure for AI, his sons Donald Jr. and Eric invested in Dominari and joined its brand new advisory board, for which they received 750,000 shares each in the company, although they had no official duties. The company then launched another company, American Data Center Incorporated, in which the Trumps also invested. That company focused on the high-performance computing infrastructure to support AI, cloud computing, and cryptocurrency. According to Amber Jackson of the UK's Data Center magazine, Dominari stock leaped more than 1,000% after the Trump sons joined the advisory board. On Friday, Everson reported on a Securities and Exchange Commission filing revealing that Dominari has applied for conditions that would enable the shareholders, including Don and Eric Trump, to sell their stocks earlier than a normal timeline would allow. Each Trump brother now controls 1.2 million shares of Dominari, each holding now worth $5.8 million. On Wednesday, Trump made the pay-to-play nature of his administration explicit when he announced that the top 220 holders of his Trump cryptocurrency token would be invited to a dinner with Trump at his private club, and that they would be offered a VIP White House tour the next day. Mackenzie Sigalos and Kevin Collier of CNBC reported the meme coin jumped more than 50% on the news, netting Trump and his allies nearly $900,000 in trading fees. Just before sunrise this morning, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat New York, and Senator Cory Booker, Democrat New Jersey, began a live-streamed sit-in protest and discussion on the steps of the U.S. Capitol to call attention to the Republicans' budget bill. On Friday, Alan Rappaport and Tony Romm of the New York Times reported that the Republicans' proposed 2026 budget would slash federal support for child care, health research, education, housing assistance, community development, and the elderly, and for foreign aid. Attacking woke programs, it appears to implement much of Project 2025. Russell Vought, who was director of the Office of Management and Budget during Trump's first term and has returned to that position in his second, was a key author of that playbook. Cuts to programs that protect ordinary Americans will help to fund the extension of Trump's 2017 tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. Extending those tax cuts will cost at least $4 trillion over the next decade. Congress returns to session tomorrow, and it will take up the budget. In a statement, Jeffries and Booker said, Republican leaders have made clear their intention to use the coming weeks to advance a reckless budget scheme to President Trump's desk that seeks to gut Medicaid, food assistance, and basic needs programs that help people, all to give tax breaks to billionaires. Throughout the day, Democratic lawmakers, activists, and passersby joined Jeffries and Booker's 12-hour sit-in. An AP/NORC poll released yesterday showed that Trump's approval rating has dropped to 39%. Today, a Washington Post, ABC News, Ipsos poll confirmed that number. Trump's approval rating at almost 100 days in office is the lowest of any president in 80 years. For his part, Trump announced today that he is bringing Columbus Day back from the ashes. Notes: https://www.politico.com/news/2025/04/26/Donald-Trump-Washington-Club-003111720.
Oh my lord. What
Chicago
does that
Tribune
mean?
quoted in Harper's Weekly, February 9th, 1884, page 86. https://apnews.com/article/chicken-turkey-food-poisoning-salmonella-us-DA-588E28130650116130922003C114D89 https://apnews.com/article/poultry-salmonella-food-poisoning-USDA-081DFD3 C8a75C3F220-3D26058
You know what? Sorry, that I didn't realize it had reached the end of the article. This is one of the things I like about her newsletter. She's got a ton of sources if you want to go back and research her points. How she does it, I don't know. I'm sure she has like a staff if she's making that much money on the newsletter. But my larger point, and I've made this point before, is that these oligarchs basically rode the backs of rank and file MAGA voters into office. And I think this is a little egregious. They're not even pretending. And in some ways, Trump is, I've also said this before, Trump is probably the most American president we've had in a while. The United States government back in 1788, 89, they never really made a pretense of being populist. So it's not so much surprising that, the billionaires are basically, now they've got their own club in Georgetown to hang out and talk business. About $500,000 to even be a member of this club. They are not doing the people's business. And frankly, they're making no pretense of it. So you got to appreciate that. They're not pretending. They are being who they are. So there's a certain honor in that. Hey, 12th man, you've come up to participate?
Well, I'd hope to. I just don't want to piss you off.
Oh, well, I mean, there's, it is what it
How
is.
you get when you get angry.
Well, I don't. Y'all think I'm angry? Usually, it's just like disgust. That's a slightly different emotion.
Well, I had discussed too, Stanley, the way I've seen the liberals literally online.
Okay, I don't care. The whataboutism does not work. Liberals are not in power now.
Shooting the guy in the
Okay,
back.
I know you want to make a point, 12th man. Whataboutism is not the type of argument that's going to work, at least in this case, because liberals aren't in charge right now. When the liberals get back into charge, we'll criticize them too.
Yeah, and like Luigi, will you criticize him for?
Okay, I don't care about any of that. Don't care about it. We're talking Trump. Can you stick to the topic?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I can try.
Liberals, or whatever it is you're calling liberals. Trump is in charge. MAGA is in charge. Republicans are in charge, and I like criticizing the people in power.
Can I ask you a question?
Not the people who were, defeated. Bottom line is.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why the liberals run around calling people Nazis when they are the party of the
Did you hear this liberal? I have no clue why they're doing it. Did you hear me call somebody a Nazi?
No, he never did, Stanley. No, sir.
Well, I don't particularly think. I've literally said Trump is probably the most American president we've had in a while. He actually,
just said
frankly, now I think he takes it a little too far, but I think Trump actually understands the true nature of American government. And look, I'm not against, somebody making, if you got a good product and the government needs it, make your money. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is, what? If they're going to be elites in charge, at least make them competent elites. I don't have a problem with a rising tide lifts all boats. I'm just not sure wherein the tide is rising. So, it's my personal.
See, that's why I always say you're more right than you think you are, Stanley.
Well, I'm more conservative than most people seem to realize, but I mean, right is right. You can be. I don't think Trump is conservative.
Not
There's
really.
some overlap. There may be, there may be some things that benefit, say, the religious right or something like that. But Trump is just,
Right.
he's naked greed, and there is a strain of thought. Hey, you're in power for a reason. So, I mean, it's just not my flavor of elite. I don't think, for instance, Elon Musk had any place in government. It was a bad idea to have him in government. There's some people who are talented. Elon Musk's talents are not governing. I don't think Trump's talent is governing. He's not a good leader. And, but you know what? He's elected. The people knew what they were electing. And that's the other thing. People who are kind of surprised that, Trump's tariffs are hurting, my farm. You elected him. You knew this. Trump did not deceive anybody. Everything that he's doing now, he said he was going to do over the summer. So there are no surprises here. I don't know why people are acting like they are. So,
well, I know my mom makes these beautiful dog bows and everything, and they want to charge her like $65 extra for shipment, so she can get all those pretty ribbons from China. So. Even affecting my mom.
Trump said he was going to do tariffs, so nobody's surprised. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
we knew what he was going to do, and this whole thing about Trump's just joking. Now you always listen to what people say because he wasn't joking apparently. So we're going to move on to colleges now. The colleges and universities are near and dear to my heart. So, what he's doing, to the elite universities in particular, apparently, and there's some things that people are going to cheer for. People love seeing, the Ivy League kind of, sweat. But the thing is that whether we want to believe it or not, people like Pete Hegseth, Princeton graduate, Trump, University of Pennsylvania graduate. These are elite college graduates in the Trump administration, and why people, he's only going to hurt him so much. And he picked a bad target when he wants to go after Harvard. They're rich enough to just go, fuck you. We're going to do what we want to do. They'll hurt. But the bottom line is,
can I ask you a question,
Trump,
Stanley?
right after I make this comment, in theory and in probability, Trump's a lame duck. And he's 78 or something like that. So, time is not on his side. I'll just leave it like that. So what's your comment before I play this article?
Well, if they have a $53 million endowment, why would they sue
53
over 2 million?
billion.
Yeah, billion. And
Now
why
the
would
problem
they
is the
sue
way
over
it's
2
not just
billion?
it's not 53 billion in cash that they can do anything with. A lot of that
Right.
endowment is earmarked.
Yeah. So, but still, they have lots of money. Why would they sue over $2 billion?
They're not suing over $2 billion.
That's
If you go,
exactly what
and
they're
I'll find
suing over.
that's exactly what they're not suing over. And the other
So, what are they
interesting thing,
suing over?
well, they're suing over free speech and academic freedom. And you know what the kicker is? The team of lawyers that's conducting the suit are all conservatives.
Hmm. Yeah.
Harvard
I
has
don't know about that.
Harvard. Oh no! I know about it. Go and read about it. The only reason I know is I actually read an article or two about who the team is. Bottom line is that
Stanley.
you don't go after a school that has Harvard Law School. There's like tons of smart lawyers who don't like what Trump is doing, including conservatives.
That's what I've been wondering about. Like, who will win that lawsuit?
Well, if you go and you look at the Supreme Court, I think that Harvard is right.
They're worth billions of dollars.
And the other interesting thing is the letter that got sent to Harvard was sent in error. Trump is just it's unorganized, and that will emerge over the next several stories too. Dude, if you're gonna be this way, at least be good at it.
So you're saying that all colleges are entitled to taxpayer
No, I'm not saying all
handout?
colleges. Not all colleges are suing Trump.
So Harvard is entitled to taxpayer money. Is that what you're saying?
No. So, no, they're not entitled to it. But you know what? If there's a service they're rendering and it's paid for with taxpayer money, I don't have a problem with that.
Emerging from a collective silence, universities organize to fight Trump. This article is by Stephanie Saul and Alan Blinder and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration's swift initial rollout of orders seeking more control over universities left schools thunderstruck, fearing retribution from a president known to retaliate.
Oh, and by the way, having a government control universities, I'm definitely against that. And I don't think it's quite, I mean, if you can't basically threaten free speech by withholding money, that's not how the First Amendment works. And Trump just, who knows why he thinks he can get away with it. Or who, and I don't actually think it's Trump that's necessarily directly behind it. I think it's some of his little minions. And Trump made the mistake this time of not hiring smart people. These people, having a bunch of yes men, that is famously cutting off your nose to spite your face. So these people aren't critical thinkers. They're basically doing what they think Trump wants them to do. So we'll see. But I don't think it's a time game. Trump is an old man. Okay. This too will go away. And the thing is Harvard has enough money to wait it out.
Against his enemies.
Do you
Most
think
leaders in
the
higher
next
education responded
president
in
will be,
February.
Stanley?
No idea. I doubt it's going to be J.D. Vance, but I've been wrong before. I was wrong about Kamala, but I don't see J.D. Vance. He's the heir apparent, but from what I've seen, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting, but it's too early. We got to get through midterms first.
What do you think about 2026? That was my next question.
Well, 2026, if Trump's approval ratings and Congress doing nothing, it's next year. Congress has done nothing. So, why are we keeping people who are basically doing nothing? So,
Yeah.
Again, I'm predicting at least one of the houses is going to shift. I'm guessing it'll be the House of Representatives, not so much the Senate, because there's a larger lead. But at this point in time, I'll probably have better ideas or better prediction come the fall. But
yeah,
because Congress just came back into session, I think maybe yesterday or today, or maybe it was last week. But it's not looking good. Trump's approval rating going from 47 in February to 40 now, and I don't see it going up. He's got some problems, but the good thing is his administration doesn't give a shit about polls.
Administration
yeah,
freeze
but
billions in
what?
federal funding, demand changes to
No,
policies, and begin
man,
investigations.
sorry.
A broad coalition of university leaders publicly
Well,
opposing the
it's a
move
short
is
one.
taking
It'll be
root.
over
The
in a
most
minute.
visible
And then I
evidence
have a
of it was a
video to
statement
play
last
after
week
this. But
signed
in
by
the
more than
mean
400 campus
between
leaders
this article
opposing
and the
what they
video,
saw
we'll
as the
talk.
administration's assault on academia. Although organizations of colleges and administrators regularly conduct meetings on a wide range of issues, the statement by the American Association of Colleges and Universities was an unusual show of unity considering the wide cross-section of interests it included. Ivy League institutions and community colleges, public flagship schools and Jesuit universities, regional schools, and historically Black colleges. We speak with one voice against the unprecedented government overreach and political interference now endangering American higher education, the statement said. Although it contained no concrete action, and what's next was unclear, the collective stance reflected a group more galvanized than ever to resist. When we are teaming up with higher ed across the board, it's more than just about what the elite think, Richard K. Lyons, chancellor of the University of California, Berkeley, said in an interview after the school signed on. At some level, that really disparate, wide-angle, wonderful group of colleges and universities that signed the message, I find quite heartening. Another signatory, Brian Sandoval, president of the University of Nevada, Reno, and a former Republican governor of the state, said he was not viewing the statement through a political lens. I'm concerned about what we've seen and what we're experiencing, he said. The joint statement from university leaders, many of them energized by Harvard's confrontation with the Trump administration, emerged even after higher education associations and a handful of universities filed lawsuits fighting cuts to funding from the National Institutes of Health and the Energy Department. And heads of colleges had been talking and meeting with one another more frequently than they had since the COVID-19 pandemic, with some engaged in discussions in Washington. The Association of American Universities, an exclusive trade group that counts the nation's most powerful schools among its 71 members, is meeting there this week, its first gathering since President Trump's inauguration. The meeting is not open to the public, but it could end up as a strategy session about how to address the administration's moves, including its investigations of campus anti-Semitism, diversity programs and admissions practices, and its attempts to control what is taught in classrooms. Those actions stem from the administration's desire to punish institutions it says have inadequately addressed anti-Semitism and indoctrinated students with liberal viewpoints. Boards of major education groups have been speaking more frequently. A day doesn't go by that there's not an email that goes out, said Mr. Sandoval, a member of the board of the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities. There's a lot of communication. One president of a private university who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss strategy said on Wednesday that he and other university leaders were on Capitol Hill a lot more than they used to be. When asked whether additional lawsuits will be filed against the Trump administration, which next week will pass its 100th day, several university presidents contacted by the New York Times declined to make predictions or referred to secret contingency plans. The group statement grew out of discussions among presidents and other academic leaders, and an urgent concern among many of them that leaders were not speaking out against the White House, said Lynn C. Pasquarella, who heads the group that wrote the statement. We decided to see whether there was a will for collective action, she said. Dr. Pasquarella, a former president of Mount Holyoke College, added that many leaders were getting pressure from their campuses to say something. The organization convened 2 virtual listening sessions, attended by 193 college and university leaders, to gauge the group's interest. The statement that was agreed on is far from radical, focusing on opposition to, quote, undue government intrusion in the lives of those who learn, live, and work on our campuses. But it was significant in that it represented an unusually broad consensus among the disparate members. At first, the statement had only 100 signatures. Support grew as university leaders sensed strength in numbers, Dr. Pasquarella said, adding that one university president signed and then asked to be removed after receiving pushback. While most of the signers are from blue states, some represent red state colleges, such as Millsaps College in Jackson, Mississippi, the University of the South in Sewanee 10, and Talladega College in Alabama. Many other red state presidents have not joined the effort. I saw absolutely no
Talladega,
upside,
by the way.
none, said the leader of a private university in a Republican-led state, who also asked to remain anonymous about the private discussions and has, even previously as a faculty member, been skeptical of petition drives. The official, skeptical that one additional signature would prove decisive, added, I don't think a petition is going to change the mind of the president, his administration, or anybody in Congress. And the official sensed a potential downside, angering the White House. That fear is real for many schools, said Wesleyan University's president, Michael S. Roth, who also signed the statement. He has been a vocal critic of the administration's actions affecting universities and recently participated in a hands-off protest near the school's campus in Middletown Con. He said he was not surprised that some universities had turned down the opportunity to sign. This administration is very ready to exact retribution on its foes, Dr. Roth said. I asked a lot of people to sign, and many people said, I can't sign, I'm afraid.
That's pretty funny, Lupin. I need to pop some popcorn myself. This next video is from Glenn Lowry's channel. And yes, I do occasionally watch the Glenn show. Much like Thomas Sowell, I don't agree with Glenn's politics, but he has earned his place, in the pantheon, as has Cornel West. But this is actually a short clip, but an interesting one. So, and this is kind of almost a counterpoint to the article I just played.
Brother Robbie and I, we're not nostalgic about some grand moment in the past when the university embodied all this rich Socratic energy. No way. No way. The university has always been driven too often by cowardly presidents who capitulate to power. Brother Robbie and I are calling for the reaffirmation of the Socratic ideal of serious argument across the board. But it has always failed, and it probably always will fail. We just have to look at the nature of the failure now. The nature of the failure now is just so deep. There's a moral and spiritual bankruptcy in so many of these universities, and it needs to be recast.
I have a question for you guys. It's about truth. So you want ideological or
Kenny Potter, Stanley?
Truth. And I'm just wondering.
Yes, sir.
What does he mean by spiritual bankruptcy?
Well, I think he's talking specifically about Socratic method. And, Cornel West is actually very Christian. He is literally not the kind of socialist. He's more like, if Jesus were a socialist, he would be, that's kind of the ideal that Cornel West talks about. And the spiritual bankruptcy essentially is not standing up or speaking truth to power. He's talking, maybe like Columbia University that capitulated so easily. I do not think that the government should get in there and basically tell, a university what to teach or even how to teach it. And that's essentially what Trump wants to do. And it all stems from this bitter, just like the bitterness on the right is that the universities are bastions of, quote, liberalism. And they have for decades felt that they don't, they are oppressed at the universities because when they want to be Trump-like, people shout them down. You know what? That's free speech. And I sometimes think, and I'm not going to actually talk about actual conservatives, but the more true believer MAGA types, they basically think that they are oppressed on college campuses because they don't get to act a fool. And this, people on this channel, for instance, they basically expect to have free reign. Their bad ideas or their sloppy logic or they're just outright despicable, despicableness. If you oppose them, to oppose them is to oppress them. That's essentially what it boils down to. And these ideologues, these conservative ideologues, think if you call them out, you are oppressing them. And that's what he means. That's what he means. You know what? If the universities are liberal, you need to deal with it. Okay. Nobody is saying you can't be a conservative professor on a campus like Amy Wax at the University of Pennsylvania. She's been going on for decades with her basically race realism and all this stuff. She literally teaches conservative legal theory, and nobody cares that she's a conservative and teaching conservative legal theory. It's when you start bringing in all the racism. Okay. And she's nakedly racist. I've been watching her for years, and I'm using her as an example. Nobody's telling conservatives they can't be on a campus and say what they want to say. They just have to not be despicable. So do you get what I'm saying?
I think so, a little bit, Stanley, at least.
Okay, well, the bottom line is you can be as conservative as you want to be. Don't be an asshole. These people want to get on campuses and be assholes, and they expect people to take it. Okay, opposition is not oppression necessarily.
Well, I think that a lot of liberals believe it is because.
And you know what? I will oppose that. Okay, I think that I personally think that the universities are fine the way they are.
I was watching the Canadians today, and like a lot of liberals are all mad because Pierre might get elected and disenfranchised.
I'm glad you live in Canada. Well, you might have to care about Canada a little bit more than I do. I'll put it that way.
Well, it's kind of the same difference, Stanley.
No, it's kind of not the same difference. I don't live in Canada. You probably have to care about Canada more than someone who lives in Georgia does.
Yeah, maybe.
So let's go ahead and.
I think wouldn't it be nice if we were one great country, though, Stanley?
Okay, we are one great. Hold on, we are one great country. There are just some folks who want it to be one way, and there are liberals on the other side who want it to be the other way. The problem is that I exist in this. I'm a liberal island in a sea of of conservatives. And the problem is that most of the people in this space have no clue what they're talking about. I know more about conservatism than almost anyone on this channel. So when
Yeah.
the quote liberal has read
You're a beacon of hope.
quote liberal, when the quote liberal has read more Thomas Sowell than most of the black conservatives on this channel, that's a
Yeah.
problem.
A lot of people
And
think you're
it's not my problem. That's
a
the
lot
other
of people think you're a far left liberal, but to me, you've always been center right. I mean,
Well, nope, I'm center left. And the bottom line is that
nope.
people, they are what they are. The wickeds of the world, they got to be them. At least they are truly themselves, and they just get butt hurt when I call them idiots.
Wondering if that's not somehow a contradiction. I mean, if I thought capitalism was morally wrong, and I thought that claim about the moral status of capitalism was true, why would I, encourage the teaching of...
And this is where people like Glenn Lowry go wrong. He's essentially putting words in people's mouths. Capitalism in and of itself is just like an economic system. It is neutral. It's what you do with capitalism. That's where the morality comes into it. And too many people let the Glenn Lowrys of the world just fucking put words in their mouth. And hope Cornel West comes back and bats that silly question down.
What do you think about communism, Stanley?
Communism is neutral. It's how you use communism that's bad. Communism is not moral or immoral. It is a system. It is a tool, a hammer, or even a gun, just to make it more a little bit more understandable by the far right folks. A gun doesn't kill people. I agree with that. It's how you use it that's the problem.
Yeah.
Free market economics and ensure that I had a representative or a diverse engagement with that. I mean, in the sciences, we don't have the equivalent of ideological diversity. What we have is the community gets behind the best assessment.
And that's the other thing. Science, the science is not ideological. The people doing the science are ideological. And Glenn Lowry knows this.
Assessment that can be made at the current time of what is true. And it excludes consciously flat earthers and others who are
hell
wrong,
yeah,
quote, unquote.
We want flat earthers excluded because the earth isn't flat.
Demonstrably wrong about their position. Why isn't something like that also true about if I thought a genocide was being perpetrated and I said so and I believe that, why wouldn't I want to preclude people who were advocating for the genocide? If I thought racism was being furthered by diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, et cetera. You see where I'm
You
going.
aren't the
I'm
only
asking,
person.
what
dude
role does judgment of truth play in
watching this, to be honest? Okay, why do conservatives, and I'm sure liberals do it too, why do conservatives always put I into their arguments? Why are they not more objective? Okay, we don't care what you think. Everybody's entitled to their thoughts, but your thoughts are not some universal truth. And that's what conservatives don't seem to understand. And there's some not all conservatives are created equal.
Constituting the university in the first place. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Oh, no, indeed. It's a wonderful question, though, brother.
Is that you, Stanley?
I like to begin looking at this from the vantage point of what happens in a culture when truth collapses and when courage and trust collapse, because truth itself is bigger than all of us, and you have to have enough trust in your interlocutors who are speaking from some vantage point of integrity for the conversation to continue in the pursuit of truth. And see,
yeah, to go back to your point, 12th man, when
yes, sir.
when a MAGA person goes, well, the radical left, they are not good Americans. That is the corruption of the soul. Okay. And Cornel West is talking about this currently. If you basically just automatically assume that the people opposing your viewpoint are corrupt or bad Americans or are radical or whatever,
yeah,
that is a corruption of the soul. Okay, don't assume that somebody who necessarily opposes you is evil.
Stanley, that's what I like to call mob think, because they don't use their own brains for what God give them,
Right.
and they just mob think. A lot of people.
Well, in my opinion, MAGA is a mob. Just like MAGA thinks.
I don't
we're radical.
Like that.
Joe Biden's the radical left.
Yeah, right.
And President Trump is far right MAGA. We negotiate from extremes currently, and that is really the corruption of the soul, or kind of in the vein of what Cornel West is talking about. Okay, you can't assume that the other side is just automatically radical. And a lot of it is just rhetoric. If you sat, Cornel West and Cornel West and Glenn Lowry, when they talk about other stuff, at least on the video, they seem genuinely fond of each other. But it's like me. You know what? We can talk fishing all day long and I'd be perfectly happy. But when we go into
talk about fishing and all this shit, to be honest, Stanley.
Right. Well, you missed the opening video, didn't you? Or were you?
I must have.
Were the trout fishing out in the trout fishing? I assume it's in the Gulf, somewhere off of. Is it Galveston or somewhere out there in the Gulf of Mexico?
I'm about to go to Arkansas. I'll be doing some live videos between here in Arkansas, and then me and my mom is gonna go on a road trip. So that'll be fun.
You can do street interviews.
Yeah, maybe. But we thought about going to Eureka Springs, Stanley. That's pretty much a liberal town of Arkansas. But
don't go to a liberal town. Well, you guys ought to go to Branson, Missouri. Is that on the way?
I was thinking about it, but
you ought to.
I think we decided on Eureka Springs, Arkansas.
Right. Well, don't be, go to some conservative places too.
And then we're going to go to that great big Catholic church in Eureka Springs. There's a big Catholic church there. So we thought we'd go to there for church on Sunday.
I see.
That'd be pretty awesome.
It would.
All stained glass and everything on top of the mountain. Oh man.
All right,
You
well, let's
gotta
go ahead and
see
finish
Richard
this.
Spring sometime, Stanley.
Let's
You
go ahead and
never
finish this out.
believe it. What's that,
We're in a
Stanley? I'm
situation
sorry.
now where
No, I'm saying we'll go ahead and finish this out and then move on.
people
Yes,
don't
sir.
trust each other. And if you don't trust each other, you can't have conversation. Well, truth is not about, some kind of unmediated access. It's only by means of adducement of evidence and argument and vision and story and analysis and symbols deployed to try to get people to see things they didn't see before and to convince people to convince things that they were not convinced before. So you can have a long, sustained argument with a follower of Adam Smith, as opposed to Ricardo, as opposed to Marx, as opposed to Leontief, as opposed to Samuelson, as opposed to Laurie. I mean, economics itself doesn't have one paradigm. You got a whole host of folks. They don't read Joseph Schumpeter anymore. They don't read Carl Polanyi anymore. How come? There's no deep historical sense when it comes to economics. It's been mathematicized. That's a certain kind of bias. There's some insights there. Whole lot of shortcomings and blindnesses with quantitative analysis vis-a-vis economics. So even in the science, even in the physics, you got Einsteinians against the followers of wave and particle theory. They're going at each other's throats. Thomas Kuhn taught us that in Science Structure Scientific Revolution, right? The problem is that no matter what discipline is, if you don't have truth operating and the people are not courageous enough to raise the issues and be unpopular in their critique, and everybody just wants to fit in, everybody just wants to go along with the dominant paradigm, then you no longer have the very preconditions for truth. And one last point, too, I think it's very important for us to keep in mind that Brother Robbie and I, we're not nostalgic about some grand moment in the past when the university embodied all this rich Socratic energy. No way. No way. The university has always been driven too often by cowardly presidents who capitulate to power. Look at Columbia pushing out Charles Beard in World War II. Look at their response to McCarthyism in the 60s at Harvard, booting out Paul Sweezy and so forth. Why is it that we had to wait till Kilson to get tenure at Harvard in 1969, or Glenn Lowry at 33 years old get tenure in economics? We had some Negroes and black folk who could have got tenure before that. They had certain racism going on. We have to be honest about that. Martha Nussbaum becomes the first Society Fellow in 1973, and the great organization founded by Alfred Whitehead in 1933. 40 years, you got to wait for any sister to become a member of the Society of Fellows who Kuhn and Quine and all of these giants can be a part of? No, the university has never been able to fully enact the ideal. Brother Robbie and I are calling for the reaffirmation of the Socratic ideal of serious argument across the board. But it has always failed, and it probably always will fail. We just have to look at the nature of the failure now. The nature of the failure now is just so deep. There's a moral and spiritual bankruptcy in so many of these universities, and it needs to be recast.
I really hope to see that there can be some kind of generational shift. I mean, all of the efforts that you're talking about sound absolutely fantastic. I've been rather naive about many of them. It can be dismaying to see that for so many people with PhDs now, their impression is that to engage in the life of the mind is to critique, as they put it, power differentials. For them, that's what being smart is. That is what the quest for the truth consists of, and nothing else. They wouldn't recognize themselves in the charge, but then how many of us do when we're criticized from the outside? But for them, this thing they call critique is seeking the truth, and they don't realize what a narrow band of truth that is. And a lot of them now, with the age that I am, I remember when those people didn't have gray hair yet. But now they have gray hair and they're controlling hiring. They are quite certain and they are quite proud of their sense of what the truth is. And they pass it on to their grad students. They don't admit grad students who aren't with that program. They think they've found truth. They know that Stalin didn't, but they think that they're at the end of time and they did. And goodness, they control an awful lot. it scares me. I've seen my own subfield basically just destroyed by that kind of frame of mind, Creole studies. And so I worry. There are times when I just want to grab my marbles and go home, but that frankly isn't constructive. And so I really hope that this works and that people can listen if there's anybody left who can.
All right, well, that's the end of that.
Stanley, I'm gonna grab my marbles and go home, bro.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I'm
Sometimes
just
when you
kidding.
sometimes when you grab your marbles and go home, people don't say, "Oh, please stay." If they're not saying, "Oh, please stay," then there's a problem with that. So we shall move on. This is a follow-up to the crash that happened, I guess, was it in February or January? I can't even remember now. This is where Trump started talking about DEI being, the cause of crashes, and that particular crash, Reagan National. And nowhere in here
So we're gonna blame the crash on Trump now? Is that what we're doing?
Oh yeah, I think Trump is a horrible leader. So of course I'm going to trash Trump. Why wouldn't I?
Well, you're gonna blame the crash on Trump, though.
Why would I do that? Was he a pilot? Was he in the air traffic control? I'm blaming Trump for basically being nakedly dumb in that press conference. He didn't cause the crash. He just described it wrong and attributed it to things that were just nakedly political and ideological. He, to kind of paraphrase Cornel West, he was not seeking truth. He was seeking a narrative. And that does not make for good leadership.
Wasn't this like 3 years ago or something?
I don't care about 3 years ago. Let's focus on the here and now.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's go ahead and talk about this. This is somewhat of a conclusion. I don't know that the investigation is automatically it's not done apparently, but apparently, it's January 29th. New details revealed by the Times show that the failures on January 29 before an Army helicopter crashed into a jet near Reagan National Airport were far more complex than previously known. And you know what? Trump just hopped on the dais and just started ranting towards a narrative. He wasn't exhibiting leadership. He was basically being an ideologue.
Missteps, equipment problems, and a common but risky practice.
Well, wasn't she a DEI
Kelly and
DEI had nothing to do with this.
As they flew south along the Potomac River on the gusty night of January 29th, the crew aboard an Army Black Hawk helicopter attempted to execute a common aviation practice. It would play a role in ending their lives. Shortly after the Black Hawk passed over Washington's most famous array of cherry trees, an air traffic controller at nearby Ronald Reagan National Airport alerted the crew to a regional passenger jet in its vicinity. The crew acknowledged seeing traffic nearby. One of the pilots then asked for permission to employ a practice called visual separation. That allows a pilot to take control of navigating around other aircraft, rather than relying on the controller for guidance. Visual separation approved, the controller replied. The request to fly under those rules is granted routinely in airspace overseen by controllers.
Violated protocol.
Visual separation is executed without note, but when mishandled, it can also create a deadly risk, one that aviation experts have warned about for years. On January 29th, the Black Hawk crew did not execute visual separation effectively. The pilots either did not detect the specific passenger jet the controller had flagged, or could not.
I'm sorry, you said it violated protocol?
Yeah, because she.
Okay, whoa. Before you go gallivanting off, what protocol are we talking about?
Because
Okay, no. What protocol did they violate?
the base basically warned her that she's going into like base is not flying. You're not supposed to be flying around there unless
What the
you
fuck
know
are you
better.
talking about? Hold
So
on.
she crashed.
Hold on. They literally just described the protocol and the permission to depart from the protocol. What expertise do you bring to this?
Well, she ignored it and went into.
You know what? This is what frustrates me. You have no expertise. You have no clue what the protocol was.
She ignored protocol thing.
Say it's good, dude. You have no clue what you're talking about. Why? How do you know it's a violation, dude? Do better.
Well, why did she wreck? Because she went into
While
airspace
we're listening,
that was not protected.
This is, dude. You go ahead and say your piece. Because I'm over talking you, and I'm just gonna let you make yourself. I'm gonna give you the rope to hang yourself with. Go ahead.
Well, she went in airspace that wasn't covered under the protocol. Knowingly went in there.
What protocol? When have you flown?
When
have you ever flown a plane or a helicopter?
I've been in a lot of them.
Okay, motherfucker, I asked you if you've ever piloted one. Have you ever flown one? Not flown in one.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't on her.
Okay, all I have to say
is,
see, once again, this is the problem. Okay, speaking on things of which you have no clue, and there would be people other than me on this channel who would agree with you. Oh, yep, broke protocol. Motherfucker, you've never even piloted other than a paper airplane in school. What have you actually flown?
A lot of stuff. I flew a Cub pilot on Millington Naval Base. One night I flew a Cub.
Okay, well, all I have to say is this is MAGA. Okay, I really almost busted out laughing when you said the pilot broke protocol.
Yeah, she did.
You have no fucking clue. You know what?
Bro.
What protocol did she break? Is there a name to the protocol, or is it 12th man protocol? What is this protocol?
No, she went out of range, man. Like,
you have no fucking dude. How about just let's listen to the article, because and try and do it without comment. If you need me to stop it, tell me to stop.
All right, Stanley, I'll shut the fuck up.
You have no more expertise in this than I do.
Could not pivot to a safer position. Instead, 1 second before 8:48 p.m., the helicopter slammed into American Airlines Flight 5342, which was carrying 64 people to Washington from Wichita, Con, killing everyone aboard both aircraft in a fiery explosion that lit the night sky over the river. One error did not cause the worst domestic crash in the United States in nearly a quarter century. Modern aviation is designed to have redundancies and safeguards that prevent a misstep or even several missteps from being catastrophic. On January 29th, that system collapsed. Multiple layers of safety precautions failed that night, said Katie Thompson, the Federal Aviation Administration's deputy administrator under President Joseph R. Biden Jr. The New York Times examined public records and interviewed more than 50 aviation experts and officials, including some with extensive knowledge of the events. to piece together the most complete understanding yet of factors that contributed to the crash. Up to now, attention has focused on the Black Hawk's altitude, which was too high, and placed the helicopter directly in the jet's landing path at National Airport. But the Times found new details that show that the failures were far more complex than previously known. The helicopter crew appeared to have made more than one mistake. Not only was the Black Hawk flying too high, but in the final seconds before the crash, its pilot failed to heed a directive from her co-pilot, an Army flight instructor, to change course. Radio communications, the tried and true means of interaction between controllers and pilots, also broke down. Some of the controllers' instructions were stepped on, meaning that they cut out when the helicopter crew pressed a microphone to speak, and important information likely went unheard. Technology on the Black Hawk that would have allowed controllers to better track the helicopter was turned off. Doing so was Army protocol, meant to allow the pilots to practice secretly whisking away a senior government official in an emergency. But at least some experts believe that turning off the system deprived everyone involved of another safeguard. The controller also could have done more. Though he had delegated the prime responsibility for evading other aircraft to the Black Hawk crew under visual separation, he continued to monitor the helicopter, as his job required. Yet he did not issue clear, urgent instructions to the Black Hawk to avert the crash, aviation experts say. These lapses happened against the backdrop of systemic deficiencies in U.S. aviation. The FAA has struggled for years with low staffing among controllers, and the National Airport Tower has been no exception. At the time of the crash, for reasons that remain murky, a single controller was working both helicopter traffic and commercial runway traffic, jobs that would typically be done by two controllers. The FAA said in a statement that it could not discuss any aspect of a continuing investigation led by the National Transportation Safety Board. Brigadier General Matthew Brayman, the Army's Director of Aviation, said, "I think what we'll find in the end is there were multiple things that, had any one of them changed, it could have well changed the outcome of that evening." He too deferred detailed questions about the investigation to the NTSB, adding that the Army was conducting its own reviews of the accident. Investigators from the NTSB will issue their final report on the causes of the crash by early 2026. In the meantime, data recently analyzed by the board revealed that National Airport was the site of at least one near collision between an airplane and a helicopter each month from 2011 to 2024. 2/3 of the incidents occurred at night, and more than half of them involved helicopters flying above their maximum designated altitude. Given those findings, the FAA recently banned most helicopter flights along a portion of the route the Black Hawk used. And, critically, the FAA has...
Yes, sir.
Like, I think it was just a freak accident, really. You know, it's sad that it happened.
So there was no protocol? There was no protocol?
I don't know, man. We weren't there.
Okay.
Not like we're not the CIA or FBI, Stanley.
Neither was Trump. So, but he felt
prayed for all those involved.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at least we're not dead yet, Stanley. We're getting older and shit, and we're not dead. So.
Yeah, well, we're not flying in and out of Reagan National.
Has also vastly limited the use of visual separation. The maneuver is primarily used by pilots flying helicopters and smaller aircraft, and is used less frequently for commercial jets. When using visual separation, pilots take responsibility for noticing and steering clear of neighboring air traffic if certain conditions, like good visibility, are met. It has long been viewed in the industry as essential to keeping traffic moving. But the occasional difficulty for pilots to see and avoid nearby air traffic has also been implicated in at least 40 fatal collisions since 2010, according to the NTSB. It has led to stern safety warnings to pilots from both the FAA and the NTSB. Human error, blind spots not evident from a cockpit, and environmental conditions leave even the most diligent pilot vulnerable to the threat of a mid-air collision with an unseen aircraft. Under this maneuver, the NTSB, the practice of allowing pilots to navigate around traffic on their own, has long been seen as a flawed concept but a necessary one, said Jeff Gazzetti, a former accident investigator for both the FAA and the NTSB. But it has been linked to a number of deadly mid-air incidents throughout the years. Two departures.
Stanley, can you pause it for a
9
minute?
p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a CRJ 700 regional jet departed Wichita under cool.
Isn't what's his name? Elon Musk supposed to be upgrading all these towers and shit, dude. Just like correcting all the navigation and everything. We're supposed to. Did they
Not
get
that I've heard
fired?
of. Last I heard about Elon Musk is he's got a company to save from utter disaster. So he might be a little bit too busy at this point to save air traffic control as we know it.
I thought Trump was gonna update all that shit.
Well, guess what? The last update you're going to get from Trump on this is it was DEI's fault.
Nah, can't blame everything on that.
Okay,
You
I'm not
know,
blaming.
like,
Whoa! I'm not blaming Trump for this. He wasn't in the cockpit of either airship. What I'm blaming him for is fanning flames in a narrative or some inflammatory rhetoric that shouldn't have been. So I think Trump is not a good leader. So we pretty much get.
Do you think Obama was a better leader?
I don't is Obama in power right now?
No.
Who's the current president? Do you know?
President Trump, of course.
Okay. So why we're talking about Obama? Don't know.
I don't know, just I like historical references and
well, when we get to the history portion of the show, we can talk about the past. This is the present. So this is actually something Trump is suggesting that I totally agree with. I told a story. Been through the Suez Canal maybe 3 or 4 times. So I totally
that
agree
many,
with
Stanley, been through the Suez Canal that many times? 3 or 4?
Yeah, I think 4. Or maybe it's 3. You know what?
I know we start losing our memory.
I made a back and forth and a once out to the Med. So 3 times.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, basically, Trump says U.S. ships should be allowed to travel through the Panama and Suez canals for free, abso-fucking-lutely, or at a greatly reduced price. So President Donald Trump
sounds good to me.
President Donald Trump called for U.S. military. Now, I don't know about the commercial ships. The military for sure. I don't agree with the commercial ships. To travel free through the Panama and Suez canals, directing Secretary of State Marco Rubio to manage the situation. What an idiot. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced a plan for U.S. warships to travel first and free through the Panama Canal during a press conference. Don't agree with first and free unless it's an emergency. According to Trump, a secure Panama Canal is essential for U.S. commerce and national security as it handles about 40% of U.S. container traffic each year. Trump described the Panama Canal as a crucial national asset and emphasized its importance for U.S. commerce and national security. Well, if it's a national asset, I assume he plans on taking control of it. Good luck with that.
So is that the situation at the Panama Canal as we speak, Stanley?
What do you mean the situation? No, U.S. ships don't pass through it for free. Because remember, I think it was Carter who basically gave the
right.
Panama Canal back to Panama. I actually do not know. It's going to be interesting what happens with Panama. The Panama Canal, I don't disagree that it should be like almost free and clear, because the alternative is to go all the way down through I mean we have
around the
having the Panama Canal ready to go cuts off all kinds of time. If you have to send ships, especially from the East Coast to the West Coast, because there's no other way to do it unless you go all the way down, and you just don't want to have to take that long ass trip. So,
well, you remember the history of the Navy, Stanley had to go all the way around the Peruvian Horn to that whole fucking desert down there in the middle of the ocean. We don't have to do that with the Panama Canal.
Right. So anyway, I think it's a good idea. Let's see what the left perspective is. I can't imagine. Let's see. Panamanian President Jose Raul Molino emphasized that toll fees for the Panama Canal are set by a Panama Canal Authority with no agreements for free passage. Egypt's Suez Canal fees are essential to its economy, accounting for about 10% of global maritime trade. Egypt's Suez Canal revenues fell 60% last year due to a tax on shipping routes.
God bless our Navy out there. That's for sure.
Well, I don't really care about Egypt's canal fees. Don't care about Panama's canal fees. Now, the commercial ships should pay a fee. Even if it's a reduced fee or whatever they negotiate, U.S. military ships should be free. And the other damn thing on the Suez Canal is other than the pilot and maybe like a co-pilot. I told a story about going through the Suez Canal and just, this backsheesh culture. Now, this is decades ago that I went through it, but it should be free. And all I want to see on a U.S. Navy ship is the pilot, to, navigate the ship through the Suez Canal. All that extra stuff needs to go. The new spice trade shortcut. Really?
New spice trade shortcut. That's what all the war started over originally. Stanley was spice.
Disagree with that. It was more gold than anything, at least after the 14th century. So
India, China.
This is guaranteed to piss some people off, but I hope it does. And with my blessing, I approve of this message.
MAGA natalism is doomed to fail. This article is by Michelle Goldberg and read by an automated voice. Long before Donald Trump said he wanted to be known as the, quote, fertilization president, Hungary was trying mightily to promote traditional families and raise its lagging birth rate. We are living in times when fewer and fewer children are being born throughout Europe, its Prime Minister Viktor Orban said in 2019. Immigration, he argued, was no answer to this demographic shortfall. We do not need numbers, but Hungarian children, he said. In our minds, immigration means surrender. He then announced a 7-point family protection action plan meant to encourage marriage and baby-making. It included government loans of 10 million Hungarian forints, at the time almost $35,000, to women under 40 when they married, which would be forgiven if they had at least 3 children. Large families would receive help buying cars and houses, and women who had at least 4 children would be exempt from personal income taxes for life. Hungary became the intellectual center of the global natalist movement, hosting right-wing thinkers from around the world at biannual demographic summits in Budapest. In 2021, giving a speech in Virginia about the civilizational crisis of low birth rates, J.D. Vance lauded Orban's family policies and asked, "Why can't we do that here?" Now that Vance is vice president, the administration might be about to try. The White House has been hearing out a chorus of ideas in recent weeks for persuading Americans to get married and have more children, the New York Times reported on Monday. Proposals include baby bonuses for American mothers and a new affirmative action program that would set aside almost a third of Fulbright scholarships for people who are married or have kids. Malcolm and Simone Collins, oft-profiled natalists hoping to seed the future with their elite genes, reportedly sent the White House a draft executive order establishing a National Medal of Motherhood for women with at least 6 children. Similar prizes existed in both Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia. But if Trump really wanted to arrest the decline in America's fertility rate, which reached a historic low of 1.62 births per woman in 2023, the best thing he could do is resign in concert with his entire administration. The crude chauvinism his presidency represents is a major impediment to the creation of healthy families. There are plenty of people on the left who find fear of falling birth rates unseemly. I don't blame them. The natalist milieu is rife with misogyny, white supremacy, and eugenics. But rapidly declining fertility really is a problem. It's likely to lead to stagnant, geriatric societies without enough young working people to maintain, let alone expand, the social safety net. In a better world than ours, our demographic troubles could easily be solved by immigration. But as Sasha Polikow-Saransky wrote in his important 2017 book, Go Back to Where You Came From, The Backlash Against Immigration and the Fate of Western Democracy, rapid immigration reliably sets off nativist reactions, which in turn leads to the rise of terrible governments like our own. Indeed, shrinking, aging societies, with their depressing lack of dynamism, may be particularly bad at absorbing newcomers. Coercing women into having children should always be anathema, but we should aim to create a society where people generally feel optimistic enough about the future to want children and secure enough to have them. Fertility rates in most developed countries may never again reach what demographers call replacement level, in which the average couple has 2.1 children, enough to keep a population stable. But there is a big difference between countries where the fertility rate is falling gradually, as in France, and those where it's collapsing in a way that threatens society's future, as in South Korea, whose workforce could shrink by 50% over the next 4 decades. There's a common factor in countries where birth rates are cratering. They are almost always places that are both modern and highly patriarchal. Last year, the Nobel Prize-winning Harvard economist Claudia Goldin published a paper called Babies and the Macroeconomy, aiming to understand the difference between developed countries with moderately low birth rates, like Sweden, France, and Britain, and those with very low ones, like South Korea, Japan, and Italy. The lowest fertility countries, Goldin found, modernized so recently and rapidly that social norms around gender equality didn't have time to catch up. That left women with far more economic opportunity but not much more help from their husbands at home. Between 2009 and 2019, for example, the average woman in Japan spent 3.1 more hours a day on domestic work than men. The average Swedish woman spent 0.8 more hours than men. In the most unequal countries in Goldin's analysis, men wanted to have more children than women did. That makes intuitive sense, given that women would have to shoulder most of the burden of childcare. If fathers and husbands can credibly commit to providing the time and the resources, the difference in the fertility desires between the genders would disappear, wrote Goldin. Many women, it appears, simply don't want to get stuck with all the domestic drudgery that comes with raising children, and there's little evidence that state subsidies can make traditional social arrangements more appealing. Hungary spends more than 5% of its GDP on its family policies, a greater percentage than America spends on defense. But while the fertility rate rose a bit in the years after the new policy was instituted in 2019, when the total fertility rate was 1.55 children per woman, it has since sunk to 1.38. According to a Pew poll last year, 57% of American young men surveyed said they wanted children someday, compared with only 45% of young women. Unfortunately, these men are getting the wrong message from our leaders about how to make themselves attractive prospects as fathers. The administration is led by an old-fashioned sexist who has bragged that he has never changed a diaper. "I'll supply funds and she'll take care of the kids," Trump once boasted to a radio host. Elon Musk has taken this notion to grotesque lengths. A Wall Street Journal expose describes him hitting up women on the internet to incubate the legion of children he hopes to breed in advance of a coming apocalypse. While he has 14 known children, the journal reports, the real number could be much higher. Meanwhile, the anti-feminist influencers who form the White House's informal brain trust and echo chamber tell their listeners that spending too much time with one's own children is effeminate. "Everyone should look at their father like a superhero," said Andrew Tate, a high-profile misogynist with powerful allies in the administration. "It's hard to be a superhero if you're home every day arguing with your wife changing diapers. That's not what a man should do." It shouldn't be surprising then that in one 2022 survey, a majority of young women said they probably wouldn't date a Trump supporter. The most recent season of the reality show Love is Blind dramatized this political mismatch, with two progressive women ditching their fiancés over their politics. Growing alienation between the sexes will naturally make it harder for them to pair up and have kids. One way Trump could help heal this rift is by going away.
Okay, a couple things that I'll address in the chat. DiCapriono, Hungary is illiberal. Orban calls it an illiberal democracy. That's by design. Essentially, Orban has been like the poster boy of what Trump wants the country to be, or MAGA. Maybe not so much Trump himself, but probably. So I made the comment, it's not Roe versus open border, it's Roe versus shitty men. This is like a Hungary is the MAGA.
They hungry, Stanley.
Sorry, what?
They hungry.
Right. So this next story, we're going to move to immigration right quick. And this is something that I talked about last week. Last week, there was one little 2-year-old girl, American citizen.
Hold on.
Okay, dude, you need to tame yourself.
Stanley, can
You
I
are
correct
over,
you
you
before
are
you
over
get
talking.
into it?
Okay, what's your problem?
Come on, Stanley, let me speak for a second. Because this lady chose
Okay, dude, I can barely understand you. Can you slur less?
she chose to take those kids
Okay,
home with her.
again, you can
She
go
got
ahead
deported
and,
as
you
a
can go
kid.
ahead and wait for me to comment. Okay, what she chose to do, she did not choose to be deported. What Trump is doing is being sloppy. Okay, a non-citizen does not get. This is why due process is so important. Okay, Americans are being hurt by Trump's immigration policy, especially if they're young children. If what you're telling me is an illegal citizen has jurisdiction over American citizens, then you're fucked up. This is why due process is important. And even dude, you need to tame your dumb drunk ass. What you want to do, is basically say a mother has jurisdiction over her children. Okay, a non-citizen does not have jurisdiction over American citizens, even if they're her children, without some sort of due process. It's like basically you would support a bad mother making decisions, even if child welfare services finds that mother, deems that mother unfit. Once again, MAGA failure to think, MAGA failure to stop interjecting their uneducated opinions over things they shouldn't even be talking about. This MAGA has a problem, and mostly it's because they just want to do shit without thinking about it. Any comment? Because essentially what you're saying, essentially what you're justifying is a bad mother. And this mother, I don't know whether she's bad or good, but she's forced into motherfucker, don't overtalk me. What you're essentially doing is saying this mother who is forced into a corner basically gets to make a decision over children who are Americans, even if she's not. Well, then you're fucking wrong and you're a fucking moron. How about that?
Well, she chose to take her children.
Motherfucker, these are Americans. These are American citizens. These are American citizens. Why should children suffer for their mother's bad decision? Okay, essentially, if
we're supposed to get them lost in the system.
No, what you're supposed to do is use that fucking soused American brain and give the situation due process.
She had due process.
Fucker, I don't give a
take your kids or not take them.
Okay, dude, you're a moron.
You
have literally taken boxed wine and MAGA cruelty, combined it into insanity. Dude, again, this fucking MAGA moronic attitude is why Trump is not very popular right now. I don't give a dude. You're slurring your way through. Dude, I don't speak slur. I'm having to translate what you're saying. I'm saying that American citizens are being hurt by Trump's bad policies.
Who?
What the fuck do you mean, who? Well, let's listen to this story and maybe you'll get an idea of who.
2 American children were sent to Honduras with their undocumented mother. This article is by Rachel Nostrand and read by an automated voice. A 4-year-old and a 7-year-old with U.S. citizenship were deported alongside their mother to Honduras last week, the family's lawyer said, adding to the recent string of American citizens caught in the crosshairs of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. The children and their mother were put on a flight to Honduras on Friday. The same day, another child with U.S. citizenship, a 2-year-old girl, was sent to that country with her undocumented mother. Lawyers for both families said the mothers were not given an option to leave their children in the United States before they were deported. In the case of the 2-year-old, whose 11-year-old sibling was also sent to Honduras, a federal judge in Louisiana expressed concern that the administration had deported the American child against the wishes of her father, who remained in the country. But President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, denied that any American child was deported. Speaking about the 2-year-old's case on CBS's Face the Nation on Sunday, Mr. Homan said that federal immigration agents gave her mother a choice of whether to be deported with or without her child, and that she had left the country with her daughter. The children are from 2 different families who were living in Louisiana. The mother of the 2-year-old is pregnant.
Okay, so that's right. Okay, dude, you obviously don't understand what this means. American citizens are being hurt by this policy. Okay, it doesn't matter that one of the children is a dual citizen. One of her citizenships is
No,
in
they
America.
both are anchor babies, Stanley.
Who gives a fuck? They're American citizens.
Not if they're an anchor baby, technically.
Yes, they are American citizens if they are anchor babies. Read the 14th Amendment.
Well,
okay, dude.
We both know that's being abused.
Whoa. Let's not skip off into your next bad point. Let's concentrate on this. The 14th Amendment exists. It has not been overturned. These two kids are American citizens, period. They are natural. They are natural born. They're not even naturalized citizens.
They can come back later then, right?
They are.
They can come back later.
They are.
But their mother chose to take them with them.
You do not deport American citizens. It's against the law, motherfucker. Whether you don't care about the mother. Don't care about the mother. Let's talk about the actual citizens.
You don't care about the mother? God damn.
No, I don't. And you don't care about simple.
The mother chose to take the brat with her. Okay?
Which part can't you fucking get through your head? Which part of it? The American citizens part or due process? It doesn't fucking okay, motherfucker. She was not given a choice. She was not given due process.
Well, would you rather?
Yes, I would rather due process.
Get lost in the foster.
No, yes, I would actually rather that. Rather than hurt American citizens, yes.
So deport the mom, take her away from her kids.
Okay, no, we should not be deporting the mother without due process.
She got due process.
No, I don't think she did. ICE agents are not the courts.
I actually salute that mom for choosing to take her babies with her. You know?
Yeah, well, you're I have no doubt you would salute that mother. But I basically am saying she might wind up deported, but hurting American citizens is always bad. It's never the right thing to do. You bend over backwards. If an American citizen gets hurt in this immigration process, you better be favoring the American citizen. Whatever you need to do to make sure that American citizen isn't hurt, you do it.
Those kids can come back when they grow up.
Motherfucker, and what happens in the meantime? That's the most idiotic thing I've heard tonight. You do everything you can. If you gotta keep that mother in America, even if she's not a citizen, not to hurt an American citizen, you damn well better be doing it.
There's still
okay, what happened to America first? America first for American citizens. You do not hurt Americans. You never. So you support. Okay, well let's do it your way. You support hurting American citizens?
No.
Okay, then that's what you're doing.
How?
Not giving their mother due process. Okay, motherfucker, you keep over talking me, and your ass is out of here. This is what folks like MAGA and the black conservatives do. They just fucking want to yap, yap, yap and not listen. You never heard American citizens, especially in a deportation situation like this. American citizens come first 100% of the time. If that means this woman needs to stay here and you give her an immigration status, you do it. American citizens should never be hurt, especially kids. You're hurting American citizens who are 2 and 7. What kind of fucking monster are you? And what kind of fucking monsters did you vote for?
Wait a minute, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you heard me. You heard me.
We're supposed to take care of all.
You voted for a monster. American citizens, especially kids, should never be hurt. And if you have to bend a rule or keep someone who came in illegally here and give her a status, you make that exception for an American citizen, especially if they're kids. You would deprive an American child of an American childhood? What kind of monster are you?
Don't you think the mother is smart enough to know?
Are you? Don't ask me what I think. I just told you.
She chose to take her
You
kids back
are a
to
monster
Honduras.
who wants to deprive American children of an American childhood. You would rather send them with their deported mother to Honduras and deprive them of. You would rather deprive American children of an American childhood just because the mother is illegal. What kind of monster are you? And what kind of monster did you vote for president?
I didn't vote for the camel toe.
Motherfucker, you voted for a monster, and apparently that monster stuff trickles downstream. You would deprive American children of an American childhood because their mother came here illegally? In my opinion, to protect American children, you protect American children no matter what. Don't you agree?
It was her choice.
Okay, motherfucker, answer my question. Answer my question. You protect innocent American children at whatever cost, or do you disagree with that? Do you disagree? Okay, so it's okay to hurt American children because their mother did something you don't like these kids had a motherfucking choice? Do you think those kids told their mother?
It was up to their mother.
Do you think those kids controlled what their mother did?
Do you not think
Motherfucker, you better answer my
choice?
question. We're going to do this Socratically. Do you think those kids, dude, I'm going to bounce your ass. Answer my question. Do you think those kids controlled what their mother did before they were born?
Did the mother have a choice?
Yes or no?
Should the mother have a choice?
Okay, this is literally why I don't like bringing you up here, 12th man. Because you get off on your own fucking demented rhetoric, and then when I ask you a yes no question, no motherfucker, don't ask me to come on, dude. You either fucking answer a question or just be quiet. You could just be quiet and not be annoying. Don't get into a game that you don't know how to play. If you can't answer yes, no questions, how about just listen to the story and you can comment every now and again, but don't be espousing rhetoric that hurts American children. And depriving American children of an American childhood is despicable. It does not matter what their mother did. She didn't murder anybody.
No.
DiCaprio, do you know whether the husband is legal or not? I assume the father was an American citizen or had some legal status. The kids are Americans. Their interests are above the mother's, above the president's, above the father's. Okay. We don't fucking work for Trump. Trump works for us. And if these two kids' interests come above Trump's policies, and if we don't understand that, then America is truly lost.
They all went back to Honduras.
Motherfucker, I don't care. I don't care where they went. They didn't go willingly.
I could start a cash app for it if you want, Stanley.
Dude, other than the principle, I don't care about these people. I can't control their fate. But what I am saying is that American children need to be protected regardless of whether their mother's illegal or not. And people who want to say, oh, well, they can come back, they're fucking monsters. And they're un-American. And they have no motherfucking clue about what this country is founded upon. One of the principles, motherfucker, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. One of the principles of this country, one of the foundational principles is at least due process. Fifth Amendment, 14th Amendment.
And the 4-year-old, a boy, has a rare form of.
And by the way, DiCaprio, this is another family.
Access to his medications or his doctors while he was in custody with his 7-year-old sister and mother. The moves come as the Trump administration has ramped up its immigration enforcement and mass deportation efforts. In Florida last week, nearly 800 immigrants were arrested in an operation involving U.S. immigration and customs enforcement officers and state law enforcement officials.
Hopefully your fucking
immigration advocates and the American Civil Liberties Union have condemned the administration's actions,
and your Constitution,
raising concerns of due process. Gracie Willis, a lawyer with the National Immigration Project who was involved in the 2-year-old's case, said, "What we saw from ICE over the last several days is horrifying and baffling," referring to immigration and customs enforcement. But the administration has stood firm. Having a U.S. citizen child after you enter this country illegally is not a get-out-of-jail-free card, Mr. Homan said. A spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin, said on Sunday that it was common for parents who face deportation to want to be removed with their children, noting that the mother of the 2-year-old had made that choice. "We take our responsibility to protect children seriously and will continue to work with federal law enforcement to ensure that children are safe and protected," Ms. McLaughlin said. Both families were detained earlier last week during routine check-ins with ICE. They were in the Intensive Supervision Appearance Program, a probationary program that allows people undergoing immigration proceedings to stay in the country. The 2-year-old and her mother, along with an 11-year-old sibling who is not an American citizen, were detained April 22nd. The family with the 4-year-old and 7-year-old was detained Thursday morning, said Aaron Hebert, their lawyer. When they were detained, the families were taken hours away from New Orleans, the site of their appointments, their lawyers said, adding that they were prohibited from communicating with other family members or their lawyers. Lawyers for both families said that they were not able to reach the mothers until after they had arrived in Honduras. Ms. Hebert said she had attended the appointment with the family she is representing, but the family was quickly taken into custody before she could speak with them. She said that she and her team plan to challenge the family's deportation, but are still evaluating their next steps. In a brief order issued on Friday from Federal District Court in the Western District of Louisiana, Judge Terry A. Dowdy asked why the administration had sent the 2-year-old, identified in court records only as VML, to Honduras with her mother, even though her father had sought, through an emergency petition on Thursday, to stop her from being sent abroad. Judge Doughty, a Trump appointee, said that he had a, quote, strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process, and set a hearing for May 16th to explore the issue. I've never seen anything like it, Ms. Hebert said. There is just no good faith interpretation for what happened to these children. Alan Foyer, Minyo Kim, Hamed Aliaziz, and Brandon K. Thorpe contributed reporting.
Okay, DiCapriono, that's exactly the point. The child's placement can be debated in a court. That's called due process. Okay, these things are happening without due process. That's my complaint. And you know what? If the judge decides that, hey, these two U.S. citizens will be better off in Honduras with their mother, so be it. My complaint is that ICE is deciding this, not family or immigration courts, people with more expertise than your rank and file ICE agent. So this next commentary is pretty much on the topic, at least partially. And you'll see where I'm going with this.
I've been warned. Do not leave the country. The growing risks for naturalized citizens like me in Trump's America. By David Pacman. This is something I never thought I'd have to say on the show. Multiple immigration attorneys have warned me not to leave the United States right now. It's not because I'm undocumented or in some legal gray area. I'm a U.S. citizen. I've been one for decades. My family moved here legally, obtained green cards, and eventually became citizens. I was a minor at the time, so I automatically became a citizen as well. I've had a U.S. passport since I was 16. I followed the process, done everything right, and built my life here. But under a second Trump administration, even someone like me is being told that traveling abroad could result in unexpected and uncomfortable experiences when returning home. Immigration lawyers are saying that it's becoming a real risk for naturalized citizens like me. We're being advised to have legal representation lined up and caught in an unpredictable situation when re-entering the country. The concern isn't that I'll be deported. The issue is more subtle and deeply concerning. The real risk is that I could be pulled aside at the border, questioned for hours, delayed indefinitely, or treated like I don't belong in the country I'm a citizen of. And this isn't just a hypothetical situation. Reports are surfacing of naturalized citizens, especially those with foreign-sounding names or dual citizenship, being detained, interrogated, and made to feel like second-class citizens when re-entering the U.S. Some are even separated from their families. This isn't a rare incident. It's happening to real people. One day you're fine, and the next you're being held and questioned for hours. It doesn't matter that you've followed all the rules. You're still treated like a foreigner. And that's what's troubling. The goal isn't necessarily to deport everyone. It's to make us feel like we don't belong, even though we've done everything right. It's about fear. The Trump administration wants us to feel like we're on probation in our own country. We're constantly under suspicion, and that fear is the tool they use to silence us. It's a strategy to create self-censorship. We don't need mass deportations to instill fear. Enough horror stories will make people second-guess their decisions to travel, protest, or even apply for jobs. That's how authoritarian systems operate. And here's the absurdity. Just a few years ago, during the COVID pandemic, the same people who now ignore the plight of naturalized citizens were screaming about how no U.S. citizen could be denied re-entry into the country. They said that even asking for a COVID test was unconstitutional. Now, when naturalized citizens are flagged and detained, those same voices are silent. It's only tyranny when it affects them. The hypocrisy is staggering, and the silence is deafening. Now, I'm being told to be careful, to have legal representation ready in case something goes wrong. It's not just my experience, it's a larger trend, the erosion of rights for naturalized citizens. This is about creating a system where some Americans are treated as second-class citizens. If we allow this, if we let fear guide our actions, we risk allowing this injustice to become the new normal.
Yep. And the only good thing is Trump's pretty much an old lame duck. So we'll be shifting gears again. Just want to run through a couple, just basic newspapers, ground news and a couple newspapers just to see what's out there. This is actually something. Apparently, the U.S. hit the Houthis again. Yemen's Houthi rebels alleged a U.S. airstrike hit a prison holding African migrants, killing at least 68 people and wounding 47 others. The U.S. military acknowledged carrying out over 800 individual strikes in their month-long campaign targeting the Houthis for their attacks on shipping and Israel. An American strike on the Ras Isa fuel port killed at least 74 people, wounded 171 others in the deadliest known attack of the American campaign. So we're hitting Yemen hard, apparently. And we didn't know this because Hegseth didn't put it out on Signal. So that's a good thing. We should always find out after the fact, not hours before. So let's see what else is in here.
Hey Stanley, have you been looking into that F-47 any? That's one hell of a jet.
No, I haven't. I'll leave that to you. I'm not that interested in it, to be honest. It's basically a future project. It's not relevant now.
There's two of them.
11 people killed, more than 20 hurt. This is up in Vancouver. Filipino Heritage Festival.
Yeah.
A man drove a vehicle into a crowd at the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival in Vancouver Saturday evening. Excuse me. The vehicle entered the festival street at 8:14 p.m. Though police state the incident was not terrorism.
How do they know that?
It says authorities arrested the 30-year-old Vancouver man driver at the scene. Police confirm at least 9 people died and others sustained injuries. Vancouver Police Department's major crime section leads the ongoing investigation. That's interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'll just follow this story a bit. But Vancouver Filipino Heritage Festival. I bet it was fun before then, though.
I bet it was, Stanley. Filipinos make
okay, I'm DiCaprio. Middle Eastern men often take their children to their home countries without their consent. No idea how that's relevant. So you'll have to help me out here. This isn't a paternity issue directly that I was talking about. It's a deportation / policy issue versus minor aged American citizens. Patrimony or paternity, all that stuff. It's kind of secondary to my point. Okay, so let's see what else is here. Trump thinks Ukraine's Zelensky is ready to concede Crimea to Russia.
Wasn't it already?
Your chance of early death rises with every bite of ultra-processed food. I think we all know that. U.S. says it struck 800 targets in Yemen. We know that. Multiple entries. This is in Clearwater, Florida. There was a boat crash into a ferry or something like that. Florida authorities labeled a marine accident near Clearwater Memorial Causeway Bridge a mass casualty incident Saturday night. The incident involved a collision between the public ferry and a private vessel near the bridge following a local festival. Ooh. Numerous individuals sustained injuries, prompting a swift response from emergency crews who arrived quickly. Officials confirmed 6 patients required trauma alerts, though they did not immediately release the total count of those hurt. Area medical facilities received notification, and helicopters transported 2 patients with more severe conditions. Hit and run boat crash. What the hell? 1 dead and multiple injured after hit and run boat crash. Oh, that can't. Is that the same? 1 person has died and multiple others were seriously hurt after a boat crash in the city of Clearwater, Florida. The Clearwater ferry, which had 45 people on board, including 2 crew members, was struck by a boat which then left the scene. Holy shit. The boat was later identified by another law enforcement agency, Clearwater government officials said. Fire department declared a mass casualty event because of the number and severity of injuries. 2 of the injured were transported to hospital via helicopter. Police responded. Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation will handle the crash investigation. A hit and run. That's the first time I've ever heard of a hit and run boat accident. Oh, wow. What the fuck are they doing in Florida?
All those rednecks get crazy. They start crashing into everybody and everything. They get pretty stupid.
So it seems. All right, let's see. Trump Zelensky had very productive discussion in Rome ahead of Pope's funeral. Pope Francis laid to rest after Vatican funeral as world leaders joined thousands. This Virginia Giuffre, she was the one who accused Prince Andrew. She committed suicide. Holy shit. Louis Mangione pleads not guilty as prosecutors pursue death penalty in United Healthcare CEO's killing. Wow. Oh, George Santos sentenced to more than 7 years in prison for fraud identity theft. This is the George Santos. Man, why do we elect these fuckers? He was obviously a flake.
That's California, Stanley.
It wasn't California.
They're the ones that elected him.
Nope, it wasn't California. It's Long Island, New York. He was a Republican from a Republican district out on Long Island.
I can't believe Long Island is red.
Well, not all of it.
I think they'd be a bunch of liberals on Long Island.
Well, you know what? That's what you get for thinking, and not versus knowing.
I can spit farther than Long Island is big.
Ooh, this is a new one. This is interesting. Are you not open? Candace Owens urges support for Harvard in free speech dispute. Wow. Candace Owens urged viewers to support Harvard University amid its conflict with Donald Trump, who seeks to cut federal spending. Well, I kind of know why she's doing that.
What's she doing, Stanley?
She has this weird anti-Semitic Christ is King thing. Part of the reason she wound up leaving the Daily Wire. Don't quite get why it is, but it is interesting that Trump has publicly labeled Harvard a far left institution. That's that bad. That's that bad faith kind of argument that Cornel West is making. Yeah, Trump's really Harvard far left. Really, just pure dumb. Dude has some. Well, he's 78. He can't work on himself. Too little, too late, I imagine. So, Washington Post: Trump claims mantle of FDR's first 100 days. That's fucking ridiculous. Democrat seize on a new issue against GOP, Social Security. That's not a new issue. China deploys NGOs to squash criticism at U.S. organizations. Ooh, in Geneva. Interesting. So China's going all hard line. Oh wow, this is RFK. DC Commanders plan to announce deal for new stadium at RFK. Wow, I've been there before. Man, I've never seen a Redskins game there, but I've seen baseball games there. The Washington Nationals played there for the first couple years. It is that's a good thing because it's so damn difficult to get to FedEx Field from Virginia. Let's see. Who's most likely to change or hyphenate their name after marriage? Who the fuck cares? China and Philippines both claim control of disputed Sandy Cay Reef. Oh, this was interesting. And I struggle with this. DHS secretary calls migrant accused of stealing her purse a career criminal. Let's listen to this. This is Christy Nome.
Yeah, can I say something about that?
Oh, sure.
Because doesn't she have Secret Service protection, and how in the hell did she have her purse stolen under Secret Service protection? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, you know what? I have some veracity issues, but I have to take her at her word. And why was she even carrying a purse?
With $3,000.
Doesn't she have secret? I would imagine she would have Secret Service carrier purse.
Yeah, I would if I was her.
Yeah, well, you know, we'll never accuse Trump appointees of being smart.
This news story was written by Derek Hawkins, Peter Herman, Olivia George, and David Nakamura. DHS secretary calls migrant accused of stealing her purse a career criminal. The alleged crime is far from the examples of violent attacks like rapes and murders that the Trump administration has regularly touted to galvanize support for its mass deportation policies. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem has cast herself as the Trump administration's immigration enforcer, donning tactical gear and holding a rifle as she vows to protect the public from dangerous criminals who she says are in the country illegally. On Sunday, authorities announced they had arrested an undocumented immigrant in Washington in connection with an alleged crime against an unlikely victim, Noem herself. A second suspect was arrested in Florida and is being held on an immigration detainer as charges are finalized, the Secret Service announced Sunday evening. DC police said a suspect in multiple robberies was taken into custody at a motel on Georgia Avenue in Northwest Washington and could face charges for the theft of Noem's purse at a local restaurant on April 20th. The bag included her driver's license, medication, keys, checks, Department of Homeland Security badge, passport, and $3,000 in cash. Authorities said they had charged Mario Bustamante Leyva, 49, with 2 counts of robbery and unrelated incidents that took place in recent weeks. One happened just blocks from the Capital Burger restaurant on 7th Street NW, where Noam reported her purse was stolen while she was dining with her family, police said. The Secret Service is waiting until charges are filed to release the name of the second suspect. In a statement, the agency described the person as a co-conspirator who was linked to a pattern of robberies and thefts in Washington, D.C. Noam, the former South Dakota governor who has a permanent Secret Service protective detail, sought to tie the arrest to her warnings about immigrants in the U.S. illegally, and suggested it was further validation of the administration's aggressive deportation agenda. This individual is a career criminal who has been in our country illegally for years, Noam said in a statement provided to the Washington Post through a spokeswoman. Unfortunately, so many families in this country have been made victims by crime, and that's why President Trump is working every single day to make America safe and get these criminal aliens off of our streets. The Post cannot independently confirm that Bustamante Leiva is an undocumented immigrant. On the social media platform X, Ed Martin, the interim U.S. Attorney for D.C., said, "This repeat offender will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. No one is above the law." Yet the tactics of the alleged thief, who police said in some cases lifted purses off the back of their unsuspecting owners' chairs, were far from the examples of violent attacks such as rapes and murders that the Trump administration has regularly highlighted to galvanize public support for its hardline immigration enforcement strategies. With illegal border crossings falling precipitously since Trump took office, the administration has sought to ramp up deportations of people who have been in the country for longer periods, including targeting legal permanent residents and international students at universities. In March, Immigration and Customs Enforcement sent more than 230 migrants it accused of being Venezuelan gang members to a mega prison in El Salvador. More than half of them were removed under Trump's declaration of the Alien Enemies Act, which denied them legal due process. Federal authorities have resisted an order, handed down from a federal judge and backed by the Supreme Court, to return one man who authorities acknowledged was improperly removed from the United States. During a tour of the Salvadoran facility in March, Noam recorded a video in front of heavily tattooed prisoners with shaved heads. "This facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use if you commit crimes against the American people," she warned. Crossing the border without documentation can be a criminal violation, but being in the country illegally is typically considered a civil infraction. The Trump administration has at times sought to blur that distinction and said anyone in the country illegally can be considered a criminal and eligible for removal. Public support for Trump's handling of immigration has declined since he took office, with a post-ABC News Ipsos poll last week showing that 53% of Americans disapprove of his approach, with just 46% approving. That marked a drop from February, when the poll found 50% of Americans supported Trump on the issue. You can't make this.
Okay, any thought on that?
Yes, Stanley, I've seen where they identified that crook. They had his picture on it earlier.
Gotcha. So
they caught the guy that is a suspect for stealing Christy Noon's purse, but
gotcha.
I'm still trying to figure out how that some bitch got away with that with
apparently
Secret Service protection.
Apparently she was at a restaurant and it was either on the back of her chair or maybe it was some sort of like coat check sort of situation. But anyway, they caught him. So the next story, Trump is softening his tariff talk. Let's listen to this. This is, again, more or less kind of analysis / opinion.
This news story was written by David J. Lynch and Jeff Stein. Trump is softening his tariff talk, but the damage may already be done. The economic effects of new trade wars could be hard to dodge even if talks yield new deals soon. With 14 months remaining before the United States' 250th birthday on July 4, 2026, Stacey Blake should be placing big orders with the Chinese factories that supply her fireworks company in St. Joseph, Missouri. But she's not, and she blames President Donald Trump's tariffs. The same president who's making plans for a grand celebration of this national milestone has imposed sky-high import duties that will make that star-spangled festival tough to pull off. With the trade war causing U.S. orders to dry up, Chinese fireworks factories have begun shutting down. That threatens to disrupt the industry's production schedule, leading to serious shortages, said Blake, co-owner of Schneider Fireworks and Importing. We've got a huge problem ahead of us going into next year, said Blake, who is also president of the National Fireworks Association. This season is when Chinese manufacturers would be manufacturing our products right now for 2026, for the 250th. Very little production is happening, they have halted it. The fireworks disruption looms even though the president spent much of last week softening his tariff rhetoric. He said that a fair deal with China was possible, and insisted that he had spoken with Chinese President Xi Jinping numerous times, which the Chinese government denied. Trade talks with dozens of other countries are going very well, Trump said, adding that he was very close to a deal with Japan. Yet even as Trump signaled a willingness to ease his steepest tariffs, there were signs that his change of tone came too late. The economy has been damaged, and as the threat to America's birthday celebration next year shows, it could take some time to learn precisely what effect the experiment with import taxes has had. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. Once you squeeze it, it's out, said Constance Hunter, chief economist at the Economist Intelligence Unit, a research firm. The delayed effects of tariffs hang over a U.S. economy that has powered through numerous issues in the past few years. By many key measures, the economy remains strong. Unemployment is low. Inflation has fallen dramatically from its post-COVID highs and largely remains in check. Growth has stalled somewhat, but economists say it's probable that the nation's gross domestic product increased in the first quarter of this year. These upbeat indicators all have a key shortcoming, though. They predate Trump's global tariffs and the disruption they've caused. And evidence is mounting that tariffs have curtailed economic activity and will soon push prices higher, even if the effects will take time to be broadly felt. Trump's tariffs on goods from China have disrupted trans-Pacific supply chains. U.S. officials are alarmed by companies' dwindling inventories of critical raw earth metals necessary for a range of economic activity. Beijing restricted the metals this month. In the 3 weeks since the tariffs took effect, ocean container bookings from China to the U.S. are down by more than 60%, said Ryan Peterson, founder and CEO of Flexport, a global shipping company. Cargo carriers that bring Asian goods to the port of Los Angeles, the nation's main Pacific gateway, have canceled 20 port calls next month, more than 3 times as many as last month, according to port data. The consequence will be empty shelves in U.S. stores in a few weeks, and COVID-like shortages for consumers and for firms using Chinese products as intermediate goods, said Torsten Slock, chief economist for Apollo Global Management. Fewer goods reaching American shores will mean higher prices on the goods that are in stores, as well as less work for dock workers and truck drivers. Significant layoffs in trucking, logistics, and retail are likely as soon as May, Slock said. It feels like this slow-motion wave that's coming toward us, but not here yet, said Jason Furman, a Harvard University professor who served as a senior economist in the Obama administration. Manufacturers that rely on Chinese imports to make goods domestically are also showing signs of strain. The Philadelphia Fed's manufacturing survey showed one of the biggest monthly drops on record, surpassed only by the start of the 2020 pandemic and the 2008 Great Recession. Business investment is also cratering in response to the uncertainty caused by the tariffs, say Furman and other economists. The U.S. economy is pointed in a dangerous direction. The further the economy goes down this path, the higher the risk of a recession, Bill Adams, chief economist for Comerica Bank, wrote in a client note Friday. In the face of these projections, Trump has signaled a desire to reach an agreement with China to remove drastic economic restrictions. He has emphasized that his advisors are negotiating with dozens of other countries too, But while Trump sounds newly eager to strike a deal with Xi, the Chinese leader may be in no hurry to reciprocate. The president
Oh,
often
man.
claims to have a personal relationship with Xi, whom he has called a friend.
I have to say, this is the Washington Post, so maybe, it's a little bit biased. But I said last week and probably the week before, China is the only country on earth that could go toe-to-toe with America. And look who's backing down now. This is just embarrassing. And you know what? This is going to set a precedent. There are going to be other countries that are going to do what Xi is doing. Trump is just, you know what? I wonder if I shouldn't just go for it now and just say, hey, I told you so.
So you think China's gonna win, Stanley?
I'm not going to say China won, but China did not go to the negotiating table like the other 75 countries that Trump said were willing to negotiate. They haven't come yet.
Well,
So you decide who won. It wasn't Trump, that's for sure. Even if it's a stalemate,
not President
even if
either.
even if it's a stalemate, that's not a
Look
win.
how many companies are
Motherfucker,
moving back to America.
don't give me your usual whataboutism. I'm not having it. And let me while I'm thinking about it,
Even GE is moving
while I'm thinking
appliances
about it,
back to America.
while I'm thinking about it, this fucking whataboutism is just totally destructive to the far right and the black conservatives argument. I look forward to a day when I can get a MAGA voter up here who can answer yes, no questions. Bottom
Yes,
line,
ma'am.
bottom line is
I can
Trump did not.
answer yes, no question.
Bottom line is Trump didn't win this one, and China literally stood toe to toe and said, "Fuck you."
So far,
You know what? This is about as so far as it's going to get. Trump lost this one.
what he lost in 2020.
Okay, no. This isn't politics. This isn't dolts voting for, somebody who talks tough. This is an actual tough guy who stood toe to toe with China. And
Who?
Trump has not measured up.
So you are siding with China then?
No,
You're betting on China.
I'm just noticing that my country didn't win. Did we
What are
win?
you losing?
Whoa. You're a guest. You're not the host. What did we win? Their guest.
What did you lose? You lost the election.
Okay, that's an actual that again. Answering a question with a question is not answering my question. It's a form of whataboutism. What we have lost is face. Okay, I literally motherfucking just said if G
Stanley.
Okay, god damn it, dude. I don't know what the fuck you think is going on here, but I'm making a point. If G can do it, if Xi can do it, so can other countries. Putin and Xi have punked Donald Trump so far. Trump wants peace in Ukraine, and what does Putin do? He bombs Kiev. Trump slaps 145% tariffs on some Chinese goods. What does China do? Nothing. And Trump backs down. So maybe something's going on behind the scenes with China, but so far, at this point in time, if Putin and Xi can stand up to Trump, so can the EU, so can Iran. This dude is not looking strong. The only thing he's even winning on is immigration, and even that is turning against him because he's okay with U.S. citizens, kids who are U.S. citizens. He's fine with them being deprived of their U.S. God-given right to be a child in the U.S. Y'all voted for a monster. So let's move on.
That's not true, Stanley, because
no, it's perfectly true. There's nothing you can say to dispute.
She chose to take her kids with her. So.
Okay, we've already had this conversation.
But you keep repeating a lot.
Okay, dude, you are majorly. Maybe you're not quite of your right mind. Her choice isn't the thing. It was the choices she was given is the problem, and the lack of due process for American citizens. Now, you may want to do that. You may want. Well, the kids aren't here illegally, are they? Motherfucker, answer my question. Answer my question. Are the kids here illegally?
She chose to
Are the kids here illegally? Yes or no? Are the kids here illegally?
See, that's the problem with the Democrat Party.
Illegally.
That's the problem with the Democrat Party.
The problem is it's so easy to take your.
They care more about legal.
The problem, sir, is that your fucking knee-jerk far-right MAGA talking points are so easy to flip back on you. You don't answer questions. You move on to your next bad point. My question, and I don't even want to talk to you again until you can answer it, are the U.S. citizens who are kids, are they here illegally? Answer the question or just shut the fuck up. Do you have an answer, sir?
Well, you want me to answer a certain way, and I'm not going to.
No. You answer the way you want. My question, are those two kids here illegally?
No, they weren't.
Okay, then why are they being are they being deported when they're U.S. citizens?
Because their mother chose to take them with her.
Okay, and you know what? She had no choice in the matter. Her choice, I bet, would have been to stay. Basically, no motherfucker. I'm responding to your question. She didn't have a choice. She had a choice, and the choice was be deported.
Well, she probably
whoa. She only had one choice.
She could have not
and
came here illegally.
If you only have one if you only have one choice, there is no choice. And she could have left him. What kind of fucking bullshit are you talking about? What kind of mother just leaves their children? To whom? Trump has created permission for monsters to be monsters. That's what I'm noticing here.
She could have not came here legally in the first place, Stanley.
And you know what?
Come on,
You
man.
know what? Once again, a form of whataboutism. Okay, you need to deal with situations as they are. She did come here illegally. Now you have to figure out how to deal with the reality. What coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's not actually how you,
just ship them all
motherfucker.
back
God damn it!
together.
I do not know. The coulda, woulda, shoulda is not how you solve problems. And I know maybe you've never had to solve a problem in your life, but I have. Coulda, woulda, shoulda is not a strategy to get resolution.
Problem, brother.
I'm not your brother.
Yeah, you just don't know it.
Nope, not even close to it. So let's go ahead and move on to
now a problem, right?
I'm sorry, what?
That's for bigger jurisdictions than us.
No,
right?
I don't think actually being able to critically think is a bigger jurisdiction than us. O'Reilly says Trump is making a mistake with Abreu. Oh God. O'Reilly says, "Oh, this is interesting." This is Bill O'Reilly. Let's see here.
Yeah,
this is actually kind
about him.
This is actually kind of surprising. Oops, wrong one.
Bill O'Reilly is a neocon. He's always been a neocon.
Irrelevant to my point.
Bill O'Reilly argued President Trump is making a mistake with his firm stance on Kilmar Abrego Garcia's deportation and being unwilling to return him to the United States despite an order from the Supreme Court. O'Reilly, speaking on his No Spin News show, said he thought Trump could be alienating the Supreme Court by not facilitating Abrego Garcia's return. The Trump administration's making a mistake not bringing the man back because the Supreme Court wants the man back, O'Reilly said in comments highlighted by Mediaite. And if I'm President Trump, I don't want to alienate the Supreme Court, period. O'Reilly noted Abrego Garcia is a Salvadoran citizen who is in the U.S. immigration system after a 2019 court order granted him permission to evade life-threatening conditions in El Salvador. The Maryland man's deportation has become a flashpoint in American politics, with Democrats demanding he be returned. The Supreme Court's order for the administration to facilitate his return has led Trump officials to place responsibility with the Salvadoran government, which has said it will not be returning Abrego Garcia. The battle also highlights the executive branch's struggle with judicial power as the case plays out in the courts. O'Reilly was in favor of bringing Abrego Garcia back to the U.S. and letting the justice system handle the case. The administration alleges Abrego Garcia is involved with human trafficking and the MS-13 gang. The Department of Homeland Security revealed he was suspected of human trafficking while pulled over for a traffic stop in Tennessee in 2022 while driving with 8 other people. The authorities in Tennessee did not charge this guy, Garcia, with anything, but they caught him. No, he's not some guy cutting the lawn on Saturday in Maryland, O'Reilly argued. But let the Justice Department prove it, and then you boot him, he added. Copyright 2025 next.
Yep. And when he says, but let the Justice Department prove it, and then you boot him, that's called due process in Bill O'Reilly language.
Well,
hold on till I'm done, sir. Trump is being blatantly unconstitutional, and this is one of these things that I kind of fear. Thank God this is going to be his second term, and he's more or less a lame duck. So this sort of shenanigan So this sort of shenanigan, this blatant disregard for rule of law doesn't become ingrained. Um, there's nothing wrong with due process. And you know what? You're the president and you have influence. You could probably fast track some of these cases to get them adjudicated, but that would be too much common sense.
Well, they're going to lose badly in 2025, Stanley. Democrats are, because
There's an election. If there's an election, there's an election in 2025. Tell me about that.
2026, I meant. And
I don't think I can't imagine why they would.
and all that shit.
Trump is tanking, and
y'all ain't gonna win in 2025.
Congress is doing nothing to justify their existence.
More blacks and more Latinos and everybody else is voting in the midterms. Like, y'all ain't gaining no people back that you lost in the last election. So, I mean, you're losing.
Okay, well,
more and more black
I will
people are voting Republican.
I will defer to your expert opinion on this.
You're not gonna win, Stanley.
You don't say, Mike. You think?
Liberals are so far behind. They're taking the side of the criminal, illegal, and all that.
You know
shit,
what?
Y'all ain't gonna win.
You bought that fucking bullshit hook, line, and sinker, didn't you?
Well, y'all are.
You know what? Go back.
You're taking the side of illegals over law-abiding Americans.
What I need you to do is go back. I need you to go back and tell me about that air traffic control protocol that you're so expert on.
Well, it's just an opinion, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you know what? It was not an opinion. You didn't say it's my opinion they didn't do protocol. You just said it's against protocol. And I'm like, well, damn, he sounds like an expert.
Well, they flew outside of the boundaries.
You have no clue.
That's where they lost bullshit.
You know what? I could go into why I think you feel comfortable making these sorts of definitive pronouncements, but I'm not going to do that because Be Brave might be listening and he would just do a whole show about it.
You always got Be Brave on the mind, Stanley.
No, you know why? You know why Be Brave is on my mind right now? Because you sound just like him. So every time I hear these far right opinions like yours or the far right anti-blacks on this channel, yeah, Be Brave comes to mind because y'all are just like him.
How many black votes do you think the Democrat Party is winning? I don't think they're winning that.
You know what? When I'll let you know when we get to that topic, okay? So this is Illinois Governor Pritzker's comment here, and there's an opinion piece right after it, and then once I'm done with that, we'll just kind of go. If I can't figure out something else to do, we'll just kind of go into general tomfoolery. So let's go ahead and listen to what Pritzker has to say. Apparently, this was in New Hampshire.
Pritzker thunders against do nothing Democrats as he stokes 2028 talk. This article is by Lisa Lever and Reed J. Epstein and read by an automated voice. Gov. J.B. Pritzker of Illinois strode into a ballroom filled with top New Hampshire Democrats on Sunday, and by the end of his nearly 30-minute speech had them ready to storm the political barricades against President Trump. It's time to fight everywhere and all at once, he told the group of Democratic activists, officials, and donors, who jumped to their feet with hoots and applause. Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. But I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. The reckoning is finally here, he declared. For the Trump administration, of course, but also for his own party. In the fight over the future of the Democratic Party, Mr. Pritzker has emerged as a leader of an insurgent faction calling for a full-throated, unflinching barrage of attacks on Mr. Trump, his Republican allies, and their right-wing agenda. His speech was a call to action more aggressive and comprehensive than perhaps any other by a major liberal figure since Mr. Trump took office, rivaled only by rallying cries from Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York on their Western tour. But unlike them, Mr. Pritzker set his stem-winding address in a state with a century-long hold on the nation's first presidential primary contest, a striking statement on its own. Mr. Pritzker, of course, rebuffed any suggestion that his appearance on Sunday night in Manchester, New Hampshire, represented the opening bell of the 2028 Democratic primary race. He said he was focused on backing the party's efforts in next year's midterm elections. Yet his appearance was likely to stir more speculation. Mr. Pritzker wears a triple crown in Democratic politics, simultaneously one of the party's most prominent elected officials, most generous donors, and most talked about 2028 presidential prospects. I'm one of the people leading the fight, and that is my role, he said in an interview before his speech. We've done an awful lot in Illinois, and
that Cortez lady and Bernie Sanders are the future of the Democrat Party while they're flying around in a private jet talking about oligarchy. Have fun with that, buddy.
Just out of curiosity, do you even know what this particular piece is about? Is it about Bernie Sanders or Ocasio-Cortez?
Well, they mentioned them.
Okay, I need you to answer my question. Just as a reality check, just to make sure you're in the same headspace.
I'm trying to see
is this particular piece about Ocasio-Cortez or Bernie Sanders?
It mentioned them.
Can you just motherfucking give me a yes or no answer?
Yes, it did mention.
Okay, well let me go ahead. Okay, it's about Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders. Gotcha. Now let me go ahead and finish the rest of this.
And we can be doing those things in other states. While other governors have made ham-handed attempts at reconciliation with Mr. Trump, Mr. Pritzker has turned his state into a bulwark of opposition to the administration's crackdown on immigration, cuts to the federal government, and tariffs on other countries. He has done so as some congressional Democrats, including Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, have urged their party to be selective with their attacks against the president to avoid alienating independent voters who supported him. Mr. Pritzker, by contrast, wants his party to adopt a posture of zero accommodation. The main divide within the Democratic Party is not between left and right. It's whether you think this is a constitutional crisis or this is politics as usual, said Ezra Levin, a co-founder of the progressive activist group Indivisible. Pritzker is really demonstrating what it looks like to lead an opposition party against the overreaching authority of the federal government. In recent months, Mr. Pritzker has preached a gospel of staunch resistance to some of the most engaged Democratic activists across the country, delivering the keynote speech at a party fundraiser in Austin, Ill, and at an annual gala for the Human Rights Campaign in Los Angeles. Next month, he is set to speak at a fundraising dinner in Detroit for the Michigan Democratic Party. In his speech in New Hampshire, he criticized Democrats who have admonished the party for its perceived overreach as timid, not bold. Fellow Democrats, for far too long we've been guilty of listening to a bunch of do-nothing political types who would tell us that America's house is not on fire, even as the flames are licking their faces, he said. Today, as the blaze reaches the rafters, the pundits and politicians, whose simpering timidity served as kindle for the arsonists, urge us now not to reach for a hose. While his targets went unnamed, there were obvious candidates. Governor Gavin Newsom of California, the host of a podcast that has featured stars of the MAGA movement, and the Democratic strategist James Carville, who has argued for a strategic political retreat until Mr. Trump's approval ratings fall. Those same do-nothing Democrats want to blame our losses on our defense of black people and trans kids and immigrants, Mr. Pritzker said, instead of their own lack of guts and gumption. His comments reflected how, for now, Democrats are chiefly divided not over health care or other policy issues, but over the extent to which they should oppose Mr. Trump and his agenda. While some party donors and consultants have urged moderation, Mr. Pritzker is tapping into the Democratic base's visceral desire for a fight and for a leader. Voters didn't turn out for Democrats last November, not because they don't want us to fight for our values, but because they think we don't want to fight for our values, he said in his speech. We need to knock off the rust of poll-tested language, decades of stale decorum. It's obscured our better instincts. Neera Tanden, the president of the left-leaning think tank the Center for American Progress and a longtime fixture in Democratic politics, predicted that these early months of the Trump administration could reverberate into the 2028 primary contest. Voters, she said, won't forget how potential presidential candidates behaved. People are going to remember how Democrats acted in this moment, said Ms. Tanden, whose group hosted Mr. Pritzker this year. At the moment when Trump was the scariest, what did Democrats do? Did they roll over, make inroads to right-wing people or something? Or did they stand up and defend our principles? An heir to the Hyatt Hotel fortune, with a net worth estimated around $3.5 billion, Mr. Pritzker is one of the richest elected officials in the country, a position that has given him a measure of political independence because he is not as reliant on party donors. In 2018, he transformed himself from a longtime donor who was a major funder of Hillary Clinton's 2 presidential campaigns into a formidable politician in his own right. He has self-funded 2 campaigns for governor and spread his wealth to support Democratic candidates for governor and the state parties in battlegrounds, Wisconsin in particular. In 2023, as he expanded his political brand, Mr. Pritzker established a political action committee called Think Big America, which spent millions of dollars backing ballot measures seeking to enshrine abortion rights into state law. Even before President Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s disastrous debate performance last year, Mr. Pritzker was talked about as the Democrats' break-glass nominee, a candidate able to fund a White House campaign at a moment's notice. Instead, he endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, and through his party a joyous convention in Chicago, even commissioning for the event his own J. Beers craft brews bearing his initials. Unlike 2024, the 2028 Democratic primary contest is expected to be crowded and wide open, with little deference for seniority or political experience. As the early jockeying quietly gets underway, some Democrats believe Mr. Pritzker could be a fierce contender with his billions and his deep party connections. First, however, he faces a 2026 campaign for a 3rd term as governor of Illinois. While he has made no official commitment, he is widely expected to run for re-election. The strength of his political power will also be tested in the Illinois Senate race, in which he has endorsed his lieutenant governor, who is expected to face several well-funded Democratic primary opponents. People close to the governor say his current moves are driven not by a desire to position himself best in 2028, but by a sincere belief that Mr. Trump poses a dire threat to American democracy and the world order. I don't think he's crafting a persona around this, said Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, a friend of Mr. Pritzker's who was the Democratic vice presidential nominee last year. On some of the more authoritarian tendencies, I think JB feels very strongly on that. He finds it morally reprehensible, I think, where Trump ends up falling. Unlike other Democrats, who went through a period of mourning after the election, Mr. Pritzker was ready to fight Mr. Trump almost immediately. As worrisome results from Virginia began rolling into cable news networks early on election night, he shifted into battle mode for what he called Trump 2.0, according to a person briefed on the discussions. 2 days after the election, Mr. Pritzker told reporters that his administration was not unprepared for a Trump victory. The planning had begun months earlier, as his state stockpiled abortion medication and prepared to sue the federal government. And he issued a warning: "You come from my people, you come through me." Aides and advisors trace Mr. Pritzker's activism to his family history and Jewish faith. His ancestors fled pogroms in Ukraine to make their fortune in the United States. He led the campaign to build the Illinois Holocaust Museum and has for years invoked the specter of Nazism to describe Mr. Trump, a political comparison that has divided some of his advisors. What we're seeing right now is 1930s Germany. The only way to actually stop that from happening is to be very loud and vocal about the pushback, said Ann Caprara, Mr. Pritzker's longtime chief of staff. That is what is motivating everything he is doing right now.
Pretty interesting. I'm on the fence about Pritzker. I think, at least in my opinion, the most disturbing thing is there's a point in that article about government overreach that's happening right now. And people, the country's divided over, well, kind of divided over whether government is doing its job. My argument is no. If you're harming American citizens to, do some policy goal, that's government overreach. Bottom line is, as I keep saying at least several times a week, I don't necessarily have a problem with what Trump's goals are. It's how he's doing it that's the problem. Okay, dude is just not that bright. And he has, brought a bunch of people who are inexperienced. Bold, brash, but inexperienced is still inexperienced. And I've seen it, in very minor ways throughout my life. You bring in fresh blood, they're wanting to, just go out and, be world beaters. And experience makes you more judicious. And judicious is a better word than cautious. These people, Kristi Noem losing her purse, going out, with a weapon and a vest. Why the fuck is a woman, an older woman, she's not a spring chicken, why is the head of the DHS out there on the border, running around? I bet her weapon's not even loaded. Why does she think that's a good image? Just total lack of common sense and just this, I'm gonna call it's white supremacy. Like, I'm white, I'm right, and I look tough. That's really what I think it is. So that's a sound bite for someone who will probably want to build a show around it.
Only virtue signaling. Their idea of rebellion is to stop the system from making life better for ordinary Americans. By Samantha Hancocksley. We Democrats like to think of ourselves as the sane and reasonable party, the party offering real policy solutions for real problems, as opposed to the madness on the other side of the aisle. 145% tariffs, scrapping the 14th and 22nd Amendments, invading and annexing Greenland. The other side of the aisle may well be mad. But this does not imply that we are sane. After the disaster of the recent election, it's time to take a hard look in the mirror. Is what Democrats are offering in terms of real material policy, our total governance package, that much better than the Republican package? In a word, no. There is a genuine crisis in democratic governance. Until we fix it, we will never consolidate the electorate under the blue banner. Justice Louis Brandeis once said that American states are laboratories of democracy. One might turn this around for our hyper-partisan era and say instead that states are the showroom floors of political parties. Deep red and deep blue states each exemplify what the party stands for, what they would actually do, given consolidated control over government. By that standard, how do the parties stack up? Consider then the two marquee showrooms for each party's platform, the states that most represent each party in the public mind, California and Texas. California high school students average a 1086 score on the SAT, Texas students 971. California's life expectancy at birth is 79 years, Texas is 76.5. Average hourly earnings in California are $40.93. In Texas, they are $34.49. According to the Libertarian Cato Institute, California is ranked 11th in the nation for personal freedom. Texas is dead last at 50th. So far so good, right? But all of those facts pale in comparison to one. Americans are voting with their feet against blue states. About 102,000 people left California for Texas in 2022. In that year, Texas saw a net immigration growth of 175,000 residents. Meanwhile, between July 2021 and July 2022, California saw a net outmigration of more than 400,000 people. The housing and jobs blues in blue states. This should be a five-alarm fire in Democratic circles. It should be inarguable proof of the failure of the Democratic Party to deliver what the American people want. Whatever the total package of blue state governance is, people demonstrate that they prefer the total package of red state governance. At this point, you might leap up to defend blue states. You might say that, actually, most Americans want to live in blue states. Just look at the surveys. But you can say anything on a survey. The preferences you reveal by your actions are far more telling. For many Americans, their all things considered preference is to move from a blue state to a red state. To understand why, we have to talk about some other numbers. The median price of a home in California is $866,100. In Texas, it is $339,500. In 2024, California had a homelessness rate of 48 per 10,000 people, while Texas had a rate of 9. These numbers are stark. Housing is the most visible, painful aspect of the crisis in democratic governance, because housing is fundamental to modern life. Where you live shapes where you work, where your kids go to school, where you spend your free time. For many families, it is the single biggest line item expense in their budget. And when there is not enough of it, when there is a deliberate artificial scarcity of it, that distorts and undermines all those activities. California's homelessness crisis is simply the dark mirror of its unending housing crisis. But housing is hardly the only aspect of the crisis. Consider some more numbers. Texas created 192,100 jobs over the last year. California created 46,500, and California has 8 million more citizens than Texas. Texas, home to oil, gas, and cowboys, is also building vastly more green energy than crunchy hippie California. The cost of living in California is 44.8% higher than average. In Texas, it is 7.3% lower than average. On infrastructure, green energy, new factories, and new jobs, we Democrats have consistently made it harder to do anything. It is sometimes said that Democrats don't have the political will to spend money to solve social problems. But money is not the problem. Los Angeles voters appropriated billions of dollars to build housing for the homeless. You only need to look around to see that it hasn't solved the problem. The California legislature appropriated $300 million for first-time homebuyers, a fund that was depleted in less than 2 weeks by fewer than 3,000 people. In New York City, the Second Avenue subway extension project, underway since 2016, is estimated to cost more than $6 billion for about a mile and a half of subway. We spend enormous amounts of money to get nothing. An unwillingness to do what's necessary to turn that money into results is the problem. Vetocracy is the problem. The crisis of democratic governance goes well beyond problem of pouring concrete. The physical infrastructure necessary for New York City's congestion pricing program was relatively trivial. But from the program's approval to actually activating those cameras took 18 years, partly due to environmental litigation from New Jersey, but equally because of New York's unwillingness to simply do it. Witness Governor Kathy Hochul's bizarre pause on the program in 2024. Let me tell you a story from my own neighborhood in Pittsburgh, whose mayor and city council are all under Democratic control. There is a busy commercial street. Parking is always packed during business hours. The city passed a trial program to allow the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure to increase both the rates and the hours for paid parking on that street, and then use the money to perform minor infrastructure improvements in the neighborhood, like curb repair, daylighting, bus stop improvements. The department then spent so long simply studying whether it should increase the rates, talking with the community about increasing the rates, and so on, that the trial program's legislation came close to expiring. This program involved no physical infrastructure changes, simply updating the programs of parking meter kiosks. And there was no actual lawsuit or any other legal delay. The city was simply afraid to act. They couldn't charge a quarter more for parking without studying, exhaustively, whether this was definitively the right thing to do. The progressive hang-up with power. The modern Democratic Party, and the progressive movement generally, is defined by a single crippling obsession: the fear of power. Democrats lament the perception that we're all talk, no action. But the perception is correct. Democratic politicians talk a lot in highly moralized tones without doing much with the power we are vesting in them. Progressives will lecture you about compassion for the homeless while resolutely opposing measures to build them new homes. Democratic elected officials are content to pat themselves on the back for doing a ribbon-cutting ceremony on 20 units of affordable housing while their city has a deficit of 20,000 units. And local housing issues are hardly the only policy arena I might name. We talk about the rising costs of raising children, of education, of housing. We talk about the climate and green energy, about immigration and the border. We talk a lot about all of these things. Democratic politicians can't shut up about them. But what have we done about them in the last 10 years? So we are afraid of power. But what is the root of this fear? There are converging ideological and structural factors. Let's begin with the structural ones which, being more material, seem more important. We all know that the Democrats and Republicans are the only parties that matter in America. We also know that in deep blue or red states, the general election is usually a foregone conclusion. Whoever has a D or a next to their name wins, respectively. Therefore, the real election is the primary election. Take progressive firebrand Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Her election to Congress was celebrated not on November 6, 2018, when the general election was held, but on June 26, when she defeated incumbent Joe Crowley in the Democratic primary. Some 29,780 people voted in that primary election. 141,122 voted in the general election. 740,963 live in that congressional district. In other words, to win the right to represent 750,000 people, it suffices to win the votes of fewer than 15,000 committed Democratic partisans, a mere 2% of the total population. This is no shade on AOC personally, who has been an outstanding congresswoman, but it puts into stark relief the structural features of politics in one-party states. Winning elections does not require delivering results for the majority of the actual population. It requires pleasing the fractional minority of people who turn out for the party primary. Preaching to the choir. Political scientists Bruce Bueno de Mesquita and Alastair Smith distinguish between the nominal electorate and the real selectorate, whose support is actually necessary to win power. A narrow selectorate inherently warps political incentives away from the needs of the electorate and towards the desires of the selectorate. The dynamic is clearly illustrated by another story from my neighborhood. A canvasser for a progressive candidate for local city council came to my door. He assured me that the candidate cared about climate change, immigration, abortion. She had all the right stances on all the great issues of the day. Of course, as a councilwoman, she would have power over approximately none of these issues. When I asked about housing, the canvasser was caught flat-footed. He mumbled something about ensuring that communities have a say in what gets built. In other words, the status quo. The progressive candidate was promising exactly no material change in city governance. But she said the words that politics-obsessed Democrats like me want to hear, because she understood that winning power depended on those politics-obsessed Democrats, not the public at large. I said that structural factors appear to matter most in explaining why the Democratic Party in blue states and municipalities prioritizes rhetorical signaling over real change. But in fact, it begs the question of why committed Democrats themselves demand talk over action. After all, Republicans seem to evince no fear of aggressively deploying state power for conservative ends, and their position in deep red states is structurally identical. But they do not seek community feedback about whether they should do a study to see if they should ban books about queer kids. They just do it. The dead hand of the new left. To understand the democratic fear of power, we therefore need to talk about deeper currents in culture and ideology. In particular, we need to understand how deeply the inheritance of the new left of the 1960s and 70s has shaped progressive thinking. So let us wind the clock back to 1968 and see the world through its eyes. Cuyahoga River was on fire. Chicago was on fire. Vietnam was on fire. From the new left's perspective, the system was a great machine of evil that was everywhere grinding up humanity. Robert Moses at home, Robert McNamara abroad. Hence the rallying cry, "Do not fold, spindle, or mutilate." Leftism consisted in stopping the machine from doing its evil work. It wanted to stop urban renewal from bulldozing black communities for the sake of new highways. It wanted to stop the construction of filthy, environment-destroying industries. It wanted to stop the American military from firebombing civilians abroad. In a world full of wicked power, it seemed like fighting power was the only thing that mattered. 50 years later, we remained consumed with this ethos. We remain obsessed with preventing the state from doing bad things, even as our tools are now mainly used to prevent good things. Environmental laws are leveraged to delay or deny green energy construction. Community feedback is used to block dense housing in rich neighborhoods. Our elected officials prioritize communicating that they have the right politics over actually getting anything done. We are all talk, no action. This gets to the heart of the recent storm of criticism over the groups or the nonprofit industrial complex. For the structural reasons discussed above, these groups have an influence that outruns their actual size in Democratic Party politics. And for ideological reasons, they're all obsessed not with doing anything, but with obstructing the operations of government while making sad noises about the evils of the world. Even in cases where progressives inarguably wield state power, often quite extensive state power, they remain convinced that they are rebels against the system. Every time environmental regulations are used to shut down a nuclear power plant, every time apartment buildings are blocked by permits denied, every time a wind turbine factory is put on hold because of community feedback, that is a hard-won victory by plucky rebels fighting the system. Our fear of power prevents us from recognizing that in many parts of America, we are the system. We are the power. It is time to use that power in a way that delivers real material results for Americans. A better alternative. So what is to be done? If we want blue states to be our bastions and our showroom floors at once, what must we change? Tell the wreckers to pound sand. Groups, staffers, and ideas that prioritize virtue signaling process over material results need to get kicked out of the tent. This is, first and foremost, a work of culture and ideology. We need to change the definition of progress from throw your body on the gears to build the future. Build housing and everything else. The lack of sufficient housing is the single biggest policy failure of blue states and cities. And the only way to build enough is to reform and remove the thicket of regulations that prevent people from building housing. Enough. It needs to get done. Whether we call it YMBYism or abundance or whatever else matters little, we need to build. Reform the electoral structure. Both of the above reforms and successful change generally will be easier to pursue if general elections are more competitive. Competition forces you to perform. It is no accident that purple state Democrats are more dynamic and energetic than blue state Democrats as a rule. Multi-member proportional elections can be implemented at the state level without going through the federal government. We need to get our act together. Despite being cartoonishly awful, Donald Trump has won 2 of the last 3 elections. Democratic states are projected to get hammered in the 2030 redistricting, while Republican states continue to gain. Americans will keep voting with their feet against Democrats and for Republicans until we start actually delivering real material change, not just carefully worded statements evincing the right kind of concern and deeply held principle. Let's get to work. Thanks for reading The Unpopulist. Subscribe for free to support our project. An earlier version of this essay first...
I love that. Basically do something rather than talk about something. So I'm all for that. And, quite frankly, let's be like Republicans. Do something rather than talk about it. Seems to be a good policy. Hey, what's up, Dwali? Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. That doesn't seem to happen lately. Y'all hit the like button and hit the not like button. If that's your choice as well. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel if you're new here, especially. Also, make sure you share the wealth. Not quite an echo chamber, just mostly an echo chamber. That's my opinion. Also, make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. That's my personal channel. Make sure you support your host or your favorite hosts. And above all the hosts, make sure you support Portia J. She is kind of our executive producer, definitely my executive producer. I get cool graphics like the one you see behind this little thing here. And she's a very creative and wonderful person. She basically, is the idea engine behind some of these channels. So if no one else, make sure you support our executive producer. Dolomite, what foolishness? Well, hey, I end the week with foolishness. I started with foolishness. When am I not about foolishness? So that's kind of a rhetorical question, don't you think? So I'm at the end of my agenda. I don't know. This is just kind of hit the link if y'all want. We can kibitz for a little bit. This show won't last much longer. I've pretty much done everything I wanted to do, but I was actually kind of looking at this particular article, or well, not article, this Thomas Sowell thing. That's let's see, when did it come out? 2 weeks ago. How did I miss it? But let's watch this because I'm kind of curious. Let's see what it has to say.
Many of the free Negroes stayed in the South. Do you know in the 1860 census, there were 440,000 about free Negroes. I mentioned that earlier. More than half lived in the states that were the Confederacy and the border states where slavery was free. And they stayed there, ladies and gentlemen, unmolested, including my family in eastern West Virginia. They stayed there because that's where they had their family and that's where they had their property. Remember, their property they had to be given property in Virginia and many of these other southern states. What are they going to do? Go to New York? Live in Harlem? Hang out and listen to jazz with Dizzy, Charlie Parker? They stayed where they were raised. And many of them, this is the worst, the dirtiest secret in African American history, is that a surprisingly high percentage of the free Negroes in the South owned slaves themselves. And some of them owned, we explain it away by saying, oh, but they only own their mother, or they own their mother, they own their sister, they own their wife, and they own some other workers too. A surprisingly high number owned workers who they did not liberate throughout the South. There were enough black free Negroes who supported the Confederacy that they voluntarily formed a regiment in the state of North Carolina to fight for the Confederacy. And black Confederate troops are featured on the cover of Harper's Weekly in 1863. Frederick Douglass used this as an argument to make Lincoln allow black men to fight. Wow. Because remember, Lincoln didn't want to do it. Lincoln made a famous statement in 1862. He said, I suppose we could arm them, but if we did, their arms would end up in the hands of the Confederates within a week, because he thought that they were incompetent, not smart enough to win. And eventually, as I said, the North was losing the war. Frederick Douglass was agitating, and this book by Casemore persuaded him to change his mind, and incrementally. So again, it's not only the myth makers who created the idealized Lincoln.
The unique position of the Western world in the history, and especially the destruction of slavery, need not imply that there was unanimity within the West on this institution. In addition to whites who defended the enslavement of Africans on racial grounds, or who opposed general emancipation on social grounds, there were many whites, and even blacks, who defended slavery as a matter of self-interest as slave owners. Although most black owners of slaves in the United States were only nominal owners of members of their own families, there were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners, just like their white counterparts. An estimated 1/3 of the free persons of color in New Orleans were slave owners, and thousands of these slave owners volunteered to fight for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Black slave owners were even more common in the Caribbean. In short, there were many defenders of slavery in the West, even in the 19th century. And outside the West, slavery was too widely accepted to require defense.
While true, I often figure out what's the point. Does that mean slavery was okay? It was just something that should have been tolerated, not abolished. Once again, these Thomas Sowell brothers never actually quite get to where they leave a lot to assumption. And I find that happens with the anti-black blacks too. They just leave a lot to assumption. And then when you call them on it, well, I didn't say that. It's rather annoying, to be honest. Duale, you should start tuning in earlier. I talked about not inflation so much, but the economy. Tariffs are the biggest, at least in my mind, the biggest issue right now. And Trump has kind of backed off. We talked about China, or I talked about China and tariffs. So you can rewind the show if you're that curious. So if no one's going to hit the link, I'll give you about 5 minutes, and then after that, we can just go ahead and end this. What we can do, let's see if there's anything in the newspapers that's worth noting. Kind of doubt that there is. Ukraine pinning war hopes on expanded drone program. I thought they were supposed to be ending it. Rubio says Trump will decide this week on continuing Ukraine war talks. American children in Honduras. We already talked about that. I think that if American citizens, even if they're kids, are being hurt by Trump's immigration policies, Americans should always come first. If you have to bend a rule or change a rule or do due process, which is actually the most important thing, do it. American citizens come first, just as America comes first. There is no America without American citizens. I'll talk about Canadian elections another time. I'm not that much into Canadian elections. Let's see. Albuquerque has a crime problem. Is the National Guard the answer? Why on earth would Albuquerque have a crime problem? This is interesting. Well, let's hear about Albuquerque's crime problem.
Albuquerque has a crime problem. Is the National Guard the answer? This article is by Jack Healy and read by an automated voice. To critics, President Trump's threat to deploy the military to fight crime and unrest in America's cities is a nightmare scenario, a pretext for martial law, and a potential assault on democracy. But starting next month, dozens of National Guard troops will be on the streets of a deeply democratic city, Albuquerque, in a deeply democratic state, New Mexico, and they are being deployed by the state's governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, a Democrat. She said they are needed to help the strained police force confront a crisis of violent crime and fentanyl use. The situation in Albuquerque has reached an unacceptable crisis point, she said. We simply cannot wait for traditional solutions to take effect. Few residents of Albuquerque would deny the scourge of violence in a neighborhood bisected by Route 66 and home to dense blocks of auto shops, immigrant-run businesses, and working-class families. Officially, it is the International District, but many call it the war zone. The governor's move to deploy Guard troops, more commonly seen at wildfires, hurricanes, and tornadoes, has divided locals, reflecting the broader civil war within the Democratic Party over crime and disorder. It is already emerging as an issue among the Democrats who seek to succeed her in the governor's office in Santa Fe. Some praise the Guard's arrival, saying extra resources could help to restore order before the 100-year anniversary of Route 66 brings thousands of tourists to Albuquerque next year. Critics called it an invasion of a neglected neighborhood that desperately needs better housing and services. What's the difference between Trump and the governor if they're both rolling out the military? Asked Enrique Cardiel, a longtime community organizer who helps run a monthly potluck in the neighborhood. Under the governor's plan, the Guard troops will deploy across Albuquerque, but will focus on the area around Route 66, a strip of fading, neon-lit Americana that is now home to homeless encampments, shuttered motels, people smoking fentanyl on the sidewalks, and a corner market where 7 murders have occurred since 2020. The area has grappled with gangs and drug-related violence stretching back decades, residents said, but crime and homelessness have soared since the COVID pandemic. Retailers have fled. People have built steel security fences around their Pueblo-style homes. But debate lingers over whether that calls for military action. The governor and her allies are quick to say there's plenty of difference between the state's plan and the deployments Mr. Trump has entertained. This isn't about militarizing our streets, Ms. Lujan Grisham said in an email sent while she was traveling in Asia last week. She framed the deployment as bold, decisive action. She said the Guard's role of supporting law enforcement would be completely different than the domestic uses of the military that Mr. Trump has entertained, such as patrolling the border, quelling protests, or fighting crime. There's a clear line between supporting law enforcement with specialized capabilities versus using troops to perform law enforcement functions, she said. Our operation is a targeted, strategic deployment requested by local officials who are on the front lines of this crisis. Ms. Lujan Grisham, who will complete her second and final term in 2026, has made confronting New Mexico's high rates of violent crime a central issue in her final years as governor, and the issue is likely to shape the Democratic primary to replace her between Sam Bregman, the district attorney in Albuquerque, and Deb Haaland, the progressive former congresswoman and interior secretary. This spring, Ms. Lujan Grisham scolded fellow Democrats in the state legislature for failing to pass new laws to address a surge in juvenile crime. After 3 people were killed in a shooting at a park in the border town of Las Cruces last month, she suggested calling lawmakers back for a special session focused on our ongoing public safety crisis. She issued the emergency declaration in response to a request for help from Albuquerque's police chief, Harold Medina, made in March. City officials say the 950 officer department is chronically understaffed, like many nationwide, and that putting guard troops into supporting roles would free up more officers to patrol the streets, respond to complaints, and investigate violent crimes. About 60 to 70 National Guard members will deploy to Albuquerque. They will not have the power to arrest people or do any direct police work, officials say, and will not carry guns, be in uniform, or roll down Route 66 in Humvees. Instead, they will wear polo shirts and khakis and carry radios and, maybe, pepper spray, officials said. The effort is expected to cost the state about $750,000 a month. The Guard troops are likely to transport.
I'm gonna take that last point and go back to the essay I just played. Okay, why on earth would you spend $750,000 to deploy troops dressed in street clothes carrying radios? You either you either do like law enforcement or you don't. This is just like talking about it. Why bother? This is a bad idea. If paying these people, taking them off their jobs and away from their families, which can happen if you're a National Guard member, sending them to a city they don't know, dressing them in civilian clothes and giving them radios to kind of say, oh, hey, I think a crime's happening. That's a show. That's a dog and pony show. So I'm against it. What are these Democrats doing? So next story, public sours on Musk's role. I think this is probably just beating a dead horse, but I'm going to play it anyway.
This news story was written by Emily Guskin and Scott Clement. Public sours on Musk's role, is skeptical that government is cutting waste. 35% of Americans approve of the way Musk is handling his job in the Trump administration, while 57% disapprove, a Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll shows. Americans are increasingly critical of Elon Musk's role in the Trump administration, with a Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll finding negative reactions to some cuts made by his U.S. Doge service, and skeptical that the government is cutting waste and fraud. The poll finds 35% of Americans approve of the way Musk is handling his job in the Trump administration, while 57% disapprove. Negative ratings of Musk are up from 49% in February, while his approval has shifted little from 34% 2 months ago. He remains less popular than President Donald Trump, who has a 39% approval rating and a 55% disapproval rating. Disapproval of Musk is up among almost all demographic groups in the poll, including by double digits among adults under 30, from 51% to 62%, independents who do not lean toward either party, from 41% to 57%, and those without college degrees, from 44% to 54%. Musk's Doge service, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, has claimed to cut wasteful and fraudulent government spending. He recently said his group identified $150 billion in savings for the 2026 fiscal year, far lower than targets he had previously identified. While 43% of Americans say federal government waste has decreased under Trump, a majority say waste has either stayed the same, 31%, or increased, 25%. Asked about fraud, the public splits into approximate thirds. 34% say it has increased under Trump, 32% say it has decreased, and 34% say it has stayed the same. The poll also finds 77% of Americans opposed to reducing federal funding for medical research, along with 62% who oppose freezing foreign aid that provides food and health services for people in poor countries. The Post previously reported National Institutes of Health funding has declined by almost 60% since Trump took office. Doge's team terminated key food and emergency medical assistance across Africa and the Middle East earlier in April, and also essentially shut down the U.S. Agency for International Development. On a broader level, almost 6 in 10 adults say they are concerned that Trump will do too much to reduce the size and role of government in U.S. society. In late 2021, a similar majority were concerned about President Joe Biden increasing the government's role. Musk's role in the White House moving forward is unclear. He has clashed with other Trump advisors, and profits at his car company, Tesla, have plunged. Last Tuesday, Musk told investors that his time allocation to Doge will drop significantly starting next month. The post-ABC Ipsos poll was conducted online April 18th, 22 among 2,464 U.S. adults. The sample was drawn through the Ipsos Knowledge Panel, an ongoing panel of U.S. households recruited by mail using random sampling methods. Overall results have a margin of error of plus or minus 2 points.
Yeah, well, that's probably telling us what we already know. So, I don't know. Most of this news has been, kind of the reality of Trump slowly but surely. It's a slow spiral downward. And I don't know. I honestly can't figure out why he can't do better. And I have my theories, but I won't burden you with those. You can probably guess what they are. What is it? News, Google. Give me 1 sec here. There we are. We'll take a look at Google News here, what the polls say, which is also problematic. You shouldn't govern by polls, but you should pay attention to them. And let's see here. I actually think this has been kind of a slow news Monday. All right. Well, can't see anything. Last call for anyone who wants to click a link, come up and discuss something. Other than that, I'm going to wrap this up. There wasn't as much news as I thought there'd be. Pretty much covered everything. Oh, Dave, you're here. Hey, Dave.
What
How
up,
was your
Stanley?
weekend?
Did a lot of grass cutting, even more.
I watched a show this weekend about this family that bought a farm. I think it was in North Carolina, somewhere in the woods. And dude in the fall would spend like 7 hours on a Saturday just getting rid of leaves. And so I don't envy you. Back in the day, I used to cut lawns. You got a riding lawnmower?
Nah, self-propelled.
Almost as good. You'll get more exercise that way. Someone lost their turtle. It traveled 30 miles away from home. How do you lose a turtle?
Hey, Stanley, I got a question for you.
What's that?
Do you think that you come from former slave owners? Do you think you have a bloodline that goes back to somebody who owned slaves?
a bloodline that goes back a ways, or
No, back to, you think your ancestors owned some slaves themselves? Because I mean, I don't know.
not that I don't think my ancestors did. On my mother's side, goes back to the Sea Islands of South Carolina. Like I've said, they weren't famous for slaves owning slaves over there. They were all slaves. There wasn't a lot of like wealth over, in the Sea Islands. On my father's side, it's a little bit more complicated because his mother's side, my grandmother's side, South Georgia and Florida. And I'm thinking there weren't a whole lot of black slave owners in South Georgia or Florida. Now, my father's side, I'm sorry, my father's side, my grandfather's side is a little bit more complicated. I don't know about his maternal side, but my grandfather's family actually originated up in West Virginia. There was apparently like some German dude. So if there is, I don't know about it. And I'm kind of odd in that I'm one of these people who don't, other than my grandparents. And apparently I had my father's grandmother was still alive when I was born, but I don't remember meeting her. I was way too young. I don't get that wrapped up. You would think someone who likes history will get wrapped up in their genealogy, but I don't. The dead can't help you. And, there's no generational wealth. So, I don't need to be that concerned with it. So how about yourself?
I don't know, man. That article you read, it kind of tickled me a little bit because
Why is that?
Because if you was to tell somebody that, especially like a super pro-black, I'm not saying that you are, but they would deny that outright.
Why would they deny it?
Because most people don't know the history. They like the narrative.
I'm going to argue that most white people don't know their ancestry in detail.
And I don't know. I got some habits.
Well, I mean, at least most of the white people I know of.
Have you ever caught yourself, or has your father ever witnessed you doing something and then came out and said that, oh my God, I can't believe you do that. I used to do that when I was your age. That kind of stuff.
No. I mean, my father grew up a lot different than I did. He will tell me, my father's 81. So, back way in deep South Georgia, he and my uncle, his brother, used to help pick cotton, along with my grandfather, they had to make ends meet. So, no, I didn't grow up picking cotton. So no, he's never said, "Well, no, you're picking cotton." I used to do that too. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure my father, especially, probably made a concerted effort not to, have me doing some things he had to do as a child or as a teenager.
I find it weird that most black people can't swim. I'm not going to, there's no statistic to prove it either way, but let's just say I know a lot of black people who cannot swim, right? And everybody in my family can, like fish. They took the water very, very well, almost like it was coded in DNA, in the DNA.
Okay, well, almost isn't is. So I don't know. I mean, your family's from the South, right? Um,
Yeah, my mother's side, her mom's from the South, and my dad, uh, my 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 mom's mom is from the South. My dad is from the South,
mhm.
and his whole side of the family, Georgia, born and raised. You know, that's how they met. My
Well,
grandfather,
I mean, if there's a great migration, there are more places to fish out in the country in Georgia than there would be like in some city somewhere.
there's some things that I've noticed. This is going nowhere, family. I don't have a bigger point. There's just, I guess, it's a coincidence. I think about those things. It's like my father witnessed me doing this, and for some reason it was some huge revelation to him that it got him interested in wanting to know his genealogy. Why does my son do this particular thing that I used to do, that I knew my dad did, and I never told him that we did that?
Well, what was the thing? Can you tell it? It
I'd
wasn't.
rather not. It's
Okay.
it's
Well,
just a thing.
I mean, there's some things that may be proclivities, uh, but well, anyway, I think if there's something that got him interested in his genealogy, that's not a bad thing. Knowledge is power.
Yeah, big nothing burger. Anyway, I do think it is fascinating that blacks own their family and they consider that slave owners. Well, maybe that was the protection of their family.
Okay,
But then
well,
again, like,
again, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. This wasn't a widespread thing. Um, they were talking mostly about free black people. This is the other thing. When you say blacks did something, that might not mean a majority. It just means some blacks did it. And, I've been told many times, well, you know what I mean. Well, this is the kind of space where words matter. So when you say blacks, I assume you mean all blacks or a majority of blacks, and that's simply not true. Okay, I don't get, I get told, and it's mentioned all the time by the anti-black blacks or the soul brothers that blacks own slaves, and I'm like, why would I deny they did? Blacks fought for the Confederacy. Why would I deny they did? Those were exceptions to the rule. And I don't, arguing a point, arguing that, hey, slavery wasn't so bad because blacks owned slaves too. To me, that's not much of an argument.
that's
You're
not an
arguing,
argument.
you're arguing rules by exceptions.
Most history is told by, okay, for us especially, we get the narrative from the side that seems to be more of the we take pride in this and what happened to us. But there was always a contingent of people who were on the opposite side of that.
Okay, well, I think literally American history is written by the victors. And sometimes it's kind of arguable who actually won, for instance, the Civil War. I think, the North won it, militarily and maybe even slightly culturally. But in the end, the South won the hearts and minds of at least the people in the South. So history's written by white people in America. So um, so to be honest, white people won either way. Whether you're a Confederate or a Yankee, white people won.
Right? People won. Yep.
Which isn't surprising.
How long do you think that? How long do you think that white people will entertain this victim narrative that I see.
That
See,
they're the victim?
I can't have this discussion with you because a lot of it is subjective. It's just from what I've seen. That's all, and it's not really
Well, I
a
mean,
position based on
but the
argument.
thing is, there's nothing wrong with arguing what you see, but not everything you see is the truth. It's so subjective. How about pick up a book and maybe what you see might correspond? Or what if you read something that you're not seeing? You never would have the opportunity to see. This I see it, therefore it is true. Um, I've never found that, something that, I would accept as a good argument.
Right. Because even there were black people that opposed MLK.
As a matter of fact, I've heard he only had like a 30% national approval rating. And a lot of black people, I don't think he was that popular in the black community. Because, I mean, people were living the lives they lived. And, even in the middle of Jim Crow, it was possible to live a comfortable life. Why would you want an agitator coming in disturbing that? And to go back about, I want to go back to your point about white people being victims. Is that what you meant? Like white men being victims?
Yes, let's say white and black.
Okay, well, here's the deal. And I do believe this, and I could, argue the point fairly comfortably. If you have had, say, all the power, having to cede power to share it is victimization. You're losing something. And you can also make the argument that you're not so much losing as much as, it's a win-win. But you know what? If you're into power and you have to share it out, well, of course you're going to feel victimized. I'll give you a good example. My son is supposed to be home towards the end of this week, and I've been using his room as kind of like a studio for this YouTube show. And I have to move my shit out of his room, and it's my goddamn house. But I have to move my stuff out so he can reoccupy it. I feel I'm losing. I'm not happy. But I got to do it. Now,
So
I could tell my son that you coming back home, I'm the victim here.
Yeah, you're the victim.
Well, hey, I'm comfy. I got a nice desk. I get to look out on it's an unoccupied room, and it's my little YouTube studio, but I got to give it up because this boy's coming home, and I'm not happy. I'm being victimized here. However, it's kind of like, hey, having to share power, having to share some freedom. It doesn't have to mean you're giving up freedom. I can still do the YouTube show. I just have some rules, and that rule is I can't do it in his room because he's going to be in it. So personally, I don't think there's white victimization. I think it's non-existent. It is conceptual. It is not actual.
So when he's home, is he ever interested in what you're saying to people on the internet?
No. Why would he be?
Is he ever within the earshot when you give your opinions on these topics?
If he is, he usually closes my door so he doesn't have to hear it. No, he's not even. Why would an 18-year-old be interested in what a 60-year-old has to say on the internet?
Oh, you haven't met my son.
Well, and funny enough, when I go back and I look at my channel, my personal channel's demographics, there is no one under 35 who listens to this show. At least, because I simulcast it to my channel, so I get to see some of the demographics. No one under 35 listens to this show. If YouTube is to be believed. So he'll be 19 in a month. Why would a 19-year-old be interested in this stuff?
I don't know. You did kind of pull Lasagna Killer out the cloud. That's your number one critic. He's a young man.
He's 20. He's 26 and an anomaly. I don't think he's a rule.
Well,
and as much as he calls everybody boomer and just says you're gonna die soon, he's not the kind of under 35 demographic I want.
he's giving you that 26-year-old perspective.
No, I think
white male.
I was 26. Honestly, it's not a perspective that I need care about. I think that Lasagna Killer has his own problems, and I don't consider him the average 26-year-old, for better or for worse. And mostly, in my opinion, it's worse.
Well, those are just my thoughts. It gets busy here, so it's kind of hard for me to stay consistent in the conversation. But
Yeah, well, I appreciate you coming up. I was gonna comment on Ryan about cotton. They don't grow cotton up in the Mid-Atlantic, so it's very possible. It's something you grow. I don't even think I've seen cotton in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, definitely, over to Alabama. You need a pretty warm climate, and actually a hot climate to grow cotton. And you don't just pick it and make something out of it. You got to process it and then weave it into into thread. Thread becomes cloth. You don't just pick it off the the cotton ball and make clothes out of it. And it's kind of thorny. You'll get scratches picking cotton. And all these people are rolling in. Hey, Kelvin. Oh, I see Bumpkin's here. What's up, Bumpkin?
Yeah, I wish they would hit the link.
Oh, yeah. The link is pinned at the top. SKC's here. Now, I must hear, let's see, I don't think America would have survived the 1800s if black people would have won. I don't know what that means, SKC. Won what? What would black people have to win? That's a curious statement. But SKC often makes statements that I don't understand. Probably he's making some point that I'm not considering. So I'll give him that credit. All right. Well, no one wants to hit the link. That is sad. I'm so sad that, well, I know SKC is probably busy. So I'll give SKC, I'll just give you carte blanche or grace or whatever it is. Yeah, I was looking at this White House update. This can't be live. What time do these press conferences? This has got to be hours before the actual press conference.
Oh, that lady was not married. That's why the husband could
Which
not make that
lady?
decision. The 2-year-old who got reported.
Oh, no. It doesn't matter whether she was married or not. There's still, if the father is around, do you know if he was an American citizen or not?
Yeah, he
If
was
there are two
American.
sets of ladies now, one with a 4-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl, I think it was, both American citizens. And then there's that 2-year-old, and I think they might all be. One was Honduras, and I forget where the other country was. But bottom line is, I don't care about the immigration status of the birth parent. American citizens, if America's first, American citizens are first. And I don't care if they're two, and I don't care if the mother made a decision. Her decision was not to be deported. And without due process, I have huge problems with American citizens, even if they're minors and are kind of subject to parental decisions. I have a problem with the due process not happening.
I have a problem with every report that everybody who reported that story, because the devil is in the details on that. And they left
Okay,
them
the
out.
devil, and you know what due process is for? To sort out the devils.
Yes, and they reached out to the father.
I
They
will
had
not
a
let
conversation.
ICE decisions. Either take your kids with you or not, because you're going to be deported. ICE and due process, those two should never be said in the same sentence.
The conclusion
What's
is
up,
drawn
Uncle?
that they didn't get due process, but that
Okay,
they didn't tell the whole story.
There's some
They didn't
things
tell the
I'm
whole story.
simply going to overtalk and not argue. American citizens come first. I don't care if you have to bend a rule. They didn't choose their mother. And if America first, I'm assuming that means American citizens first. And I don't care if they're 5 or 7 or 2, they come first. Those citizens who are not adults deserve due process, period. I will not accept that the mother made a decision, or it's all bullshit. You treat American citizens. Depriving an American child of an American childhood is a sin, in my opinion. And I don't even want to entertain the opposite argument. I'm just going to have to be an autocrat in that way.
If I'm really autocratic, I mean,
You can hold on one second, Pumpkin. Let Dave finish.
Okay.
We're talking about a 2-year-old. They're under the custody of the
Okay,
parents.
and so you're saying a 2-year-old American citizen is less an American citizen than a 40-year-old American citizen?
The 2-year-old can't make that decision.
Okay, that's why there's due process. Let a 40-year-old judge decide.
Well, the mother
not a 40-year-old ICE agent.
The mother requested that her child.
Okay, like I said, I'm sorry. This is going to be the one time kids come first. American kids come first, and anything, even a mother who's not a citizen, depriving that American child of an American childhood, I want a judge doing due process. If the judge decides, hey, take your kid with you, that'll make me feel I won't agree with the judge necessarily, but at least I can't say there wasn't due process.
Mm-hmm. So,
sorry, I'm a constitutional
argument.
kind of guy. I like the Constitution.
For me,
it is the bane of my existence. but it also justifies a lot of my arguments.
Now, mind you, they're leaving all the important details out on the story.
I don't give a fuck about the details. No, seriously. American citizen, you cannot and should not deport a U.S. citizen, even if the mother decides to take that U.S. citizen. Due process. What the fuck do you people have a problem with due process? You might want to slow your roll a minute, take this illegal alien, this illegal person, undocumented, with 2 American citizens, and put them before a judge who is eminently more qualified than either of us to decide which. I don't see how that's unreasonable to
Oh,
expect.
it's reasonable. It's just that.
Okay, then what the hell are you talking about? Why are you justifying this barbarity?
Oh, because it was set a precedent.
Motherfucker, that's a precedent. I'm sorry. I really get upset when you start talking like constitutional abusing and deporting American citizens who are minors. Okay, you're not looking out for the best interest of that American child. You're making that American child suffer because of a bad decision she had no part in. You know what? They're not responsible for the parent being an illegal. You're making children suffer. You're depriving them of an American childhood, and without due process. I just find that abhorrent.
They do that here. You don't have to.
I don't care. Don't give me the whataboutism. Let's concentrate. Let's concentrate on what we're talking about.
Yeah, they're not going to go against what they historically do all the time. They give the mother the custody.
You want to skip
the mother's deported.
You want to skip to Malu as anti-black blacks, black soul brothers, and all these MAGA folks want to do. You want to talk about everything else except for the point, which
there are no details.
My point,
available.
and you need to stick to it because you're not going to be able to evade it. America first means Americans first, even if you're 5 years old. Period.
Yeah, I genuinely agree.
Okay, I'll get to you, Bumpkin. Dave, I need to make sure I'm done dispatching Dave's very horrible, monstrous argument.
Yeah, we're done for now. I'm gonna bring it back up later.
We were done about 30 minutes ago. You just wouldn't admit it.
No, I'm still searching for LMK. You can't find nothing on it.
Mr. Bumpkin, how you doing?
It's going. As far as that topic goes, the law is the law as long as birthright citizenship stands.
The law is a law. Oh, well, I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. As long as birthright citizenship stands, therefore that is an American citizen, and therefore they should.
Now there are caveats. I mean, Dave's argument isn't like totally being, but due process, which is in the same amendment with the birthright in the 5th Amendment too. It's all contained in the 14th Amendment. And again, I might not agree with the judge's decision, but you know what? How about slow your roll and consider the American citizens, even if they're 2 and 5 or 11, at least put it before a judge. What is the rush to get rid of, this woman who's illegal? How about just take some extra time? And I'm sure if President Trump is as mighty as he thinks he is, I'm sure he could get a judge to rearrange a schedule, to hear this case and expedite it or something.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about keeping the mother here?
Well, no, the mother. Well, I think they've already deported him.
And Holman said deport the whole family.
Yeah. Well, Holman, don't even bring him up.
That's not. You can't do.
He's a problem, and I don't think Holman's going to survive in the long term.
Right. Like I said, as long as birthright citizenship stands, you can't deport the whole family. If there's
Well, no. I don't have a problem with parental decisions. I think you can deport the whole family, but let's get it to a judge. Okay, the problem is the minors don't have a say in the matter. The illegal parent does. And it's not the lady wasn't self-deporting. If it was self-deporting, I'd be okay with that. She didn't have a choice. And people saying, well, she chose to take her children with her. Well, if she had a choice, she probably wouldn't be leaving in the first place. So it's an illusion of choice. It's you're gonna go, take your children with you or don't. That's not much of a choice.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Obviously,
Well, it is what it is, and my point is it shouldn't be.
And my point is that you do get more of a decision when you're married.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, no duh. Is that
Well,
woulda, coulda, shoulda? That's what MAGA does best. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
that baby would be with the father if they were married,
Very Old Testament.
and that's fine. But
No, it's not
yeah,
fun.
it stands. He would be with the
Well, in my opinion,
LNK would be with the father if they were married because he would have a say in what happens with the child.
what John? What the hell are you doing in this chat? Wait, hold it. Stan, let's see. Stanley is looking out for the best interests of a child born by illegals. Well, John, unfortunately, that child is an American citizen as much as an American citizen is you or me. So I'm not looking out for the parent. Oh, wait, hold it. Absolutely, I'm looking out for the best interests of the child born by illegals because that child is an American citizen.
And that's why
America
this whole
first.
thing is
America
stupid.
first.
Let me go.
America first.
I know what you're doing. You're being facetious.
Oh no.
Obviously.
Actually, I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious in a facetious manner, joking manner. But no, I'm dead serious. America first means you protect American citizens, and even if they're minor children, you at least have someone adjudicate between that mother and Holman, basically, or Holman, whatever his name is.
You're being facetious in a serious manner.
No, I'm not being facetious. I'm being dead serious. I'm just laughing while I'm serious. Bumpkin, I'm taking up your time. So what's going on?
You're good. You're good, man. You're good. When it comes to immigration, specifically when it comes to families, there's really no way to do it that's going to make everyone happy.
Right.
I mean, if you said treat them like American citizens, all right. I mean, if I had a kid,
Well, no, I mean the American citizens like American citizens.
yeah, the American citizens like American citizens, absolutely. Like if I had a kid, right, and I was found that I was drunk driving with the child in the back seat, right, which is a major crime, that child would be what? It's taken away from me, correct?
And see that's a great analogy.
Exactly. But when we try to do that, because it is a crime, a felony crime to come to the United States illegally, when we try to take the child away,
It's not a felony to cut. Illegal immigration is a felony. Well, yeah, it is federal law.
Yes.
Again, I see where you want to go, and it's not going to work. Those kids did not bring their parents here.
No, but their parents chose that. What I'm saying is the best.
Okay,
option.
and okay. Well, let me make this point. I don't care if the parent is a felon. If you need to bend the law to protect an American citizen, you do it. Period.
Yeah. So
if you need to give that illegal legal status, you do it.
Oh, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just
because what's the choice? Hurt an American citizen, deprive an American child of an American childhood just for the wrongdoing. Now, I guess your argument could be, well, hey, give them to Child Protective Services or something. But I think the better decision would be just to make the parent legal and keep them here. And if that means that I don't care what you have to do to protect a child, an American child, bend the law, make a new law. The child is the priority.
What you're gonna do is make a loophole to be exploited.
And you know what? Make two if you have to.
Yeah. So it just sounded like you just want to keep the illegal immigrants here. Honestly,
No. What it sounds like. What I want to do is protect the children, American citizens.
Yeah, absolutely.
And no. You're going to take
them
hold
from their
on,
felony
sir.
parents.
Sir, it does not work like that on this panel. My framing rules. Okay, don't bend my framing. I'm telling you what I want to do. Don't reframe what I'm telling you I want to do. I want to protect American children, and if you have to bend a rule, unfelon a felon. Now, crossing the border is not a violent crime. I'm not saying, if she's a murderer, then put her ass in jail. Okay, but if it's just crossing illegally, bend the rule. So that's what I'm saying. Don't reframe it.
DUI is also not a violent crime either.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like I said, don't reframe it.
I'm not reframing it. Okay, so real quick question. Is this show just Stanley talks? Or can panelists give rebuttals?
Hold on one sec. I've lost audio. I can't hear you.
Bumpkin, there's a method to the madness. You just have to learn the method. You can win. I'm like, I got a couple of wins on Stanley, all right? I don't know if you can hear me. That's good.
Okay, I can hear you now. I'm sorry, my Bluetooth earbuds died.
Okay. Yeah.
So what I was saying is don't reframe it. I meant what I said. Don't bring in DUI or all that whataboutism.
That's not whataboutism though. I'm using examples of I'm looking at your argument, right? And for us to have a intellectual discussion on said argument, right? We have to.
It says Bumpkin to ask the question is to answer it. Yeah. Lou, you actually get me sometimes. I believe children are the future. I absolutely do. Old people aren't. The logic is off the cliff at this point, Stanley. Afraid not, Lou. Maybe you don't know what logic is. And sometimes you should be willing to ditch logic. I think logically, you do that what is it? I can't even remember the term.
Stanley transcends logic.
Essentially what it sounds like Dave and Bumpkin want to do is do that, what is it? Partis sequitur ventrum or some bullshit like that. Whatever the term was, where the children inherit the status of the mother. Let's not repeat that mistake.
What? No. That's not what I said.
Stanley wants all the kids to be raised by the government. Wants, I assume you mean. 12th man, sober up. And then we can talk.
That's a pretty good comeback, not gonna lie.
All right. Well, looks like the panel has been checked. Bumpkin, this J-Dub, bingo.
Well,
Man is now a commie. You know what? He does show some communist tendencies.
I just have a question, right? So when you're running these panels, okay, all right, do you want the panelists to give like intellectual pushback, or do you just want to like
Let me put in these headphones.
Bro, you're trolling me at this point. You are
No,
trolling me at this point.
you have to put it. You have to come correct according to Stanley, and that's fine.
He's trolling me at this point, bro. He did not say let me put in these headphones. I'm gonna shoot myself, dude.
It's like learning a new language.
All right, Dave Bumpkin. Anything else?
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask the question again, okay, Stanley? Are your headphones in?
You know what? My audio is still not working, and I do not know why. Hold on one sec, guys. Let me drop out and come back in.
Okay. We'll keep the show civil for you. We'll hold down the throne, okay?
Yeah. You gotta put it in a certain framework so you can deliver it to him.
Bruh.
I think he really enjoys picking it apart. So you got to run it through a filter and then deliver it.
I just don't do that though, so I guess it will just come to the point where he boots me off his panel, which I know
Hey, man.
Stanley does do.
I just you definitely have to choose not to get frazzled and then proceed.
Still
Is it working now, Stanley?
The hell? Give me one sec here.
I appreciate it personally because it teaches you to sharpen or to be very tactful.
I'm not tactical. I'm like a Germanic barbarian. I just entered the first wall of Rome, and now I'm ready to wreak havoc. That's my debate styling, bro.
You do have to. You
Like
gotta
a bowl
switch
in
it
a
down.
like a bowl in a.
Well, no, Bumpkin, only to be repelled. Dude, I don't know where you get that bullshit from, but I will enjoy just watching you crumble. I'm not Be Brave. I actually know how to argue points.
Well, you don't. Okay. I mean,
Well, no, I actually do. And let me just tell you up front, you actually don't know how to. You are Be Brave level.
Oh.
Well,
Prove it.
well, I don't need to prove it. You'll prove it.
Prove it. Let's do it. Let's set up a formal debate.
Why? What? No. I don't do formal debate. That's for high schoolers. Anyway,
but it's be so easy since I'm Be Brave level, right? In your eyes.
Hey, did you see the Be Brave debate? That wasn't high school debate, was it?
It was not. I'm not gonna.
Right, and I'm not. You know what? It was my venue, and I Be Brave doesn't believe me. I won that debate when I basically said I'm not talking about that 70% bullshit. I won the debate right then. And he didn't realize it, but I did.
So when you make the statement, right, that someone else has to work within your framework.
Yes.
And when a different person says, here is this framework that still meets the requirements of your framework, but you don't like that framework because you can't debate yourself out of that framework, Stanley.
You
can't debate yourself out of that framework.
You want to do all this spaghetti logic? All I'm saying is I don't do high school level debate. I basically, if I don't want to talk about something that you can't prove, then I've won the debate. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and debate Be Brave 70% because I literally asked him to prove it with some form of data, and he couldn't. So why the fuck would I talk about it? See, I win debates before there's a debate, and we didn't even debate to begin with. I don't do that high school level bullshit that you debate bros on YouTube want to do.
I'm not
am
a
an
debate
adult.
bro.
You are, and I am an adult.
I am also an adult.
I don't think you are. You certainly, if you think let's set up a debate is like something I would do, I don't think you're an adult.
So you like to stroke your ego with no
No.
reason to stroke your
I
ego.
like to blow dumbasses out of the water. Now,
But you don't.
I'm not
You don't.
I'm not calling you a dumbass, but you know what? I'll assume you're not until you prove you are.
Okay, so just want to get that formally out. You will not debate me. Got it.
No, I will not debate you. I think that story's for boys. Boys debate.
All right.
Boys debate. I'm
All
not
right,
a boy.
guys. All right, guys. That's a W on my end. Will not debate
It
me.
is a W with my blessing.
It is a W with my blessing.
It is
ran away from an easy
hey,
W, Stanley.
Hey, should I give you a gold star too, little boy?
Should I give you a gold star? Would you like the gold star encrusted with diamonds?
Whoa, I said it first, little boy. See, you take your W, go over to Be Brave Show and tell him you want a W. Also tell him that, hey, I'll give you a gold star too. I don't debate with you're not my equal. That's the other thing I need to remind you
for
of.
sure aren't equal, Stanley. That's for sure.
We
That's
are
for
not
sure.
equal.
That's for sure.
That is for sure.
That is for absolutely for
anyway, do you want to move on? Because it's obvious we're not going to debate. I've already settled that debate.
That's crazy.
It is motherfucking true, though.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna take my.
I guess you're gonna have to. I guess you're gonna have to take me at my word. I don't debate. Bumpkin. Bumpkin gets the W.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, tomorrow, if you'd like, I'll name my show "Bumpkin Gets a W."
There we go. Look at that. Go for it. That's crazy. What's up, John Galt?
It doesn't work that way. It is now. It is coming close to the end of my time. Stanley versus the world. John, you are here. You got something to contribute to this?
Oh no, I'm just joining.
So, Bumpkin, there was one thing I wanted to say before my Bluetooth thing started messing up. Bottom line is, I don't have a problem with kind of like kids come first. And it kind of goes back to my point about I think parents are America's biggest problem, not the other stuff. It almost all stems from bad parenting, and not recently, probably for the past 50 years. Parents have kind of just, had rights eroded. I would even say by the government. Parents have been pussies for decades. That's why we have a lot of the problems we have now. We've got politicians who can't critically think, etc.
I mean, I would concur with that. I just think it's multiple different reasons, but I think that's definitely one of them. Yeah.
So, and that's kind of my obsession, the parenting. So I will admit that, hey, that's my thing. I concede that there are probably other things that, I'm just not either capable, willing, or care about. But you're probably right. There are more reasons than parenting.
Yeah. When you, in my opinion, when you mix bad parenting in with extreme classism and hedonism.
Well, I mean, but where does all that come from? I mean, you teach your kid. I mean, kids don't become hedonists unless they're raised to be. Generally, there are
right.
probably exceptions.
Yeah, right. But it is also the culture around America, right? We're very materialistic.
Family. Where does culture emanate from? Culture, and I've said this. You probably weren't here, but culture literally starts within your four walls, and you carry your culture at least to a certain extent. Now, it's an imperfect statement I'm making, maybe hyperbolic, but honestly, you learn your culture from your parents. And you carry it, you port it with you when you walk out that front door. Not all parents, not all families are created equal culturally. There are people, sometimes your home training can transcend even class, and certainly race and culture and all that stuff. Culture's, a mosaic. But I think kids learn culture from their parents. And if your parents are, you know, um, druggies, you're going to learn that stuff from your parents. Oh, that's press conference.
Press conference?
Yeah, the White House press conference. Hold on one sec.
Already delivered on hundreds of promises he made to people, and we will continue to talk about all of them throughout this week. Tomorrow, I will host a press briefing at this same time, bright and early again, to highlight Trump's administration's economic accomplishments. Our Treasury Secretary
I'm not feeling very much economic accomplishments right about now, but okay.
to discuss all that he has achieved
Well,
on
hey.
behalf of the American people. On Wednesday,
It'll come. It'll come.
open press cabinet
Sure.
where each cabinet
Oh, look at this. SKC do better.
Today, we kick off 100-day week with a focus on the president's historic effort to secure our southern border. Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities. The first EO will strengthen
12th man wants you to start a new live, John Galt.
criminals and protect innocent citizens. The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. After these are signed, the president will have signed more than 140 executive orders already, rapidly approaching the total number signed by the Biden administration over the course of 4 years in office. Speaking of Joe Biden, it was his awful open border policies that recklessly allowed
Oh
10
my
million
God.
aliens to invade the United States over the past 4 years. Innocent Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungray, Rachel Morin, and so many others were viciously murdered at the hands of these illegal aliens as a result of Biden's dereliction of duty. That's why one of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, 99 now to be exact, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise. America's borders are now secure because of President Trump. He has restored the rule of law, enforced our immigration laws, and defended America's sovereignty. The president immediately declared a national emergency on the southern border, deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion, and ended reckless catch and release policies. The results have been nothing short of extraordinary. Between President Trump's inauguration and April 1 of this month, only 9 illegal aliens were released into the United States, a staggering 99.99% decrease from the more than 184,000 illegal aliens who were released into the country under Biden during the same period last year. The number of unaccompanied illegal alien children arriving at the border has also hit a record low. Total attempted illegal crossings at the southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another new record low again last month in March. Just listen to these incredible numbers. In March 2024, under Joe Biden, Border Patrol encountered approximately 140,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. 1 year later, in March 2025, under President Trump, Border Patrol encountered just over 7,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. That's another 95% decrease from the prior year. The first piece of legislation President Trump signed into law was the Laken-Riley Act, which requires illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence to be detained. President Trump also reestablished the successful Remain in Mexico policy from his first term to ensure that aliens who arrive at our southern border and claim asylum are returned to Mexico to await their hearings instead of being allowed into our country while they wait. The president has also restarted construction of his signature advanced border wall. More than 85 miles of new border barrier are already in various stages of construction and planning. And Border Patrol, in collaboration with the Department of Defense and the great state of Texas, have deployed 75 additional miles of temporary barriers across the southern border.
I wonder if I should just literally shit on 12th Man's point. Probably not worth the time.
Migration of nearly 1 million illegal aliens into the country. The Department of Homeland Security has relaunched this as the CBP Home app to provide illegal aliens in the U.S. a straightforward way to declare their intent to voluntarily depart. For years, Joe Biden's weakness in open border policies allowed vicious cartels to functionally control through a campaign of terror, rape, and brutal force.
Have you noticed this press conference has probably mentioned Joe Biden's name more than Trump's?
It's wild. I hate that they do that. Stanley, that's one of my biggest pet peeves about this entire administration. It's like, we get it, terrible president, but please, for the love of God, if I have to hear his name one more time, I'm gonna blow my brains out.
I actually think they can do it for the rest of this year. By next year, it's going to be all on Trump.
We are in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest.
And I wanna make a point, and I'm sure you've heard me say this, Pumpkin. I don't have a problem with Trump's goals. I have a problem with his methods. There's nothing wrong with curbing immigration, securing the border, cutting the fat from government, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have a problem. I've said for years, we need to look at, how we're doing foreign aid and assistance. NATO needs to be, dealt with. It's just his method. So,
100 illegal aliens into custody.
That flood the zone bullshit was ill-advised.
Operation Tidal Wave is a preview of what is to come around this country. Large-scale operations that employ our state and local enforcement partners.
And see, people like numbnuts here, Joe Biden. What about Trump, 12th man? What about Trump? Stop obsessing over Joe Biden.
That was the past. We are
I keep
now.
You know what, Bumpkin? I keep telling them that.
Heroic ICE and CBP officers finally have a president who has their back and is allowing them to do the jobs they signed up to do. There's no person who can attest to that more than our incredible border czar here at the White House, Tom Homan, who has dedicated his professional career to protecting our country and enforcing the law. I will let Tom deliver some short remarks, and then we'll open it up for questions today. Thanks for being here, Tom.
Thank you.
You know what? I got something for you, Fred. Hold on one sec. I'll drop it in the chat.
40 years. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president.
He's all sobered up for this.
Because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in, right? Even President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important.
What, Obama gets a positive comment?
History of this nation who came in office and unsecured a border on purpose.
He's off the reservation here.
Obama was the reporter in chief, dude.
You know what? And he doesn't get enough credit, maybe. He also put kids in cages.
No, we don't like to mention that, do we?
I'm not sure I agree with him doing that.
He also did many atrocities in the Middle East with drones, but we also don't like to mention that.
You know what? Why not mention it if it's true?
Yeah, he drone striked either on purpose.
Oh, I know what he did. Shit, the dude who was the American citizen. I actually don't have a problem with that, by the way. You know what? He wasn't here, and you don't aid and abet the enemy.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the Americans. I'm talking about the Afghani Children's Hospital. Did you not
Oh
hear
my
about
God,
that?
they bombed. Didn't. Wasn't he the one who drone striked well, he was responsible for drone striking a whole wedding. It was
The
like
whole
it was an
wedding.
actual wedding.
Yeah, and a children's hospital, an ironic children's hospital. Yeah, it's really really messed up, Stanley. It's like, wow, okay, you're gonna might have to repent for that one later on, buddy. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's crazy.
Look, there presidents make mistakes, and I'm not sure there's a way to avoid it. But the thing is if you fuck up, you fuck up. That's the thing that really annoys me. People mess up and they want to paper over it or do whataboutism.
You know, I think the most evil president in modern day history is.
Oh no, I can only imagine.
It's not Obama. It's not Joe Biden. It's not Trump. George W. Bush.
Well, yeah, you know what? It's funny. Just going into Iraq, that was ridiculous. I actually, I was working on a warehouse management system, so I wasn't at home. I was living out of a hotel, and I got to watch the news every night leading up to it. I remember Colin Powell doing that presentation. Was it at the UN? Where he's, they're talking about WMDs and stuff like that. That was actually the worst thing to happen in the 21st century, in my opinion. It just fucking opened up a Pandora's box.
Last year, 184,000 illegal aliens.
That was just something that did not need to be done. And
yeah. And they never found the WMDs. They never do. They never find the weapons of mass destruction.
They
never find them. I know there were never any, bro. I know, dude. I know.
Well, here's the deal, though. I was in the first Desert Storm. I caught the tail end of it. And that was part of why, you know what? If they were there, we would have found them the first time.
Of course. We're the United States Army or United States Forces, bro. You tell me that we can't find WMDs? You're crazy. You're high. Doesn't matter if they're 100 feet underneath the ground or 100 feet in the sky. We would have found them, bro.
Yeah, man, how do you not?
Right.
And I don't know. I just don't. You know where I'm going with this. I'm not going to belabor the point. But you know what? I'm shocked that we find agreement on that.
Of course we
do. And by the way, not that surprised.
Tom is here offering his time.
Yeah, I cannot stand. I hate the forever wars, especially in the Middle East. I cannot stand these forever wars. It really irks me.
California now posts conservative political commentary online for his more than 7 million followers across all major platforms. He joins us today from the great state of Florida. Why don't you kick us off today, bro?
Thank you, Caroline. In Trump's first 99 days, we've seen a coordinated assault on the rule of law by radical judges. We're thwarting his agenda with an unprecedented number of national injunctions. These judges are providing more due process to violent MS-13 and Tren de Aragua illegal aliens than they did for American citizens who peacefully protested on January 6th. As Stephen Miller has highlighted, it would be utterly ridiculous to have full trials and appeals for the more than 15 million illegal aliens that came across our border under Joe Biden. Many are now calling for Trump to circumvent these radical judges and consider suspending the writ of habeas corpus solely for these illegal aliens in accordance with the terms of Article 1, Section 9 of the United States Constitution, which explicitly allows for such a measure when there is a rebellion or invasion. They're strong. Greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and Democrats' favorite president of all time.
Did they just On live, cut off what he said.
Which are not only celebrated by
I'm hoping it was a glitch, but who knows?
You saw that too, right? You had to have seen
Well,
that.
I don't. Now this is Fox News, so if they did,
Oh, they're both corrupt, buddy. Don't get me twisted on that. They're both corrupt. I mean,
yeah. Hold on, Fred.
Especially since many, as you highlighted, are now robbing, assaulting, raping, and killing American citizens. Historic assaults on our republic require reciprocal action from our government. Can you please let us know if and when the Trump administration is planning to suspend the writ of habeas corpus to circumvent these radical judges who are infringing on his Article 2 powers and to start shipping out illegals in mass?
I have not heard such discussions take place, but I can assure you that the president and the entire administration are certainly open to all legal and constitutional remedies to ensure we can continue with the promise of deporting illegal criminals from our nation's borders. And I also agree with the premise of your question, which doesn't happen in this room often, but I do agree with yours. It is absurd that the previous administration was allowed to allow 15 million that we know about illegal aliens into this country with very little pushback from our judicial branch. But this president is trying to simply enforce our nation's immigration laws and is facing roadblock after roadblock. So we're complying with court orders, but as Tom Homan has said every day, we're going to continue to forge ahead with this mass deportation campaign, and the president is open to all remedies to do that. Thanks for being here today, Rogan.
If I can also answer your question, as far as the judges, look, we just arrested a judge, Van Bondi, for impeding ICE enforcement rules. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their community safe, because any public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of communities. And ICE has been targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. What I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted, judge or not. And as far as releasing
Motherfucker, you need to. Oh, this just irks me. Judge or not, motherfucker, that really chaps my my ass.
can we just light this keg already? I'm sorry, Stanley. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying, you know what? You start going, even if it's at the state level, the executive going against the judicial, that is not a good thing. Okay, setting a precedent is not
for that another Democrat administration is in power. They can warrant amnesty to millions. This is about selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be
fuck
detained.
that. But you know what? This is why the Trump administration, he might be the direct cause. How about just shut the fuck up?
A question on Abrego Garcia, if I can. The president recently said when it comes to facilitating his release, he's leaving that up to his lawyer. So just to be clear, have there been any negotiations between the U.S. and El Salvador over his release or facilitating his release?
I will tell you what the president of El Salvador told all of you in the Oval Office. El Salvador does not intend to...
Okay, they are a client state. They will do, he will do, Bukele will do what Trump tells him to do. This is a bad thing. They think we don't know how this is working.
This is crazy. I hate this. I hate this so much, Stanley. I hate that we act like El Salvador has any sort of actual, like, real power to tell us. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Like, why do we play around with this soft power so much? It's insane. It's insane.
Well, I don't have a problem with the soft power as long as you manage it. You got to know how to, you know that speak softly, carry a big stick. You got to know which to use, and so it all It's
permanent
all
hold power.
management.
First,
It's all
to stop the
judgment.
killing,
It's
stop the
all
bloodshed.
subtlety. It's all,
While he
you know,
remains
to use a
optimistic,
horrible
he can
word
strike a deal.
that'll probably
He's
piss you
also
off. It's
being
class.
realistic as
It's
well. And both
how
leaders need to
you
come to the
carry
table
yourself
to
in the
negotiate
world.
their
And
way out of
Trump
this. And I do
just
think that the president,
doesn't
meeting with
do a good
President
job of
Zelensky,
it,
shows that
in my
he is giving
opinion.
a lot of
Now, a
thought
lot
and
of
time
people
into
would
this because he
disagree.
wants to be a peacemaker president, which he was
I
in
just
the
want the
first term.
powder
He has
keg to
been
light.
to that
Stanley,
end.
I don't know if I'm
And this is
putting it down.
Well, you know what?
difficult situation,
You and
President
the
Trump
left
inherited
progressives,
from
y'all
President
are just
Biden,
waiting
who
for
allowed
it.
this war to start in the first place.
That's funny. That's funny because I'm not a left progressive, but yeah.
Oh, no, no,
Yeah.
no. I didn't say you were. I'm talking horseshoe politics.
Let the powder keg light.
Yeah, destabilization. That's what the left progressives want to.
It's because of what has happened on the last administration.
Yeah, but they think that it's all going to be like kumbaya, my friend. You know, they think it's
No, I don't think they do. And by the way, maybe it's a good thing. The reason neither extreme will do it is because the actual capitalists are in charge. You know, the progressives don't want to be poor. The libertarians or anarcho-capitalists or whatever you are don't want to be poor and starving and living in a cave picking berries. The Wall Street has you all by the balls.
Stanley. I'm not an ANCAP or a libertarian.
Okay, well, you are free to reveal yourself or not. I just basically think I'm kind of a constitutional guy, liberal in with a capital L. It's worked this long and it can work.
I'm kind of the antithesis.
And there is an amendment process.
It's funny that we agree on literally anything. That's funny because I'm like the antithesis to everything liberal. I'm
okay.
Like
well, you mean liberal as in capital L or liberal as in crunchy?
As capital L. I don't like liberalism, be it left or right liberalism. The idea of free market, the idea of individual rights, the idea of anything like that. Like I am the antithesis of that. And yes, I am authoritarian. So I'll let you pin me on that.
Monarchist?
No.
do you and what's his name? Imperialist. Imperious? Agree?
No,
because it is kind of fascinating, actually.
I believe in. He believes in rule by blood. I think that is dumb because, that's
just dumb.
Yeah, sure. The first one, like throughout history speaking, right? The first monarch is always great. You know what I mean? Because they were granted monarchship.
Yeah, and then they breed with their cousin and raise.
And then it just goes downhill after that every time, bro. No, I believe in meritocracy. I believe that I would permit.
Okay, so you're a Thomas More utopian.
Sure.
There never has been a meritocracy. That is the golden city on the hill that we will always be climbing towards.
We can get damn close though.
Now, I tell you what, if we didn't do it,
name me a time. I'm willing. Now this is worth a debate. I'm fascinated now. Finally, you brought up something I'm interested in because I'm kind of an education dude too. So when you're talking meritocracy, as in, hey, from good parenting, and because I mean, when you parent a child, they're going to have to go off into the world. You want them to go off into a world where, they are in the type of meritocracy that rewards them for their abilities. And you know what, doesn't punish them too hard for their, failures, because they're going to fail. So when has there ever been a time, and I mean at a nation state level, that there was a meritocracy? I can't think of one.
You're not gonna like my answer.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So 2 out of 3 of the Axis powers during World War II had a meritocracy.
Really? Germany did?
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
Okay, well,
absolutely.
you got to describe that one because, HB's been trying to get me to read Mein Kampf, and maybe, you know what? Maybe me, you, and once I read it, me, you, and HB ought to have an axis of debate.
Yeah. So both I can say Mussolini, because he's not, for some reason, Italy didn't get the really bad
Duce?
after that war. Yeah, Il Duce. Il Duce specifically, he went straight up through the ranks, and he made it all the way up to the farthest level that he could.
Okay, but you got to be careful when you say go up through the ranks. Now maybe let's before you get into it, define what you think meritocracy is, because I don't think he was this. He was a cult of personality. He wasn't the smartest, fig on the tree.
I think he was very intelligent. Okay, I will say this, right?
I think Trump is very intelligent, but in certain ways.
I'll say this, right? I'll say this. The idea, right? That sort of fascistic idea.
Okay, when you start talking ideas, you mentioned a man, and now you're talking ideas. Okay,
right.
Let's take this back quickly to Hitler. Not the smartest fucking apple strudel, in the oven.
No.
However,
no,
he was
wrong.
intelligent. He was intelligent in his way. Dude, I'm sorry. There's nothing, and I haven't read Mein Kampf yet, but so I'll reserve judgment. But the bottom line is that part of intelligence is knowing how to pick your fights. And maybe you're not going to convince me that Nazi Germany or Italy, I can't remember what they called it, but that wasn't a meritocracy. And that they came up in the ranks, the political ranks, that's not a meritocracy. Hitler did not come up through the ranks through raw intelligence and respect. He did some brutal shit. You don't become a billionaire in the United States without doing some people wrong.
Right. Okay. So let's get right. Hitler was a war hero. We both know that, right?
As a motherfucking corporal, he wasn't leading people.
Right, but
war heroes lead? And people do individual acts, but I'm kind of biased. But no, you lead campaigns. The little individual acts, you get medals for that, but you don't become president because you won a Medal of Honor.
What was his individual act?
Not how it works. Well, I don't know, but I'm giving you an overall viewpoint.
The reason why he was a war hero was because during World War I, he jumped on a live grenade.
Okay. And hence my point. You don't become president because you jumped on a grenade. You become president because you lead men, you lead armies, you know how to lead people. Jumping on a grenade is not leadership. That's heroism.
Would you say
they're two? No. You need to listen to what I just said. Heroism is not leadership.
Heroism is a leadership quality.
It is a leadership quality. It is not the sum total of leadership. Jumping on a grenade is not leading your platoon. It's saving the platoon. There's a difference. You can be a leader and save your platoon through tactics or strategy, You do not lead by jumping on a grenade. You die jumping on a grenade. And
right, but
by the way, Hitler's not the only one who survived jumping on a grenade. People do live through that.
People do live through that. Yes, absolutely. Right. But the point was that he was willing to die, right? To protect.
And you think that's leadership? You think that's meritocracy?
I think showing that heroism. I think showing
heroism.
That heroism, sure, showing that heroism is a leadership quality, absolutely. And then when you
mix in quality, it is not the sum total of leadership. I already said that.
Yes,
and I thought you agreed.
When you mix,
did you agree? Do you agree that a leadership quality is not leadership? It's a part of leadership.
It's a part of leadership, yes. But
so is jumping on a grenade as
are we gonna hair split on
no. We're gonna take this. We're gonna take this point by point because you want to build an argument. I'll steel man you. Let's see if you can build an argument.
That's crazy.
I don't think jumping, motherfucker, it's how debates are made. Don't you know how to debate?
You just admitted that you're.
I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
I know how debates work.
I'm going to steel man you into a good debate. Let me help you.
Yeah, you're steel manning.
Okay, I'm sorry. You know what steel manning is? Do I need to tell you what it is? It's reinforcing your argument to make sure that I understand your argument. Your argument, and maybe I'm getting it wrong, is Hitler jumping on a grenade was a leadership quality which made him part of a meritocracy.
That was not my full argument, Stanley. You've been
it shouldn't even be partial. Even a partial argument is just
it should be partial though, because you even ceded that heroism is a leadership quality. If you
it is a factor. It is a quality. You're right. It's a quality.
Okay. Also, is high intelligence.
Okay. All right. You go ahead. I think I see where you're going here.
Also, his high intelligence.
I don't think he had high intelligence.
His inability, he did.
But does he have an IQ test somewhere?
I don't know if they even did IQ.
Well, then why do you think he was highly intelligent? Because he wrote a book?
His ability to write, his speaking capabilities.
And his normally he was also an artist.
He's also an artist, sure. But his art was specifically architectural, so that takes some high.
That means he was intelligent. Mm-hmm.
Most architects are intelligent. Yeah.
He wasn't an architect.
Yeah, he wasn't.
So not being able, not architectural drawing, but not being an architect is a minus in my thinking. He didn't become an architect.
Okay. So his speaking ability though, because we both know about IQ, we both know that people that have
I don't. I think IQ's bullshit. I think IQ is nakedly white supremacy.
Oh, Jesus! Then why did you mention the IQ?
You go ahead. You go. I didn't mention IQ.
Yes, you did. I said he's very intelligent. And you asked, "Oh, did he have an IQ test?"
Oh, did I? You know what?
Yes,
I've lost. Your argument is so slow. However, I think IQ is literally the manifestation of white supremacy.
Okay, so then let's take the next.
No. Let's go back to the IQ point because I did bring it up. How do you know he was intelligent?
Yeah, so like I was saying.
So you're basically saying because he could draw and do architectural drawings, he was intelligent, and his verbal ability, which obviously he could give a good speech. So giving a good speech is being able to rap good. is someone, and I'm taking us off the point, so I know I'm going too far, but is verbal ability, like rapping, a sign of intelligence?
It depends.
Okay, don't tell me it depends.
No,
I
it
asked
really,
you a yes/no question.
it really depends. That's not a black and white question.
So is Jay-Z, he's gotten quite rich off of his verbal ability. Is Jay-Z a Hitler level genius? He's probably had more money than Jay-Z. I'm sorry, than Hitler ever did.
Potentially. I mean,
richer than Hitler. He's richer than Hitler.
Well, that's the one thing. That's one thing that I guess liberals will grasp. They think that.
Oh no! Now I'm a liberal.
You admitted to being a liberal.
Don't consider me a liberal. I'm giving you naked facts, literally using your points,
admitted to being a liberal.
counterpointing and giving them back to you. If Hitler had verbal genius, why isn't Jay-Z a verbal genius who's made $1 billion, arguably?
And I said that could be the case, did I not?
Okay, so let's go back to where you were. I just want to do a little reality check. So essentially, Jay-Z is a Hitler level genius, potentially. Okay, gotcha.
Doesn't Jay-Z also like buy?
Oh, you want to stay on Jay-Z? We can do that if you want.
Doesn't Jay-Z also like?
Oh, you want to stay on Jay-Z?
Say yes. Do you not want to stay on Jay-Z?
No, I don't know shit about him other than he has verbal ability and he's rich.
Yeah, he also
Hitler like he's richer than Hitler. Can you agree?
Hitler wasn't a rich man ever.
Can you agree that Jay-Z's verbal ability, which could make him potentially a Hitler level genius, he was richer than Hitler ever was, therefore potentially smarter than Hitler. He made more money. He hasn't led a country yet, but give him time.
Money and materialism is not the standard.
Oh, of course. Your rules, apparently. So let's just go with your rules then. Let's just stop with Jay-Z is potentially a Hitler level genius based on verbal ability. And I think, you know what? Jay-Z has a bunch of fans. I don't know if they're ready to go to, invade a country for him, but who knows?
Yeah. Okay. His ability to be able to play, I guess low level politics and rise up the ranks, that shows some level of intelligence to be able to maneuver like that.
Yeah, so he's Hitler level at a minimum, or Hitler-ish. Simon, dude, IQ is a measure. You're right about that. A very important type of intelligence. What is the type of intelligence that IQ measures that's so important? Simon, be your message, not write it. I don't think you're intelligent.
I don't think you think anyone's intelligent, Stanley. Besides yourself.
I do, actually. I think Fred's intelligent. I think Deacon Dave is intelligent. And you're working on it. I don't think you're dumb.
I'm working on it. I hate that back. That might be in my top 10 of that like backward slap. You know
top
what I mean?
Top 10. Wait, it wasn't meant as a slap.
I think that person's intelligent. I think that person's intelligent. I think you're working on it.
That's actually wasn't meant as a slap.
Oh.
So anyway, let's get back to Jay-Z and Hitler. We can go back to Hitler because that was your main focus.
Yeah, so the ability to rise up the ranks through politically, being able to circumvent that and being able to actually that shows a level of intelligence.
Rising up through politics does not take intelligence.
Yes, it
Look at
does.
Trump. No, it does. No, it literally means you have an ability to make people like you. Now, you can make the argument for emotional intelligence, but that, there are a lot of people who think emotional intelligence is just bullshit.
I don't think emotional intelligence is bullshit. Do you think emotional intelligence is bullshit?
Interesting. Um, I I view it like I do psychology. There's something to it, but people overthink it. So being able to get along, being able to make friends is a talent. But I don't know that you got me there. I think it's a talent. I won't call it a genius.
I think the fact that humans are social creatures would indicate that that would be kind of hardwired into some of us. You know what I mean? The fact that we're social creatures, or that
Okay, which means there's an innate ability. Some people have a talent. Some people take that ability and do well with it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you call it talent. I would just call it like social intelligence, I guess.
Well, I mean, a talent can be an intelligence. I'm not going to, fuss at that. I'm just saying that if it is genetically encoded, and I agree with you that it is, I think you're going there. Honing a talent, maybe the sociability gene, to be really sounding dumb about it. Sometimes it expresses, itself in some people better than others.
Right? Would you say? I personally think that plays a role in genetics. I think that anyone can learn to build a boat, but if you come
I
from
don't think if you're, I think you're right. You can't, if you're an asshole, you really have to work not to be an asshole. And the problem is people who are really perceptive will know you're acting.
Yeah.
You either have the talent or you don't, but the gene always expresses itself. And again, I'm being really horrible in this sort of almost, well, basically I'm being hyperbolic. Unless you have, now there's autism, but I don't want to deal with that because that's a whole nother show. I don't think being good at politics is a genius necessarily. Now, I'm on shaky ground. I'll admit there are Bill Clintons, there are Barack Obamas, there are Trumps. Trump is an Obama or a Clinton. He simply is.
Well, yeah, he also.
But I don't know that it's a genius.
The thing about Trump is he struck at the right time. That's the thing, right?
No, I think Trump is literally Obama level.
I mean, yeah, not for sure. I mean, he's one of those presidents that will go down in history. Like no one will forget.
Not for good things.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, between crashing the economy and COVID, yeah, we'll see how that works out. Now I am. That was a joke.
I know. I don't think he caused COVID. That does suck, though.
Oh, you know what? And that's how he could have gotten elected a second time. Presidents don't cause. It was how he managed it that lost in the election, and he didn't lose by that much, for that matter.
Which is crazy.
Being a leader is not, saying you caused the disaster. It's how you manage it.
SKC, that's pretty much what I was saying. Thank you for typing it out in the chat.
Yeah, SKC is literally the kindest, gentlest. He likes to help a brother out. Hey, hit the link if you want, SKC. I'm not stopping you, but I don't want you because I honestly want to hear how Hitler was a genius, and I've kind of derailed it. So I don't agree that he was a genius. I think he was personable. I think he had a lot of things going on. You said right person at the right time. There's always that. But originally the whole thing was meritocracy, and you're saying Hitler came up through a meritocracy, and I just don't see that. That would be you educating me.
I see that because you had an entire of the ruling class in the Weimar Republic at that time. Weimar Republic. Yes, you are correct. Thank you for correcting me. Weimar Republic at that time.
I'm not your average stupid N-word.
I never said you were.
No, I'm thinking of be brave.
Yeah, Weimar Republic. Out of everyone at that time, he was the solid choice. He was the solid choice,
mm-hmm.
And he was elected.
Yeah, twice. Absolutely. So was Trump.
Yeah, twice. That's why this whole this.
Now talk about how because he, and I can't remember the specifics because it's I'm more an American history person, but he basically forced his way from whatever the equivalent of prime minister was to chancellor or something. There was a power play. There was something he did that wasn't necessarily an election. Can you remind me of that?
Shit.
Because it actually, there was a power play. Damn it. I guess I should have read the history. If I knew I was going to talk to you, but he forced the chancellor out of office. He was prime minister. There was a lower national office, though, that he kind of did a power play to become chancellor. And someone, maybe SKC knows it because he knows that kind of Nazi history. That's a joke, SKC.
I know, J-Dub. I don't know. Somehow I don't know this. Are you talking about president to chancellor?
Possibly, because I don't know what the lower office was. It was kind of like
funny enough,
whatever the dude's name was.
Funny enough. This is also how it runs. This is also how it is ran in Ireland as well. The president of Ireland actually has way less power than the chancellor. The chancellor is the supreme power. It's like our version of a president.
Right. Well, Ireland's probably a carbon copy. One of these days, they'll take over the world. Hopefully, they'll take over England. That would be funny.
Honestly, though, with Ireland, though, it's kind of like I mean, do you blame them?
So tell me about how Hitler went from president to chancellor, because there was a power play, and I don't remember the details.
I don't remember the details either of that. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, well, dude, how was he a genius? It sounds like it was a power play, and there's geniuses do power plays, but I thought you knew this history. I was hoping you would teach me because I don't really. I'm literally like a domestic policy guy. I'm an American history guy. I know bits and pieces, and if I want to know details like this, I have to go read it, refresh my memory. But I'm surprised you don't. You want to talk how Hitler's a genius, but you don't know the details of his political rise? Rather interesting.
Okay, we had this all wrong. My bad. My apologies. I had to reach into some notes here. So I guess Germany, or at least back then, they kind of worked off of what party holds the most seats, and then that elected official within that party, whoever leads that party, would then be elected chancellor. So in April of 1932, Hitler came second to Hindenburg, who won 53% of the vote to Hitler's 36.8%. Brüning resigned.
Was it Karl von Hindenburg? It was a Hindenburg, right?
Yeah. Which was a big name.
Right, and Hindenburg like the blimp.
Yeah. Sure. So it looks like
I want to remind some folks. I may sound like a dumb motherfucker sometimes, but you know what? Sometimes I wake up early in the morning and I remember some stuff. If you're gonna come up here and talk bullshit, know your history.
Whoa!
Because if I don't know it, I'm gonna ask you what the history was and teach me. So
Bumpkin.
If you don't have it, see, this is one of my problems. If you're gonna come up and make a premise,
December of
just say you don't know it, or say I have to go get my notes, because I'm not. Be brave.
Yep. Okay.
I've read a book. I've read a book or two.
So here is possibly the specific.
Well, go possibly or definitely.
I don't know. I don't know what power play you're talking
about. Well, I don't know is not so definite. Not as definite as I thought you would be. So you wanted to talk about Hitler coming up through a meritocracy, and you don't know his political rise. Whoa! I need you.
You're not going to let me get this point out, are you,
motherfucker? No, I'm going to beat your ass with it.
If you don't let me get this point out,
you want to talk about Hitler rising through a meritocracy, but you don't know how he rose to prominence. That's problematic, wouldn't you say?
You're acting as
I'm acting like you don't know what the fuck you're
acting as if this
acting as if
I don't know what you're referring to.
You literally didn't know what you were talking about, and you got called on it.
No, that's not what happened.
Meritocracy and Hitler. I need you to connect those dots.
No. You asked me about a specific power move.
Take a deep breath and calm down. You want to talk about meritocracy and the Axis powers. You want to talk about meritocracy and the Axis powers.
Yes, and I said out of the Weimar Republic. Out of the Weimar Republic,
you're talking.
So you're
saying Hitler? Oh, I get you.
Out of the Weimar Republic,
Hitler didn't come up through a meritocracy. He established one.
In the Weimar Republic.
Okay, motherfucker, Hitler did not run a Weimar Republic.
Why are you this dumb?
No. Why are you this dumb? Why do you come up here and you fucking talk a game you can't prove?
Why are you this dumb?
Dude, I don't know German history. Why are you talking it? You're not teaching me. You brought up meritocracy and no, dude, I will put your ass in the back. I will put your ass in the back just because I can. You come up here talking bullshit, and I don't even know. You don't know your shit. This is why Be Brave is more in your league. You're not in my league, son. You are not in my league, son. You are not in my league, son. Don't ever do this again unless you want to be embarrassed. Don't talk about meritocracy and the Axis powers if you don't know your shit.
You will literally hair split
I will
on
literally, and it's literally
hair split on any subject
will literally
possible
tell you.
to fit your
Dude, I'm
contrarian
gonna let you
ideas.
sputter.
of how
I'm
this
gonna let you sputter. I'm gonna let you sputter. You go ahead and sputter.
In December 1932, Van Payen resigned.
Motherfucker,
Hindenburg
don't read me words now. You had to
Army
go
General
get your notes. You should have
von
gotten your notes before
the
you talk
Nazis by
bullshit.
asking a leading Nazi called Gregor Strasser to be his vice chancellor. Hitler forced
Oh my
Strasser to
God.
decline.
Oh my
Is that
God.
what you were talking about? Him forcing him to decline taking up chancellorhood? Is that what you're talking about?
Nope.
Okay, then I don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't know what you were talking about, is my point.
Yeah, because when you brought that up, I was like, that doesn't sound familiar.
When I brought it up, you had no clue what I was talking about, and you had to go get your
wanna
notes.
know why, Stanley?
You had to go get your notes.
You want to know what? Yes, because you asked me about something that didn't fucking happen.
Oh, no.
on this one,
It
this one
motherfucking happened.
That's crazy.
All I asked you, I didn't know the office that Hitler held in office before he became chancellor, or maybe it was chancellor to something else, but he had to do a power play. That's what I asked you about, and you didn't know it.
Power play.
Okay, right. Motherfucker, you know what I'm talking about? Hitler had to displace someone who is above him in German politics. I'm not that type of historian. I asked you, the German meritocracy expert, how did Hitler rise to power? And you failed.
He was the leader of the NSDAP. He did not technically hold any position of power until 1933, which was chancellorhood. January of 1933.
How did he had to displace someone, correct?
Yes, the power move
the
power move that you're referring to would have to be Gregor Strasser. That's the one that you'd have to be referring to. He forced him.
And what office did Strasser hold?
Strasser didn't hold an office. He was going to hold the office.
So he was a political opponent.
No, he was a member of the NSDAP.
Okay, so I knew there was some rise to power. Thank you for clarifying. Next time, just say you don't know. I'll get back to you. Would have been easier.
No, but here's the thing, right? I had to go look for it because I'm like, oh, is this something that people know?
How does the meritocracy play into that displacement of Strasser?
Yeah, because Strasser wasn't the right guy, and also he didn't lead.
Okay, but the right guy is not proving or disproving a meritocracy. How did Hitler earn it?
Yeah.
How did the people just think Hitler was smarter?
He earn it? Oh, I don't know. He created a political party, he has
you here, Bumpkin. I got to give it to Stanley on this.
And
he got you on this.
Oh, motherfucker! It was easy.
It was not easy, and I didn't lose.
It was very easy. Dude, I don't even know this shit. I just know a little bit about it.
You didn't know anything. Okay, here's the thing, right?
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. I don't know it. Tell me how the meritocracy, dude. I literally told you. I'm an American. I know American history. I have read about it in the distant past. Teach me how this worked. And you literally wanted to bullshit around and finally, and there's nothing wrong with going to get your notes. All I'm saying is don't make these bold pronouncements about meritocracy. If you say something like that, you need to just fucking know it.
When was the 13th
Okay, because you're used to dealing with the John Galts of the world, or the motherfucker. You're used to dealing with John Galts. You're used to dealing with Orthodox guys. You're used to dealing with Be Braves, motherfucker. I'm none of those people. Even if I don't know it in detail, I kind of have a whiff of it. You're not ready to debate me, son, and don't ever think you are, because you'll probably never be.
You were making pretty good points, Bumpkin, until you introduced the whole thing about the meritocracy, because
He wasn't made well.
The Weimar was not a meritocracy, so it would be impossible for Hitler to come out of a meritocracy if Weimar wasn't. So
that's not okay. Okay,
dude.
But you did make
don't blame me. Don't blame me for your inarticulateness. You got twisted into a knot you could not get out of. You're not ready to debate me.
That did not happen.
And I debate, I generally don't.
Right now, you overtalked and you split hairs until you found.
Oh, absolutely, motherfucker! What do you think debate is but splitting hairs?
No,
so you think debate is not splitting hairs?
Yeah. If we were actually
this motherfucking debate boy bullshit.
Yeah. If we're actually in a
YouTube,
we're actually in a
this orthodox guy / Ryan / Be Brave shit y'all think is debate? It's simply not.
No, you don't like.
Yeah, dude. I heard you on Be Brave, so I heard you on Be Brave show yesterday. I heard you on Be Brave show yesterday. Okay, I've heard Be Brave for months. Y'all aren't up to it, son.
Up to what?
Whatever it is you think you're doing. You're not up to white man so smart. At least so as near as I can tell. And Bumpkin, I have to give you grace on that. You don't do that. I at least I've not heard it. So I'm not specifically talking about you. So forgive me on that point. But the bottom line is be brave. He might have the gift of gab, but he also has the gift of ignorance. Ignorance is bliss. Stupidity is freedom. That is be brave. He is free because he's stupid. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Would you say you have the gift of hubris then?
You know what? Let me give you, I had a friend in high school who was academically gifted and a good football player. And I was just some nerd. You know, I was kind of one note. I was really good at school. And he and I were best friends in high school. And one day I said, you know what, motherfucker, you were so conceited. He looked at me, and I'm sure he didn't invent this phrase, but he was like, I'm not conceited. I'm just facing reality. So that's my answer. I'm not hubristic. I'm facing reality.
That is okay, bro. All right, I gotta go to bed for work.
I did think that you made a good point earlier though, Bumpy, about the felony and separation. I think that was a good point.
Oh, yeah, you and I are gonna go toe to toe on this, aren't we? SKC?
Yeah, but that was
I saw your comment.
That wasn't.
No, I'm not gonna go toe to toe. I just thought that it was a. I think that it had more teeth to the argument that countered.
Oh, then use it. Let me pull those teeth, because I'm actually itching for this debate, SKC.
Be careful. You got to make it his framework, though. All right, bye.
No.
Oh, motherfucker! I create a framework as I go.
This is your idea, Bumpkin. So I'm kind of curious as to what you think.
What I think? Are we going to go back to the original? Okay, so here I'll restate what I said.
Well, you mentioned this idea about that in America, common practice particularly when it has to do with people who commit felonies, is family separation.
Yeah.
And
I'm
that's just
gonna dance
that's
on
just
that idea's grave. I look forward
so
to it.
so if that's a common practice of of American society, for people who break the law, I'm kind of curious.
Okay, you know what? You're just gonna slow walk that fucking beautiful bean footage, aren't you?
No,
You
no, no, no,
bump
no,
and
no, no.
talk because I no. You develop that because I'm listening while you develop that, and I'm enjoying it. It's like slow roasted barbecue. It's gonna be
Oh,
delicious to eat.
yeah, get
So
some
you
sauce to
you
go
go
with
talk you go
it.
talk to Bumpkin. I'll
Yeah.
take a quick break, like 2 minutes. Be right back.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was thinking, Bumpkin, was this: as you were laying that argument out, the counter argument was, but what about the children? And the argument before that was due process, due process, due process. Well, those two can't coexist because the internal logic doesn't loop. You can't claim due process at all costs, but then at the same time state, well, we need to bend the law for the children.
Well, yeah, of course you can't, but that's not the right framework. Anyways, listen. The whole point is this, right? If on a normal, citizen basis, we separate families, right, children from parents for committing felonies, right, like drunk driving with the kid in the car, right, that's an automatic separation instantaneously. The same thing should be done for people that come across the border illegally, right? They are committing a crime, and when that crime would indicate that they get deported, well, we can't deport technically legal citizens because birthright citizenship exists currently. So therefore, the only logical conclusion is to separate those families and find that child either a new family in CPS or through some sort of adoptive agency whatsoever. That's like the only logical conclusion to that. The idea that we need to keep those illegals here, and I'm not talking about the child, I'm talking about the parents.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Your logical flow isn't logicking. If you stop a person who's driving drunk with kids in the car, and I'm gonna do this Socratically. Why do they separate the children from someone who's drunk driving? On the spot. To your point, why do they separate them on the spot?
Because they're putting the child in danger.
So how is this mother putting her children in danger by the quote felony of coming here illegally? Now, she was here. They didn't catch her, in the desert, crossing the Rio Grande with her kids. This woman had been here for a while. How were her children in danger?
Yeah, so
let's just admit she's a felon. How were her children in danger? How do you draw that parallel credibly?
Yeah, absolutely, sure. So she puts her child in danger because she is actively a fugitive within the United States.
Bullshit. She was not endangering her children by being here. Now, arguably, being hunted down by Holman's troops could put the children in danger because they come with guns drawn, right?
Yeah.
Dude, it is literally a stupid parallel.
It's not.
Logic does not flow.
It flows fine.
A DUI driver with kids in the back seat,
Stanley,
are not a direct parallel.
You just don't
Don't like
the parallel.
I don't like stupidity. I don't like drawing bad parallels. I'm sorry. Those kids were not in immediate danger. So her kids were in immediate danger.
Her kids were in potential danger, just like the drunk drivers.
Motherfucker, the word I used was immediate. Like a DUI case where you pull a drunk driver over, kids are in the back seat, they're in immediate danger because
that's not immediate danger.
I think a DUI driver, drunk driver with kids in the back seat, those kids are in immediate danger. Would you agree with that? Or you don't think driving kids around drunk, they're not in immediate danger?
They're in an excessive amount of potential danger.
They are in immediate danger.
They're in.
Or do you disagree?
I disagree. They're not in immediate danger.
Okay, then then I can't do this type of bad faith. Y'all chuck about all you want. Dude,
I'm not laughing at you.
You driving your kids around. You driving around with your kids in the back seat while you are drunk. That's immediate danger.
No, that's not immediate danger. Immediate danger.
Then I don't know. I don't know what fucking county, what holler.
That's not immediate danger.
It is immediate danger. Anytime you drive. So you're saying anytime you drive a kid around drunk in a car, it's not immediate danger.
I would not say it's immediate danger. No.
Well, then you would not be me.
That's fine. That's fine. SKC, he did not win. He's just saying
that. No. I gladly.
So, would you like to know what immediate danger is?
You got the W.
Would you like to know what immediate danger is?
Motherfucker, I just told you what immediate danger was.
Immediate danger would be your kid is at the end of a canyon and there's a boulder rolling towards them. That would be.
Dude, we're not doing Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Well, bro, I gave you a clear example, right?
It's not that clear to me.
It's not that clear to you? Okay.
No.
Okay. Bumpkin. The reason why I say that he won automatically is because you fell into the premise that the law only penalizes causing harm. No, the law.
Oh no.
The law
Don't give me that credit. Dude, I don't even need to think about the law. This is common. See, this is where now SKC, you are a master theoretician.
I mean,
all I'm saying is down on the street in the Kentucky holler, when you are roaring drunk and you're driving your kids around, they're in immediate danger. I don't see the parallel to someone coming to this mother, giving her the choice of taking her kids with her, because I'm assuming she wasn't drunk, or driving a car when they caught her. I don't think she was. Those kids were not in immediate danger. So the felony parallels just don't hold up for me.
Yeah, you're right in that instance. My argument would,
and I don't care about your argument, SKC. Yeah. Let's deal with Bumpkin.
Drug dealing then, bro.
Motherfucker, that's what about
it doesn't have to be drug dealing at all.
I'm pulling up other felonies, drug dealing.
Motherfucker, you have to pull up other felonies. Let's deal with her felony and the drunk driving felony or potential felony that you're bringing up. Bumpkin, you must do better in future. Yeah. You're not up to it.
Shut up.
Yeah, the standard for criminality is not just did someone get hurt.
No. Sometimes it's potential, especially when it comes to kids.
Stanley, you are correct. You are correct.
I never doubted I was.
Yeah,
you call it hubris.
Can I say something before I fucking leave this goddamn stream, please?
Okay, my bad.
Okay, you are correct. Next time I come up here, I have to give you.
You
something
better
that
kick
you
my
can't-
ass.
No, next time I come up here, I have to give you something that you can't hair split for fucking 40 minutes about. You're right.
Oh, I look.
I
hey,
have
Bumpkin,
to. You're right. I was expecting you
Bumpkin,
not
I
to
know
be.
I know you're up to it.
I was expecting you not to be this much of a contrarian, and that's my fault. I should have expected.
I'm not being a contrarian. I'm
are.
literally being a pragmatist. See, what y'all don't understand is I can do theory and I can also do like street level practicality.
Okay.
This is the advantage of being 60. I've seen some world stuff. I'm not some sitting around on YouTube making shit up.
You know, you're old enough to be my grandfather.
That hurts my feelings, actually.
I'm sorry. I'm 20.
You
25.
You didn't have to do that.
I'm sorry, but I'm 25. You are old enough to be.
You are mean. You are mean.
I'm sorry.
Hey, don't be sorry. That is the reality.
Oh, okay. I gotta go to bed.
I would say this though,
Bumpkin, you better better come
I
back
like your
up here and
viewpoints.
debate some more.
I like your viewpoints, Bumpkin. I just think that they need to be honed a little bit.
Honed? Well, you know what? SKC is going to be your coach.
Nah, I got
Yeah,
it.
there's a lot of I guess in all of this, in a bit of the rhetoric and everything, there are a lot of pitfalls that are put forth in front of you, and I think you need to learn how to sidestep them.
Yep.
Well, you better do some judo, sidestep them and flip me so I can't come back and point out the sidesteps. Dude, you stepped into a mine. That's what you did.
I stepped into
Yes.
a hair splitting festival.
Dude, what is due process but hair splitting? You had your due process.
You hair split.
And
you hair split
I
a
wish
single point for
I wish
40
you
minutes.
had done that.
We
I wish you
stayed.
had done that with. I wish Homan and Trump had done that kind of hair splitting with these American kids.
You stayed. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. You forced the discussion to stay on one single hair splitting point.
Oh, absolutely, dude. You never deviate
like 20
from your
minutes.
topic.
Or like
you
20
never deviate from your topic. Never. Don't bring in whataboutisms.
No. You deviated, and then you.
I didn't deviate. I stayed on target.
It went from meritocracy to intelligence.
No, you brought up meritocracy.
I did, but it was meritocracy, and then it went to intelligence.
For Hitler.
Yeah, and then it went to intelligence, right?
Yep.
And then you hair split on intelligence.
Let's just say I guided you.
I hate this fucking place.
Why? I think it's a good place for you to sharpen a few things, man. Like, take for instance the argument that you put forth earlier about because I wanted to see if you were going to get there, but the what was it, the immigrant thing. He was trying to push you into the practicality thing with the, did anyone get harmed?
Oh, you noticed that? I wasn't pushing him. It was an actual question, you motherfucker. You literally thought I was pushing him?
Well,
I was
you
guiding
bullied
him.
him into it.
I was guiding him. I didn't bully him.
With a crook and cane, you guided him around with the cane around his neck.
Right off the goddamn stage.
So, but the
go ahead and call it a coffle. You go call it a coffle.
I was wondering if you were going to get to the point of that breaking the law is still wrong, even if no one gets hurt right away, and that the principles of the law supersede other things.
No. If no one gets hurt, you still have to do due process, because there are plenty of times where a judge will go, well, hey, you don't have a record, we'll expunge it with good behavior. Come on now. That is why America's great. You get due process and I've told you this before, judicial system is my favorite branch because you get thinking, educated people kind of doing that
Listen, Stanley,
pragmatism.
we can do this later. I have to
All
work
right.
the next few days, but it's currently
Gotcha.
9 a.m. and I have to go to sleep. If I don't,
Okay,
I'm
all I have to say is you better come back. I'll be bored if you don't.
That's wow.
No, that's a high compliment for me. Dude,
Yeah.
I will be bored if you don't become a regular.
I'll try.
Well,
I have a
hey,
busy schedule.
No, please do. And I understand, but I know you have to work and all that stuff. I'm retired. I don't have to. But honestly, Bumpkin, dude, you made it fun. And you're going to beat me. Dude, next time we talk, you'll probably trash my logic too. This is the whole reason there's this show, to be honest with you. Interesting people, interesting arguments, people who can argue. Motherfucker, you made my day. And not because I don't get people who are good at it, and I think you're good at it.
Thanks.
It's not a backhanded compliment, by the way.
All right, I do gotta go to bed though. Take it easy.
All right. Sleep well. All right, Dr. SKC, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much, man. Like I said, I'm just working in the background, listening to you two and seeing how you were leading the witness, as it were.
Hey, what else would I do? You'd have done the same thing. Tell me you wouldn't do it. You do it to me. You've done it to me.
I would argue not with the same intent.
Well, we don't see the world the same way, but dude, you know what? But the thing is it wasn't disingenuous. I honestly believe that that due process, if you got kids, they didn't choose their mother. I honestly believe America First means if there are kids involved, you run them through due process, and if the judge decides that, hey, these American citizens go with their mother because it's in the best interest of the kids. I'm not being disingenuous, and I hope you know that.
No. I know that you that is your belief, and you are right in that the thought about the due process thing. That's when a lot of splitting of the hairs begins. And I mean, I think that you lean more towards, as you just stated, and I lean more towards what I feel is more of the spirit of the law, which is built on the Roman model.
The spirit of the law,
yeah.
Dude, we don't live on the Roman model. That's why it's modified to fit our purposes. Okay, you cannot just go, oh, it's built on the Roman model, therefore we have Roman values. No, American values. We have a bedrock, but we grow like plants. We put American soil so we grow. Horrible analogy, but like American plants.
I think it's a good analogy because it's similar to what you stated earlier about children and culture. And I think that a lot of the culture that you instilled in your son has flowed from your father to yourself.
From my father, dude. I knew my maternal grandmother, my maternal grandfather died actually when my mother was a child, but I knew both my father's parents for quite some time. And my father didn't spring up from nothing. Um, my my father's parents, I miss them to this day. They were, oh my God. I'll tell stories one of these days. They were like awesome. My parents, awesome. And you know, I don't just come from nowhere. I'm not just making this shit up. And whether it's kind of sheltered or, dude, I had a great family, and I know I'm lucky, but if I seem naive or sheltered or I don't know shit, if nothing else, I know what can be.
Yeah, I
And
think
I will kick my son's ass from the grave if need be.
yeah,
And
and I
see,
think
that's why I enjoy people like you. You're the same way.
I think that your family is like a perfect model for exactly what I'm talking about. It's like you are very proud of what your father did and what your grandparents accomplished and so forth.
And my
I
mother,
think,
and my
and
sister,
your
and my brother. My fucking sister and brother, arguably, they're more successful than me.
So in that same vein, I would say I think just as people in America have that pride about their families and so forth, I think that they should have the same pride towards the family of the Constitution, in that it was built on things that previously existed before it. And just because it may be in a more modern form doesn't mean that you throw away the spirit of the old. So, in fact, civis Romanus sum.
Well, no, I heard what you said, and I think that's such a ridiculous argument. That's almost like a paleo. That's a paleo argument, dude. Don't be not the first by whom the new are tried, nor yet the last to lay the old aside. That is Alexander Pope, an old English
Oh, I know
poet.
exactly who Alexander
Oh,
Pope
well,
is.
yeah, we've talked about him before, dude. Build something new and don't be afraid of it. When you say don't be afraid of what the Constitution, and by the way, the Declaration of Independence were built on, you also have to contextualize them. At the time, it was not built for the general public. It wasn't even built. The Constitution wasn't even built for all white people at the time. Remember, property owners voted, others didn't. We evolved, but I want to respect what both documents, the founding documents, were built on. But I also want to think about things such as the Emancipation Proclamation. There have been great things, great documents that were written after the Constitution, starting with state constitutions, by the way. New Hampshire and Vermont have a very interesting history. Dude, you have to look farther than the past. You have to look. I'm happy with the Constitution as it is, even if I never knew what it was built on. It's a great document in and of itself, but it's an imperfect document. There is, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments and the amendments past that. We are a work in progress. And it worries me when people just want to go, let's look back to Rome. Well, yeah, if we can't figure out, and I'm trying to think, there was a Supreme Court case where Alito or someone had to go back to Blackstone or some bullshit like that because he wasn't getting the answers from the American documents. You go back to the past when the more recent documents aren't answering your question. You don't just automatically go from the beginning and work your way forward. You work with the tools you have. And
Well,
I
like
don't
I think
I don't agree with your
splitting
framing,
occurred.
with your point of view.
Yeah, and this is just where we begin to deviate, the splitting of the hairs, as it were. I mean, I'm of the
Oh,
mind
motherfucker,
frame of
stop
you.
telling me not to split hairs.
No.
And
I think
I'm
people should split
not
hairs.
fussing. I'm joking.
Yeah, no, I think people should. I think it's important to, because I'm of the mindset that you don't remove a fence until you know why that fence was put up in the first place.
Well, you don't know how dig the posts are buried. If those posts are buried in concrete, you have a problem pulling them up.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that there are a lot of people who
You don't think I've
throw
ever
off.
built a fence, don't you? You think I've never got my hands dirty?
No, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. I think that you have. I'm just thinking as a thought process that, and using it as an analogy, that sometimes people who do not understand the foundation of the Constitution are very quick to throw off ideas that were implanted in it
Understood.
solely because of,
Now, let me
and I'll say
ask you a
you have
question,
some
though.
people, you'll have some people that'll do it solely because of their social views on things such as race and all of that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Who's quicker to throw all that off? Someone who doesn't understand the Constitution or some of the founding documents, or those who understand the roots? I argue that people who don't understand it will be the first to discard them.
Yeah, that's obvious. That's the default, because they're obviously going to discard it because they don't even know what it means in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I
anyway,
I think that's the position of. In fact, I think that's the position of many of the people who cross the border illegally.
mhm.
I mean, you're basically.
Oh, absolutely. But dude, I don't disagree with that at all. But I'm also saying that, you know what? You've got laws on the books that encourage people to come here. Why can't we do immigration reform? And I'm still wondering why Congress isn't going in. I don't care about the UN and what they require. If we have to do something that works better for us in defiance of the UN, what the fuck are they going to do? Leave New
Well,
York?
I mean, a lot of people that are on.
I'm just saying. You know what? Let me
that statement
this
would.
too.
That statement is a man. That's a firebrand to a lot of people that are Team Blue.
Don't care. Dude, you really think, look, right is right, period. We need to deal with asylum law, we need to deal with refugee law, and we need to make it less amenable to people risking their lives, because Trump is right on that part. People are risking their lives coming here.
Yeah,
And that shouldn't be either. They're risking kids' lives. That the kids, they're sending kids here alone. That is bad. We need to discourage that. You honestly think I would like fucking just seal off the border so no kids come here alone? I'm okay with that. Seal it off.
Well, I mean, that's virtually been done right now. So,
well, lucky for us.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's how you, by executing and the law, you actually protect more people. And I think that the interesting
No,
thing about
I'm gonna disagree. Um, if you're gonna execute some laws or change laws, I don't think if you're executing law, refugee, you're being selective about the law because Biden was also executing law that basically said if people come here illegally, now there's law before law. I get the point about seal the borders off, before we negotiate um, immigration reform, we need to secure the border. Now, let me make you a bet. I haven't heard talk about, if the border's secure, where's the talk about let's get Congress to change the do immigration reform? I've heard nothing about it. Have you?
just a little about it.
Well, you need to send me those links.
Okay.
Because I've heard nothing about changing, reforming the asylum or refugee laws. Absolutely nothing. Now, I mean, within like the first 100 days, because I don't think Trump can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I thought that one of the biggest portions of immigration law was actually exercising the laws that are on the books right now.
Well, you didn't hear me. The the refugee laws are on the books too.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't there like a Lakin Riley Act that was passed? I mean, aren't they trying to
Irrelevant to my point. Irrelevant
sanctuary city,
to my point.
sanctuary city
Irrelevant to my point, son. What is the first law of the land?
Protect citizens.
Nope. Constitution.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm going all the way back. My point is that Lakin Riley and the other law, I can't remember the name of it. Those are like after the fact. Immigration, the border policy, illegal immigration is before that. And I'm not going to argue that because it is law. Before that, or maybe even after that, there are laws that kind of encourage people to come here. There are laws that discourage. We need to do the reform to get everything in line. It needs to be more coherent.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. I just think that there are there's a preamble to all of that, and I think that that's already taken place.
Okay. Well, I don't have your faith, but if you say so, I do trust you.
Yeah, I mean, no, don't trust me. I'm just a coon.
Dude, you've earned my trust.
I'm just an aging coon now. That's it.
Yeah, well, all your little mask bandito things are turning white. I can't believe that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was what my sister state that once I heard that that number 4 is on the way, that's when I had a little tuft of gray come in my beard.
Oh.
So,
are you still in your 40s?
Yeah, I'm early 40s.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm 60. So F you.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, man,
you. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I certainly do agree with you that you does get to the point of the splitting of the hairs, and once you get to that point, it is a requirement to be able to have exacting arguments, because at that point, if you're in the game of splitting the hairs and you don't know how to argue your point, you've already lost.
Right. Well, apparently, my audience, which hates splitting hairs, is draining off into John Galt and Be Brave and Think. So,
what I'm just curious. The last time I was here and I got an opportunity to speak with you, you had coined a phrase, "Be Braveology," or a term rather.
Well, yeah, it's all anti-black. I've noticed in this audience, and it is John Galt's space, so it is what it is. But I'm watching Be Brave and John probably be this anti-black bullshit is really just it's kind of getting my goat, to be honest.
Why?
I just, what? I don't think there's anything wrong with black people. I don't buy the biological arguments. Be Brave. You don't know. I know you know who Be Brave is.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard him from time to time. I've even had like a very quick passing through. I think here with him, but I've never just had a time to listen to his viewpoints and all of that.
Well, no, he literally thinks there is a black culture and an American culture or white culture. He thinks the two don't intersect. He thinks black people are shooting up the streets, therefore black people are worse. And the reason black people are worse is, all the street crime and all that stuff. 70% of the black population excuses it. And, I need him to prove those numbers. It's his opinion. And I think he's one of the best, most amusing racists. He's outright racist. And I've told him that to his face. So it would be no surprise that I think that. But he's problematic. However, you're going to love this one. I have determined in the past month or so that the John Galts, the anti-black blacks, are worse for any black community. And let's do the conceptual. As we were as kids taught to think that there is a black community, anti-blacks are worse. Anti-black blacks, it's rot from within. Be Brave. Those motherfucking dumbass racist, white racists, they're actually not a problem. You can avoid them. You can't avoid a John Galt level racist. And he is a racist.
Okay.
Well, you may not agree, but I'm open to debating it. Shit, I've talked to John directly about it.
Yeah, you have more interaction and coverage of the guy than I do. So
Well, I appreciate you're going to give him an open mind. So you'll figure it out, and you may agree. I find it I find him literally wrong.
How sometimes people say something and it lingers in your mind, and your mind kind of chews on it a little bit and stuff. That just happened just now when you were stating about the Constitution earlier, and a question came to mind You're saying what is the first principle of the Constitution, and
well, no, I said what is the first law? What is
oh,
primary law in the United States? Everything is based on that Constitution, not even the Declaration of Independence. You know, that influences spirit of the law. You got the Federalist Papers. The Constitution, maybe instead of first, I should have said primary. Everything, all statutes, all state constitutions are based on the Constitution. You can make any law in a state you want, but it cannot violate the U.S. Constitution.
Right. So then I have a question then. We the people, right?
Yeah.
What is we if anybody can become we?
Well, I'm assuming you are a U.S. citizen, and anybody can become a U.S. citizen if you follow the process, the laws.
Right, but let's say at the beginning you really don't follow the process that.
Okay, define your beginning. From birth, as a U.S. citizen, as an immigrant, as an illegal immigrant. Please define your beginning.
Let's say as an illegal immigrant, you cross the border. You didn't follow.
Well, you'd be wrong for crossing it. You've already, you know. And by the way, there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that says you can't cross a border. That statute.
What I'm wondering is if that is broken at any point, the
what is broken specifically?
Who is able to become the we? If that becomes broken at any point.
Well, I literally said anyone can if you follow the law. And when I say law, I mean statute law, the process, the rules. But the rules are not spelled out in the Constitution. So we're not talking about the Constitution, correct?
No. I am, and I'm not talking about so far.
Okay, nothing in the Constitution describes how you cross a border or anything like that. Now, there is, you know, the 14th Amendment where it talks about jurisdiction. And that's going to become the birthright citizenship thing. So you never ask me questions without knowing the answer. What am I missing?
Well, what I was thinking is, you're right in stating that there aren't any laws or statutes directly in the Constitution.
No, there are no any of the provisions in the Constitution. There is statute law based on the Constitution that describes immigration. Now, Article 2, I'm pretty sure kind of gives, it becomes a foreign policy. It's kind of complicated within the Constitution, but no one says you can't cross the border. The Constitution doesn't cover it.
Right. So kind of like my wonderment is, can you follow the law without understanding the Constitution?
Yes. But you have to know the law. And remember the ignorance of the law, which, I don't know, you know, sometimes that becomes problematic, especially if you're a minor.
So I'm just trying to follow this progression. The beginning of
there is no progression that I recognize. What is the progression? Where are you going with this?
No, I'm actually just trying to figure it out. The Constitution is the beginning of everything. Yeah, the Constitution is the beginning.
No, the Constitution is not the beginning of everything. It is primary. There are no state constitutions or statutes that the Senate makes. You can't violate the Constitution outside of violating it, you can make any law you want.
So the Constitution precedes law.
Absolutely, it does. It is. It is the root, and everything grows from it. Law-wise, justice-wise.
But you can eat off of the tree.
Okay, let's not do bad analogies. Get to your point.
Again, I'm really wondering how a person can follow the
How
law.
long is it going to take you to wonder? Can you get to your point?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm slow, Stanley.
You are being especially slow. Therefore, I'm curious to know what surprise are you going to spring on me?
I don't have a surprise for you. Why do you think that I have a bat behind my
Because you
man?
have this bad habit.
Why do you think that? I'm just having a
I don't know,
conversation with
SKC.
you.
Why do I think you would spring a surprise? Something I'm not thinking about.
I have both hands up. I'm having a free.
I'm not going to shoot. I'm not going to shoot.
I have no detonator on me. I'm just trying to understand. So the Constitution is primary, and then the laws are built upon the Constitution. And people that are not from here can come here and they can follow the law without having an understanding of the Constitution.
Well, the Constitution was created by beasts from hell who believed that washing their body was witchcraft and that it was actually bad to do. So these constitutions were.
Wait. Stanley, did his name truly state Ignorant TV? Am I hallucinating? Oh man! Wow. Oh no! I am Ignite TV. I guess that's I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. It's Ignite.
It's Ignorant TV, brother. Words have meanings, and words can also be used as repertoires, and they can be actual things that can be indigested so that you may conjure the word.
Indigested?
Yes, and understand what it really means.
Okay, my brother.
So you see a word called ignorant and you think it means stupid, but that's truly a misconception. Everything you was taught was from a white man, and you think because he said it is true.
So does that mean that everything that's taught from a black man is true?
No, I didn't say that, brother.
So everything that's taught by a white person is false?
A lie.
Wow. Fascinating. So I'm guessing that Ignat, that you're stating that that Stanley's late wife taught lies to her son.
What you're doing is you're insinuating. I didn't.
No, I'm just following the logic to its conclusion. Every white person lies according to your standards, so that means that Stanley's late wife taught lies to her son. It's simple logic. A equals B, ergo A plus B equals C.
See, what you have to do, brother, is let's take the words that came out of my mouth, right? Let's go by that, word by word. What did I say to you? I said, what they taught you was a lie. Those white hunkies you think are intellectual and the ones that told you they found the land where people lived already. And this is like, we were talking about the laws and constitutions, right?
Who is
that not
we?
what we're
Were you? You said we. Don't you mean y'all?
Yes, me and his brother, we was talking about constitutions, right?
Okay, he's not your brother.
But listen, let's go back to the
Wait,
logic.
hold on. Because I don't want this to be mistaken. Ignorant, you're a friend of the show. SKC is like a senior member of the show. Even I don't fuck with him. Not unless I have a point. You might want to think before you speak.
Thank you for the
And
warning.
that's my only advice.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's go back to the logic. He's trying to say something about his wife or whatever. But what I said was everything you were taught was a lie. The white man's a liar. You believe it's true because it came out of his mouth, right? You said
No. I think
he said every.
I reject the premise that everything that I was taught by a white man. I reject that premise. I've learned from several schools.
Were they
And some of us had. Hey, Ignorant, did you have black parents? Because a lot of this stuff. My mother. Where do you think I learned the love of history from? My mother. I had black parents. I would say outside of like math and science, I learned as much from my mother as my mother was actually really good with history and English. Oh shit. Dude, I learned chemistry because my parents weren't into biology and all that stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? Everything you learned? Dude, you need to clean up your rhetoric. Didn't you have Ignorant? Did you have black parents?
Yes, I have black parents.
Did you learn anything from your parents?
Of course.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about? You need to be much. Now you're pissing me off.
I'm really curious.
Hold on.
We were having a good conversation.
Ignorant. It wasn't a conversation. It was you. It was you coming up here being all bold and accusatory. That's not
Where did I accuse anyone?
I learned everything from a white man.
No, the brother asked you a question that you didn't answer.
This isn't your brother. He's not my brother.
Are you
my
black?
Friend.
Are you black?
Motherfucker, are you black?
I'm talking to him.
Dude.
SKC, you black?
Okay, that motherfucker's blacker than I am.
So he's a brother.
You didn't know this?
I'm actually a coon.
Like a raccoon?
In the flesh, a red-blooded, a warm red-blooded
I
raccoon.
tried to step in the middle of this.
Well, I mean, you can be what you want, I guess, in America. You know, you could be a butterfly if you want to.
Okay, did you just realize that you can be anything you want to be in America? When did you realize this? Did your parents teach you that?
No, Biden said it when he was in office.
Okay, then you would be as silly as someone like 12th Man. Everything is Biden's fault. Everything is Biden's fault.
No.
Biden.
I like where this is going. He said you can even be a butterfly. Hey, we the insect.
You know what?
I mean, there's literally a guy on here that thinks.
I'm trying to head this off at the pass, because this could go south. Well, you want to hear some anti-blackness?
You can be a butter. There's a guy on here calls himself a fox. He's a fox from Mars, and he's also a lady. So I don't know if you guys are aware of.
You know, I haven't seen that fox in like 6 months. Have you?
I just saw him like yesterday or the day before on John's show.
Really, the same guy, the like with the little fox cartoon thing?
Yep.
Okay, he hasn't been on mine in a while. I'm disappointed.
Wasn't Anubis a spider?
I don't know. What are you? What are you, an entomologist?
Didn't Ra have a jackal head? Wasn't he
You go ahead, Hotep.
I couldn't tell you that. I'm not a Hotep, so.
Well, no, I'm calling SKC a Hotep. How do you know that?
I'm not a Hotep. I just like history. You know, one thing that I would like to know about Ignorant TV. And maybe you know this, Stanley. I don't. I'm
probably
I'm operating in the dark. What is the meaning behind the kufi cloth?
I know kufi hat,
Kufi
like
cloth.
the Islamic thing. You're talking kente.
This is called a dashiki, brother. This is an African dashiki.
Okay, I see where you're going. No, kente is like homespun.
Okay, yeah, with the kente cloth.
Days?
What is the meaning behind that? The dashiki and all that. I'm just wondering.
Well, you have to wear clothes in America, right? You can't just walk around naked. So
What you?
The meaning of clothes is so you don't get arrested. All right? Am I missing something? Because he wants the etymology of dashiki, the word.
No. I don't want the etymology. I was just trying.
Well, no, actually, I want the etymology. Dashiki has a mean. Pardon me, SKC, but there's a meaning. I just always called it a dashiki. There's meaning behind it. Educate me, son.
Well, these are clothes back in the days when the Moors were prevalent. If you wore a dashiki, you were
where were the Moors prevalent?
Wealthy.
Where were the Moors prevalent?
Okay, Spain. They were more prevalent in Spain and eastern parts of Europe, and also in the West. So they were mostly prevalent in that area. But if you wore the dashiki, you were looked at as some form of royalty. And you can actually Google this.
Realty or royalty?
Royalty. You can Google this. Like
okay, because realty's property. Were your property?
You gotta take your ears, listen through your ears, and not your vagina.
Okay, there wasn't so much the cloth as much as the dye in the cloth. Correct? There were certain dyes that were expensive. So if you could have like certain colors, like purple, there were certain dyes that were rather expensive to get your clothes dipped in. So you need to do better with your history, son.
You
didn't ask me about dyes, so what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, what do you think a dashiki gets its colors from? Come on, son.
He didn't ask that question. So
okay, I didn't ask that question. See, this is these people.
You want me to say the dye?
This
No.
This is so
Dashikis
annoying.
Back in the day had gold.
This
in them.
is
you don't
why.
know what the fuck you talking about,
dude. Where do you think a dashiki gets its color from?
That's irrelevant to what that man asked me.
It is not irrelevant to the question I asked you.
Original dashikis had gold in them. You don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? Again,
So
even if they
that's
had
not an original.
if they had gold, then it wasn't the kente cloth. It was what was in the kente cloth, the color, dude. This is
Oh,
what I mean about what we're losing in American education and the way we're able to critically think. It's not the motherfucking fibers, it's the color of the fibers. It's how you color what's woven into the fibers. Why don't people know this?
so Stanley,
This is so
maybe he's
goddamn frustrating.
maybe he's educating me in things I don't know. So the
You
dashikis
said
had
I didn't
originally
know
had
that.
they had
I
gold
do.
in them. So Stanley, I believe what he's
No,
stating is
stop.
that I believe what he's stating is that the Moorish warriors that crossed the
Okay,
Arabian
come on,
desert
come on.
had
There
had
was
gold laden.
sub-Saharan influence. Dude, there was sub-Saharan influence, but they were darker than the Europeans. There's some conflation there, and if you've been there, there's conflation as
What was
far as
conflated?
color. Well, the conflation is race with Moors. Moors means black. It actually doesn't.
Is there something worn
Okay.
underneath the daishiki?
That I don't know. Panties,
I mean, are you
shorts.
homosexual? Respect.
No, I'm
Oh,
only
what the
asking.
fuck?
I'm only asking because I'm trying to understand the logistics of it all. Because if
Yeah, you
guys
better
that
be
were
careful,
if, gu-
Ignat. He
if
knows
guys
more
that
than you
were
do about this sort of stuff.
because I was just wondering if guys were racing across the desert on camel and horses at high speeds and they had gold metallic against their skin
Remember the
under the
word
desert
Stanley
sun.
tried to correct, or he said royalty or realty. Remember he said that? It was royalty. Remember that?
I'm just wondering how, if that makes sense to do, to wear a hot metal against your skin in the desert sun. I don't know. I'm just saying that. I think if it would have been me, I probably would have said no. Just give me some robes. I don't want a hot.
Well, wait, hold it. Was that question directed towards me? They weren't wearing their finery on camels. Come on. They packed them away. I just don't know why we even have to have these sorts of discussions in 2025. My only point is that dashikis derive their specialness, their essence, from their colors, not so much from what the cloth is made from. So kente is color plus cloth. And I would argue that kente is more about the patterns and the colors, the brilliance, rather than the it's the sum of its parts. That's my argument. See, he left. What did you do to him?
I just asked some questions. I wanted to know more about and he educated. I was like, Kufi, I don't know anything about it. It was kente cloth. And then you went into the thought
What,
about.
you don't know anything about kente cloth, really?
No, I don't. I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Well, have you ever owned a dashiki?
No.
Neither have I. So maybe neither of us know.
Yeah.
Now, I've always wanted one.
Yeah.
It just never got around to. But then, I was at this really expensive, there was they sell wool cloaks. I used to want an actual cloak.
Now, I've worn a cloak. Yeah, I've worn a cloak, and felt myself in it. Yeah, it has a there's an egotistical appeal to it.
Well, no, better than that. There is this super expensive place that you can buy like cloaks. It's like high quality wool and shit.
Mm-hmm.
You'll spend like $500 for a cloak, and I always tried to get my wife to just like, hey, you know.
Could you picture yourself walking around the house in your cloak?
And sometimes I was serious. It'd be cool.
I didn't hear your last statement. You kind of went out for a second when you said
Oh,
you were
sorry.
stating that you wanted to. You were saying something about your wife.
Well, no, I always used to like. You have to excuse me. I laugh so hard. Honestly, I used to try and like drop hints, and it was always kind of a joke. But I was kind of wondering, well, maybe one of these days she'll take me seriously.
Mm.
You know, there's like a catalog. There's like, you know, there were women's cloaks too. You know, maybe we can get his and her cloaks. And this is like $500 for a fucking piece of cloth.
Yeah, but it's high quality. Aren't they like
Well,
wool or something?
if I could think of the website, I would put it up. I'll have to look it up overnight. But my wife, you know, she had this talent for going, yes, dear, just walking away. And yes, dear. And you know what? That's maybe why I loved her most. She'd just go, yeah, okay. You know, now let me go and deal with the reality. So
Before Ignat arrived, you was telling me about be braveism, and I'm looking at the screen, and it looks as though they have an African guy that is saying something.
Oh yeah, you want to hear it?
Well,
no, you got to hear this.
Well, before you play it, I just I have a challenge for you. I wonder
really?
if you could give me what your synopsis of what they're talking about is before you even play it. Like, what do you think that this could? It can almost be like a little game of what are they talking
not
about?
Interested in the game. Well, basically, blacks can do no right.
Okay.
And you know, in various forms, but nothing good, shooting up streets, etc. So here we go.
African authors. Where is the African is writing some books? And, you know, you hear Stanley all the time. You know, he mentions, you know, he reads a lot of books. Where are the Africans?
Oh, that's the other thing. They don't like me because I read books.
You know, mostly they're reading white men's books. And I think deep down,
white men books.
Deep down in their psyche, it hurts.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. There's blacks that this tears the shit out of them, and they're cracking out in anger. And the problem is they're not looking. They're not, like you say, they're not looking at their own culture. They're just lashing out and blaming people.
And you know, I think this guy honestly is looking out of admiration. I don't think he's blaming anyone as much as he's saying, why can't we be like them? You know, why can't we be like Sweden and Denmark? Just listen to it.
They teach in Danish. Go to Norway, they teach in Norwegian. Go to Sweden, they teach in Swedish. Go to Finland, they teach in Finnish. Go to Korea, they teach in Korean. Go to China, they teach in Chinese. Go to Japan, they teach in Japanese. Then they meet the world. But you and me, here I am waxing eloquent in English, not in Kiswahili. We must revamp our curriculum. I suspect you are either using Samsung or Huawei. What did China do 30 years ago? They made a decision that we are going to change our education system. And they changed the education system. They engaged in agriculture. They engaged in technology. They engaged in medicine. They engaged in everything. And today, China is the second strongest economy in the world, with a GDP of no less than now. For us to change our mind, today I'm saying that we cannot remain for you Ghanaians. Nkrumah is dead, but Nkrumah never dies.
Anyway, I thought I had the part where he basically talked about the blacks reading all these, you know, Shakespeare and shit like that. And I don't know, I thought about Stanley in that instance. Brave, you know, quoting the white man's books, you know. That was interesting. That Brave, you know, Brave.
I think it's interesting that he's, you know, I don't know, it's their angle, everything the angle that they're coming from it. It's like it's just completely backwards. First of all, they need to drop the anger, drop the anger. Second of all, just talk about the realities and then ask, you know, what do you want to do about it? But I mean, and I don't blame him for pointing to other countries and their success, but it's just like you say, John, there's a lot of things that they need to look inward and talk about. And it's just, they act like they can just overstep all of these.
Now, if you notice,
step 2 and step
be
3,
brave,
and then
sidestep
five,
part
and
about
that's
the
what they
white
do
man's
forever. Like
book.
he's talking, why don't we do
got
this?
two
You know, I don't
really
know. It's not
interesting people
Yeah,
talking
you know,
past each
the one
other.
thing that I don't like
They
about
don't
what-
even know
what
they're
he's
talking
saying is,
past
you know,
each
again,
other.
You know, blacks tend to talk about education like
Well,
it's some
that's
magical
one of the
potion.
things that, like in that,
Yeah,
Everybody
education.
else doesn't, you know,
Education
can't use
is
your
some
hands to
magical.
exercise what you
The
know.
fuck is
And
this
the education
motherfucker
can
talking
go for it
about?
all.
He's got a master's
It's out
degree.
here calling big words.
Oh, John has a master's.
Not really saying much.
Yeah, at
And
least
I think that
according
you
to
see
him.
that here in America as well.
Oh, okay.
A lot of blacks, you know, do education, but they can't really apply it. And so most of them end up working for the government, something like that, that will pay them to more or less
Most blacks
theory on these
work
things.
for the government.
It's the black lawyer
What the
that was
fuck is he talking about?
He ain't making any money. He has an education, but he couldn't really apply it in the corporate marketplace where people would actually pay him. And so I think that, you know, the blacks with their focus, their keen focus on education really
See, the blacks focus there. This motherfucker is so
much black
anti-black.
stuff in the
It's
news, you know, his title is
crazy.
Right quick though, John, let me say this. When blacks like this, they talk, they need to, rather than get so aggressive sounding, because I understand aggressively, because I like to do it, I like to aggressively call the black culture a piece of shit, because I'm out after insults. But if blacks are talking to other blacks, I'm not saying they need to have tears running down their cheeks, but they need to come at it at a much more solemn and pleading manner.
solemn and pleading. That's what blacks should do.
What's wrong with this? Come on, cut it with the anger, because that just confuses blacks and whips blacks into thinking it's other people's fault. Whereas if somebody was just a nice, calm, and they had a more of a very solemn approach, it wowould come off as more, these people are really sad because we're failing, as opposed to I'm angry, so let's do something. It's just a back-assward approach when blacks are already out of their minds with blaming everybody. Somebody's got to cry.
Blacks are out of their minds blaming everybody.
Ask them, what do we think we're doing?
You know, I was talking to my mother yesterday, Brave, and you know, she was kind of lamenting about, you know, how bad things, you know, that she just doesn't see many blacks putting forth much effort. And so I started to say something. She said, you know, you think too much. And I think, you know, a lot of these blacks, you know, depending on where they are in their life, either they don't want to confront it, or maybe they feel like they're too old to even put forth a solution And ultimately, I think they become part of the 70% that just become kind of like
Now this
despondent to the
motherfucker's
whole thing.
talking
They don't
about a
even want to talk about it anymore.
70%
Whatever
that
the
can't
last
be
few days they
proven.
have left,
And this
I think
motherfucker's
maybe they don't
too
see his
old or
solutions.
too young to have a
And so
solution.
here in DC,
John
Brave,
Galt, what is your solution?
this is what they're
I'm
putting the
curious.
people
And
under
let me
here
type that in the
black
chat.
kids, Brave. Take a listen.
When was this, John?
So I'm
It's been
guessing
every
you've
weekend, Brave. So as you hear
had
the news, say
conversations,
another
extensive
weekend.
conversations
All
with
around the
them about
country
all of
too,
this.
isn't it? Chicago,
Oh,
Baltimore,
absolutely.
And what they're doing is, Brave, they're
I've
hitting the real
called him a
high-end
racist.
areas, the areas where people want to go out on the weekends and have lunch, dinner, you know what I'm saying, have a drink, go down by walk on the waterfront with your significant other, something like that. They're hitting these areas hard, man. I mean, they're coming up out of the ghettos, the train stations are letting them off. And
Yeah, and this is something, and I'll make it quick. This is something where the black leaders, if they really cared about blacks, would point to the teen takeovers. And again, I'm not saying cry tears. I'm saying get in a solemn frame of mind and ask what's going on as black leaders. This is no time to blame or anything. There's something real wrong with the black culture that their kids are running out now, acting like complete fucking animals. This is no time to start worrying about poor us. And that's exactly where this always goes. We go ahead, Bob.
Brave, like, when I talk to blacks, you hear it sometime on the panel, they will talk about like, back in high school, nigga be 40 years old, be talking about some shit back in high school. And for many of them, Brave, that was their heyday, and it will be their heyday. As I like to say, your future, your present, your past is brighter than your future. And a lot of times, again, their heydays when they were very young.
I had to basically tell him a bunch of shit talk about Shakespeare is not a solution.
More or less tread water, go backwards.
Interesting. So you're stating that they never propose a solution?
Again, these are very young kids.
No. John Galt, I think his solution is you need to live in the ghetto.
This kind of behavior would be
And you need to be concerned about the ghetto. If you've never been there, if you don't live there, if you leave the ghetto and don't come back to it, you are not black.
What is your solution? I said they need to go back in their neighborhoods.
No, motherfucker, I didn't grow up. See, this is the dumbest motherfucking bullshit.
Like them Yemenis do.
Go back to my neighborhood. My neighborhood was never a problem. I grew up in an all-black neighborhood. Didn't have crime.
That's all the waterfront areas except for
See,
Georgetown.
this dumb son of a bitch. I don't know what he thinks, but he thinks all black people are like him.
It's harder for them to get there. But they just named 3 waterfront areas that are accessible by blacks, and I want you to listen.
Areas like the Wharf in the district and National Harbor in Prince George's County. Last Friday night, police arrested 6 teens in those crowds.
Only 6.
On charges ranging from disorderly conduct to assaulting a police officer. News 4's Jackie Benson reports that police are issuing a strong warning to parents that they are the ones who will be fined if their kids defy curfews.
Isn't Prince George County like a pretty affluent area?
Well, John has found the crime in it, and he has statistics that, it's become more crime ridden. His thing is it's become blackified, but it's still one of the more affluent neighborhoods. But, statistics don't always, tell you what's actually happening on the ground. So I see his point.
So there are certain points that you think that you see from him, but his overall
I think his overall point is just dumb and anti-black, anti-black racist. And my point about anti-black racists are actually a bigger problem than
Look at them kids they showing.
white racism. White racists like Jared Taylor, he's not a problem.
Have they shown a black teen yet, bro?
Yes, they did show one black teen with his black mother. They had to put that token in, yeah.
And then the problem is you get like Be Brave and you know who Mayo Monkey is?
Does anybody put a
I've
finger
heard
on
the
it?
name.
Like 10% white, 90 black?
Mayo Monkey, you get
20?
all
Is
these
it 50%
really
white, 50
low
black?
tier, like, dude, you get a Be Brave or a Mayo Monkey. Other people who don't read books, white people, just want to glom onto it. It's almost like, you know, the antebellum South, or, you know, postbellum South, where, you know, if you got a bunch of Uncle Remuses, you know, they love their Uncle Remus. And if Uncle Remus says that, hey, them black people, these little black buckras are effed up, they glom on to that. Like Uncle Remus says, you know, the black buckras are bad. That's what I'm seeing here. And, you know, I'm not even sure if I'm being hyperbolic about it. This sort of like, for him to mention my name and I read Shakespeare, well, my black mother taught me, and I don't love Shakespeare, but, you know, I read it. I bought my mother a complete works of Shakespeare. Black people actually do stuff like that. And for John Galt, you know, he thinks reading books and black people being educated is literally, and look at this motherfucker. Now, Mayo Monkey says this is PG County, the richest black county in the US. I'm not sure that that still stands, but honestly, John Galt's type of anti-black rhetoric, just, it's like honey to these fucking white racist flies. And
he said it's a honey pot.
Yeah. Yeah, Lupin, it's all problematic, the due process problem. And I honestly think that, you know, we're going to run into a problem if the Supreme Court, or, you know, this is a problem that must be dealt with, and dealt with decisively. You know, I understand that immigration's a problem, but you don't have to be an asshole. And that's what Trump and his little John Galts enjoy, the viciousness. You're back, Ignat, but for how long?
I don't know, until they come here and tell me, hey, we need you again.
Well, I was hoping you would say to him, my daddy takes the thunder, what is it? T-Bird away.
Ooh, that's a good card. Thunderbird.
My father-in-law actually has like one. You remember quite a while ago, they did like special models of the T-Bird. It was like a 2-seater. My father-in-law actually has one, a red one.
Damn.
And
I was just gonna
that
say
motherfucker.
Is it red?
Oh, yep. He actually has one. And I've never driven it. You know, I don't even know that my son's driven it, but it is his baby.
That thing's
It's a good looking car.
It's a beautiful car.
You know what? I don't know that it is. It's not my shtick, but hey, my father-in-law.
Hey,
You know.
Stanley, you were saying something about the SCOTUS possibly. I think you were alluding to the idea of them possibly going over birthright citizenship. I mean, what are your thoughts on
Well, I think they've accepted it. It's in May or something. they're actually going to hear it.
Yeah, I think they're gonna really focus on that last part and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Remember the last
Yeah,
time
in
we
the
were I was
jurisdiction, that's where they're going to say that jurisdiction is actually rather important. What do you think they're going to say? Because I think they're going to, if you set foot on soil, you're subject to U.S. law. That's jurisdiction. And you need to amend the Constitution. You're not, I want to see how they bend logic if they go against it, but I suspect they're going to go, hey, if you want to change it, change the Constitution.
Yeah, I think the approach that they're gonna go with, because again, you did whet my appetite for it, and I did read upon it, and I think what they're gonna attempt to try to do is focus in on that subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and I think they're gonna
Okay,
state that.
you're not getting my point. Jurisdiction is literally, are you subject to the law? If you set foot on U.S. soil, like if you are illegal and you commit a crime, you're subject to U.S. law, not Guatemalan law.
Right. I think the interpretation
Therefore,
that they're going to.
jurisdiction means under the law. Now, I want to see how you're going to bend it, because I suspect you're going to say that the Supreme Court is going to rule against it. I don't see how they can, not credibly.
Yeah. Well, based upon my readings of what Alito and Thomas stated.
What are you reading? That maybe that'll help me.
Yeah.
Well, no. Not their decisions, because these guys, they're originalists when it suits their politics. Alito and Thomas, they're not super knowledgeable legal scholars. They bend the law to their political purposes, to the most political of the non-justices.
Yeah, I mean that may be the case, but I'm just saying.
Well, no, it is the case. Not maybe.
Well, their argument, I believe their argument is going to be that in 1868, when the 14th Amendment was written, subject to the jurisdiction meant full compliance to the allegiance to the United States, not just being presently on U.S. soil.
Bullshit. Where's
I think
it?
that's what their argument is going to be.
Whoa. Allegiance. That's allegiance and jurisdiction has not really. Then they're illiterate if they think that.
I think that's what their argument is going to be.
Allegiance is a totally separate Latin word than jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is not like jurisdiction is mandatory. Allegiance is voluntary. It's not even the spirit of the words. If you think they're going to rule that, then thank God it's going to be like a 7-2 decision.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to rule. I'm just saying I think that's what Alito and Thomas's main argument is going to be.
Allegiance, you know what? I pray you're wrong, because if they make that argument, then they will be lowered in my estimation of them. But literally, they will go through the floor. Allegiance has nothing to do with jurisdiction. You can have an allegiance to Mexico, but if you're on U.S. soil, you fly that Mexican flag and you rule, you live your life according to Mexican law. That's not going to change that judge's opinion when he sends your ass to jail for DUI. That's a dumb argument.
That's interesting. And they get deported after they do their time here. It's great.
Well, you know what? They deserve to be deported because you had allegiance to something that wasn't jurisdiction. What your argument is basically, and if they make that argument, and I'm not kidding, ignorance of the law or not adhering to the law because you don't believe in the law, you have allegiance to some other law or no law, means you're immune. That's not going to work. I can't believe that would be their argument.
I think
It's
what they're
a
going to base
horrible argument.
I think one of the cornerstone things they're going to use in that argument is they're going to use Senator Jacob Howard's
Senators don't write law, not by themselves.
Well, he was the one that actually drafted the citizenship clause, and in his writings he stated, this will, of course, not include persons born into the United States who are foreigners, aliens, or who belong to families of ambassadors or foreign ministers.
Not going to work. Bad argument. And is it actually in law or was it notes?
Well, it was in the Congressional Globe. He was the guy that.
Okay, was it in the
drafted
law?
the clause.
Is it in the law? Is it in the Constitution?
Yeah, they're going to argue that was his meaning.
And they're going to lose.
I'm not saying whether they're going to be successful or not, but I think that that's what their argument is going to be.
Oh, I see your point. It would be your argument if you were before the Supreme Court.
No. What I'm saying is based upon the writings of what I found of Alito and Thomas. These have been some of their strongest points for.
You think that's a strong point?
Well, this is what they write. It's not mine.
Okay, well, do you have an opinion of what they write, or are you just reading it and throwing out their words? Do you have an opinion?
I think that they have some standing when they're looking at.
They don't have standing. Stop that. They're not going to stand before the court. That's what standing means.
I'm saying that the argument.
I don't think they have an argument.
Yeah.
You know what standing means? Like you have a right to bring this before a court. Wrong word.
Well, it has been brought before the court though.
And
so therefore it has standing.
No. A reason to bring the case. You're talking precedent. Precedent is not standing. You don't bring a case before any court because there's precedent. You have to prove there is harm. Like you are affected one way or the other. So precedent is not standing. Well, can be closely related, but they're not the same thing.
Do you think that the case is going to be brought before the court?
It will be already scheduled.
Right. So,
and it'll take about 30 minutes. This will be one of the shortest. It'll be one of the shortest sessions that I'm aware of. The 14th Amendment is clear. Now, if I were a lawyer for the government, or actually for the opposition in this case, it's like, you know what? The law is clear. The 14th Amendment, first section is clear. If you want it changed, there is a process to change it. And it's not bringing it to the courts. How do you change an amendment? Any idea?
Hey, that's an argument. I don't think that's gonna work.
It's not an argument. It is literally logic.
Okay.
Courts, the Supreme Court cannot change the words of the Constitution. They interpret it. If you want the words changed, what do?
Will you go to Congress, Stanley?
I don't
No.
think anybody. I don't think anybody
Well,
wants
you
the word to
can,
change.
but not in this case.
I don't think anybody.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you have to do if you want that Constitution changed? It's almost like going to be a
Supreme
school
Court.
rock.
Supreme
No.
Court. Okay.
No.
If you believe that the main people that are going to be arguing against this are going to be trying to state that the wording needs to be changed, I think you're sorely mistaken.
Okay, you totally don't get my point.
I do get your point. Your point is that you
what's my
believe that
point then? I'm going to challenge you. What is my point?
Your point is that it's an open and shut case that the
No,
that
my
the 14th
point
says
is
the
if
14th says,
no,
and
no. So far from where I'm going.
Okay, educate me.
If you want the words of the Constitution changed, what do you do? You amend it. I'm gonna make it easy. You amend.
I'm gonna let
you
Ignat fall
don't
into
take
that
it. You don't take it to a court to reinterpret, and they're not going to. If you want a change to the Constitution, and if I were a Supreme Court justice, I just go bring it to the court for the fun of it, so we can tell you if you want it changed, do a constitutional amendment. And Congress can propose it, but it still has to go through the process of constitutional conventions. And that's literally like the last constitutional amendment was like back in the 40s, I think.
I have a question for you, Ignat, and I'm wondering where you would fall on this.
Hey, yo.
If Alito and Thomas argue that the 14th Amendment was to apply to African American slaves, would you agree or disagree with them?
Well, I agree or disagree that the Alito Amendment would apply to African slaves.
No. That the 14th Amendment, so far as citizenship, birthright citizenship, that applied to African American slaves only. Would you agree or disagree with them?
I agree, brother.
That's gonna be a problem, Stanley.
SKC, no. SKC, that's where I want you to go with this. Go on.
No, I'm just saying that's going to be a problem because
No. You're doing a Ketanji Brown Jackson. I want you to do it. Please go on, my brother. African slaves, it applies to African slaves. Oh, my Lord, you did not read. Oh, I'm loving it. Go on.
No, I'm not making that argument.
Oh, no. Please, don't stop now.
No. I wasn't making an argument. I was asking Ignat.
Oh, no. You weren't making an argument. You asked a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering where he was going.
Hey,
I was wondering where he was going.
This is why you are my bro. This is why you're my bro.
So you would.
I didn't even have to lead you that hard towards it.
You would say
yes. Let me restate. So you think the 14th Amendment
I don't think
applies to African American heritage slaves post Civil War?
I didn't say that. I asked Ignat what he thought about that argument.
Okay, well, you didn't say it. You asked a question. My bad.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Does it?
I'm conflicted on that.
Talk about it. What is your conflict?
You're only conflicted because you know I'm thrilled if you say yes. Oh God, this is going to be Bumpkin. This is going to be Bumpkin Part 2.
Can the C in SKC stand for conflicted right now?
No, It stands for confident.
It stands for constricted.
I told you the what I believe that the main argument would be, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Well, no, talk about it. I'm thrilled. You, God,
well,
you are so cool to talk to.
The person who wrote the words "subject to jurisdiction."
Mm-hmm.
In his writings, he states that subject to jurisdiction means full, complete alliance to the United States laws and authority.
Well, let me ask you a question.
To get around
how do you think he wrote the words himself and everyone agreed with that? Because these sorts of things get to be done by committee. Do you think it was all him and it didn't make it word for word into the amendment? Do you think there's some people who said, well, let's change it a bit or let's reword it, or we just don't agree? Tell me about that history. Tell me about that history.
Right. And that would be
you don't know is the point. Don't bore me that you know.
What I'm saying is that's for the other side to make their argument on.
No, absolutely. And you know what?
They're
going to win that one too. They're literally, hey, what is textualism by literally looking at the document? Now, I know they go and look at the legislative record and all that stuff. 14th Amendment's going to stand on this one.
Okay.
And I don't see how it can't. Even with your very valuable history lesson, still going to stand.
Yeah, maybe. But I think it's going to be.
And let me tell you why it's going to stand. Because if you want to make that argument, Ketanji Brown Jackson made your argument.
No. I didn't make the argument about the slavery.
The students for free admissions or whatever the hell the Asians sued Harvard and North Carolina for. Ketanji Brown Jackson lost that argument. The question you had, she tried to argue it, and Thomas and Alito specifically, Thomas literally in his consenting or joining, he wrote a separate consent. He literally brings up Thomas Sowell, which I found disgusting. Thomas Sowell's not a legal scholar. However, he did. And he literally shat upon that it was made for slaves argument. So Thomas and Alito, dude, I literally was surprised when he did it.
No. You're right in that. You're right in that.
But here's where I'm going with it. Let me develop this point.
Okay.
14th Amendment applies to everyone. If it applies only to Black people, the way you ask that question, then affirmative action is due. I think Thomas's point has always been Black people should not be treated special. Correct?
Yeah, like I said, the whole slave argument, that's not my argument.
Therefore, and Roberts said in his overall opinion, the 14th Amendment is colorblind, which I thoroughly disagree with. The Constitution was anything but colorblind, but you know what? For the purposes of this argument, it suits my purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree, and I think it
would.
Well, then
it would be I knew you would agree.
I think it would be a bad argument to put before the court.
Therefore, the 14th Amendment applies to everyone. Birthright citizenship is not just about African slaves or African descended slaves. It's about everyone.
Now, if I could,
therefore, hey, I literally just walked you from A to B.
No, that That's not my argument. That's not my argument at all. My
I
argument
thought you
is
weren't making an argument.
Well, okay. Well, my argument is this: since you wanted me to, not,
Oh, I
not
always
be
want
to
you to
not
argue.
to not be conflicted, but to be confident. So I will take the more confident role. Okay. So Senator Jacob Howard, he made a
You're
statement.
really gonna go back to that? I literally
Yes.
just told you it's irrelevant.
Yes. 1866.
See, you want to. You know what? I'm gonna humor you. You go ahead and make your argument, boy, so I can shoot it down again.
Well,
It's
yes, sir.
irrelevant.
Yes, sir. Because we and
You're
and
not.
you
See, if you go that route, then Alito and Thomas are gonna have to contradict the Students for Fair Admissions Act.
No, they won't.
You're not. Absolutely, you will.
No,
If
they
you
won't.
want to
They're
make
not
that
using slavery
argument
at all.
Okay, you know what? You go ahead and develop your argument. I will listen.
Yeah, they're not using slavery at all. What they're stating is
Who
that
said it was slavery? You said Africans, right?
African American slaves. That's what
Former
that's what
slaves by that
yes,
time, by the way. Let's get it
correct.
right. They were
That's
former
what
slaves.
that's what
So you're
that's
not
what
talking about
Kentanji is stating.
slavery. Dude,
No.
did you not think I knew what you were talking about? We're not talking about slavery.
Okay, we're not
We're
talking
talking
about
about
black people at all.
freedmen.
We're not talking
Freedmen
we're not
by
talking
then.
about black people at
Are
all.
we talking freedmen by
We're
then?
not talking about black people at all.
Are we talking about freedmen by then?
No.
So the only freedmen were black people. Gotcha.
So we're not talking about, this is not a racial argument at all. What they're talking
Wait,
about.
I didn't say it was about race. I'm talking about status. Former
Kentanji
slaves
tried to
versus
make it-
former slaves versus freedmen. What is that? And you know what? I already know where you're gonna go. Look at the Freedmen's Bureau.
That's not my argument.
No. I'm telling you, your argument is doomed because I already know where you're gonna go.
So then let's see. My argument has nothing to do with slaves or black people or any of that. When the person
freedman has nothing to do with. Dude, you are literally making a Supreme Court argument or consent, and I have to be confident. I have to give you credit. You are talented. You're just reminding me of damn, you should have been a lawyer.
Well, I have to be confident, remember? So the
hey,
argument
I'm
itself-
confident in you. That's even better. So we got two confident people in your argument.
So the argument does not go with anything that Ketanji Brown Jackson stated at all. Throw anything that she stated or argued completely out the window. I'm stating that is a bunch of crud. So the person that was responsible for the statement concerning jurisdiction was Jacob Howard, Senator Jacob Howard. When he was explaining this citizenship clause before the consensus, he stated expressly, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers. Now, the question came up of whether there were other people who directly objected or contradicted Howard. Nobody said anything. Actually, they argued about other points. Like there was Senator Garrett Davis and Senator Reverdy Johnson. They criticized things about the amendment, about what centralized government and voting rights and such, but they did not counter anything about citizenship, the citizenship explanation that Howard gave. So that gives credence to they agreed with his explanation that this will not, of course, include persons in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, or who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers. The idea behind the citizenship clause was stating concerning jurisdiction would be not those people. So birthright citizenship, according to the person who wrote the words about jurisdiction and the consensus of the people who were arguing about it, they never disagreed with what he stated.
So what's your argument?
My argument is that when people then try to make the birthright citizen apply to anybody who was born in the United States and use the 14th Amendment as, see, it says jurisdiction, they were not looking at what jurisdiction meant to the people who actually wrote that law or wrote that amendment.
And let me just counter your argument. Obviously, they disagreed because they did not include any of that in the language. So someone disagreed. It didn't make it into the amendment.
No, that's your point to prove.
No. Did it make it into the 14th Amendment?
Because it was accepted as
okay. Whoa.
integral to the meaning of the
you know
term.
what? You know what? It did make it into the law. Textualism, originalism. And originalism really doesn't apply to post-Reconstruction amendments at all.
No,
letter of the law, son. Letter of the law.
Right. In the letter of the law,
they didn't mention ambassadors or any of that.
Nobody argued against Howard's point about the subject to, when he said subject to the jurisdiction and its explanation.
No one made an argument.
It matched how law and citizenship were understood at that time.
100% right, except it's not the letter of the law.
Okay, well, we're gonna see.
Oh, we are.
Yeah. I think they have a pretty stout argument, and I would like to see.
And I disagree that it's stout. Yeah. Let me also remind you that there were slaves in states. Remind me. There were slaves in non-states. Remember that?
You tell me.
Well,
what does that have? What does that have to do with?
It has everything to do with it. If you were a slave, African American slave, in a territory, son, it's not going to work. There were non-states. There were plenty of African slaves that were not in recognized territories that became citizens just because these places became states. Not going to work. Who were ambassadors or anything like? Well, it's an argument.
I think that it holds weight. Probably not.
Of course it holds weight. Of course it does. Everything you said is 100% correct, and I'm impressed. All I have to say is that what's in the 14th Amendment, obviously there was some disagreement because all that stuff you argued did not make it into the Constitution.
It doesn't need
into the 14th. Well, it doesn't need to.
That's the whole point of courts looking into legislative history. They do that
due process. I love it.
They do that routinely.
It will get its due process.
If things that weren't written in the Constitution were just completely thrown out, there would be no purpose of having legislative history in courts.
The beauty of ambiguity leaves room for,
they're going to use Howard's explanation as evidence of original meaning.
And it's going to not work with an Alito or Justice Thomas. Now, it's an argument. Your argument. We are certainly not Supreme Court justices, but I just think that where you're going with this, I guess it depends on your point of view.
Now, the thing about some slaves weren't under U.S. jurisdiction. I think the argument probably would be that there was a civil war where you have men buried.
Except the Civil War was over when this amendment was written. Correct.
Yeah, by 1 year.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was over, was my point.
And my point was not that it was going on. My point was that a war was fought in order to bring those
what was
former
that
slaves
exception written into? Was that exception written into the 14th Amendment?
Again, all things don't have to be written. That's why we have
all things.
That's why we have
Hey, if it's
history.
not written, well, you bring up a good point. If it's not written, and
That's
there's
why we have
that
legislative
history, it is going to be taken into account, and due process will be.
Yeah, because you have ambiguous statements. That's where you use legislative history in order to confer upon what was the original meaning.
You're right. Then we start talking about precedent.
and yeah, we can go to that precedent.
Oh, we got 100 some years of precedent.
Yeah, the entire precedent is to have we the people.
Well, can I ask you a favor? Because I am going. You and I will sit down, and when this is done, what is it? May 6th? There's some date in May. You 15th. And I are going. I'm sorry, 15th. You and I are going to sit back and we're going to listen to this whole argument. It's going to be fun.
you don't know. My sister, she's in the legal business, so she's actually taking the day off. And
no way.
Yeah, she's taking the day off, and she's gonna get popcorn and the whole nine, and take her notes, and she lives for this stuff.
Well, let me ask you a favor or an invitation. You can listen to this stuff live. Let's plan on, you, your sister, and anybody else who wants to be bored by Supreme Court arguments. Dude, we'll pop some popcorn. We'll sit here and listen to it.
Oh, man.
That would be awesome.
Well, it's gonna be her and her legal buddies. They like to sit around and debate about this. They're gonna have like their little preamble of what they believe some of the debates are gonna be. They're gonna have SCOTUS blog open. They're gonna the day before they're gonna chat with other people.
Sounds like a party.
Yeah, so it's a pretty.
Why don't we have these kinds of parties?
Well,
hey Stanley, is this what like homosexual foreplay is? Like,
I'm sorry.
This is why you just got the answer to your question, Stanley. You just got the answer to your question.
What was my question?
You just stated why we don't have these type of parties around where people sit and talk about law and precedents and so forth, and then that is looked upon as some sort of homosexual thing.
I think he was just making a joke.
Yeah, I thought I heard somebody say something about butt juice shots.
See, this is why geeks like you and me, man, it would be a whole party.
I heard butt juice and chest pieces in the butthole.
Stop that.
That's what he heard. With all of this talk about law and so forth, he immediately took that to some sort of debased sexual act.
You know what, SKC?
You got to be optimistic, guys. Come on, I'm here. You know,
Look, SKC. This is why you and I just. It sounds like, man, I'm so excited to test these arguments. Let's see what these motherfuckers on the Supreme Court do.
Yeah,
dude.
And
I will.
sure.
I will give it some thought, and I'll figure out how we do this. But I mean, you can listen to this live right on, over the internet.
Oh
but,
yeah. C-SPAN will be open in the whole nine.
I see your argument. I just don't see how that works, because I trust. I just think if you use that type of argument, then I don't see how you can do it and bat down affirmative action the way Roberts and specifically Clarence Thomas. It was so specific. But anyway, it is fun to talk to someone who will get knee deep in legislative history. Who the fuck does this?
Well,
you get them hard.
People in my family do, and this is the
well, your family's better than mine. My family's kind of cognizant, but I'm the only geek who will go, no. Let's look at the legislative history. Let's look at
saying that about your family, Stanley. Yeah,
ignorant. Come on now. Maybe we need to listen to some more John Galt. I'm excited. I just want to see if your argument comes up.
That's the beauty of it. It's like even when I have these conversations and so forth, I can't even steal from my sister, even though she's more apt to. She has way more experience in this than I do, because she will state, "Little brother, you actually believe that you're gonna get my mind and my arguments on this before all of this comes up? No, you think of it on your own, So, yeah.
No, but see, she's right.
Yeah. So
she call you little brother. I'm gonna have to start calling you little brother.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Little brother. Little SKC, do you really?
Did she give you a wedgie on your birthday, SKC?
Not that I recall.
What the hell are you doing?
Not that I recall. My sister was actually pretty protective of me.
Good for her.
She
should have been. She should have been.
No, she's married 29 years coming up in October.
Oh yeah, she hates that. She hates that guy. Tell her I said hello.
You know what? I hope he does, and I'll tell my little married sister the same thing.
She's been with a guy that long.
You might actually get some hellos to women you don't know who actually read books and think about shit. Who knows, Ignorant?
Yeah, not you two ladies. I'm talking about real women, Stanley.
I know one question my sister would ask.
Oh, by the way, SKC Ignat's married.
Oh, okay. How long?
Oh man, it's been at least 10, almost 15. I'm in between. I don't know. I lost count after.
How do you go from 10 to 15?
You lose count when you're a real man.
You guys don't celebrate.
You're a black man. You lose count.
Yeah, we celebrate anniversary. I mean, that's you don't count it though. It's not like you go, oh, this is the 27th.
Oh, we do.
No, we don't. We just know the day. We know the month. We celebrate the whole month.
Oh, it's just a continuous clog. Okay. Well, all right. Well, hey, if you like it, I love it.
And black people are different. We ain't a monolith.
Are we different though?
Yeah.
How so?
He married a white woman.
And
This guy, you married a white woman too, buddy?
No, I did something worse. I married an Asian woman.
Oh man, you sold all the way out, didn't you?
Yeah, man.
Well, all I have to say is you married a woman, and if you think there are huge differences, if she married you, uh, or me or SKC, that means she's your woman, and you sometimes lose. You become. Um, I wonder why some of these motherfuckers who start talking about women and you can't be black if you marry a white woman or
Whoever said that, stop getting their
well, no,
feelings.
no, not you. Oh no. I get that
SKC's
all the
in
time.
heaven right now. He gets shrimp fried rice every Friday.
Oh my
Faithfully.
Lord.
Actually, I can't eat shrimp.
Holy crap. Do you eat brown
Well,
rice?
he gets holy crap if he eats shrimp.
Yes.
Do you eat pussy?
Oh my Lord. You know what? Let's go back. Since we're gonna do the Be Brave, John Galt, and now it's the ignorant axis. Let's
do a Be Brave and Don't Think.
Let's see this just ridiculousness.
Calling me brave.
All right, dude. Thanks for asking me up, John. I'll see you again real soon.
Look at him. He loves you.
I'll see you again real soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me up, Poppy. You want to call him daddy. John like, yeah, baby.
I was at your house at about 10.
Say what?
I was there at about 10.
Yeah, I tell you, shit, man. I was on the stream, man.
On the stream, man.
Did you ring the bell?
Yeah.
I'm on the
You
stream.
ready to come out here or what?
Yeah. Give me like shit. Give me the 1 o'clock. Let me get up and shit. Get ready in there. All right.
Put the weed down, John. Put the beer down, John. Just walk outside.
All right.
I'm just driving around. I mean, I'm like.
Yeah, give me about to 1 o'clock. I'll be ready. Come out by 1.
Okay.
All right.
He sounds like a roofer.
Yeah.
He's a roofer doing it on the side. That's not a contractor.
Well, no, he's on the roofing business for years. He's done quite a few.
Well, he's pretty nice because I'd charge your ass for a missed estimate. I ain't going to charge you for the estimate, but I'm going to charge your ass for a missed estimate.
White man telling John how to do business.
Business. He was on the street.
Oh, I see. Oh, my bad. I thought you were going to have him do some work for you, and I'm going to have to hold on.
You telling him he would take more.
Hey, listen to that white man. He know how to tell John Galt how to do business.
I'm trying to help him get some business. You can hear him.
You telling John that he would have took more money than that
Be
man.
brave. Whites do it too.
Yeah, no, I'm out of here. I can't.
Oh, so Angry Snowman is over there. I know Angry Snowman.
Yeah, he's a coward. He's a racist coward.
I actually like Snowman. He's okay.
Everything's I'm kidding when I call John.
Wait, hold it. Stanley comes up again.
Nobody will stand on that shit.
Has a spirit that really serves humanity.
You know something? I have an argument against John Galt that I heard him say the last time when you were speaking to him, Stanley.
What's up, Toy Man? What's up? What's up, Snowman?
I'm sorry. Let me silence
this. Being brave here, Snowman.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, SKC? Because you often find flaws in my arguments. I kind of got used to it.
I had a flaw in John's argument. I think it was the last time you guys spoke.
Just because,
one. Well, this is, I think, is a major one for you because one of the arguments that he continuously brought up was that you have Be Brave on the mind, and yet in just these few seconds of you playing different things, I kept hearing Be Brave bring you up. But yet John never made mention that. John why do you got so much Stanley on your mind?
Look, you know what? I am the lone, like, you know me. You have all kinds of disagreements, with the way I think and the way I reason arguments. But you know what? at least I can justify it. Even if you're wrong, you remember how when you were in high school, at least back in the day, it's probably changed, and probably conservatives are right about this if the professor doesn't agree with your paper. But in my day, even if you disagreed with the paper, if I can footnote the reason I think about this, it's influenced me, you get an A on that paper. You just need
Correct.
to justify your thinking. And that we have gotten so far away from this. Um, and I haven't been in college, so I can't talk about college, but I can talk about this channel. People like you heard them say, well, Stanley Cross talks about Shakespeare, mentions Shakespeare. All I'm trying to do is justify why I think this way. And they think I've literally been called or it's been insinuated, well, you talk about all these books, it's not original thought. Like, the whole reason you read.
Whoa, you got to
Oh,
read in
no,
order
no, no,
to.
no. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Like,
But you got
books,
to. Reading helps you to create more original
and
thoughts.
expect. You know what? You and I know this. Not a motherfucker. And Fred is. There are people who are the exceptions, but they literally think you don't have an original thought if you're quoting someone else. Dude, I'm not kidding. They
Wow.
literally think, well, Stanley, you read books all the time. You don't need books to form original thoughts. And I'm like, how do you look? You can have an original thought without a book, but the whole point of reading books is to read a bunch of different opinions, and it is possible to at least have an original thought that's well reasoned. Well, I think this, but here's someone else who thought that. So I'm not like some crazy person who's thinking. No, you support how you think. And
Yeah, I
know,
believe in
it's
original thought.
reasonable. It's a valid argument that you can't form your thought that way, but how the fuck we don't reinvent wheels. We improve the wheel, we put wheels to new purpose, but you read books to expand your capability to think original thoughts. And I just can't figure these anti-blacks out. And I call them anti-blacks because they really are anti-black. Like, black people can't read books, and if you do, you're not black. They are Joe Biden, in my opinion.
Well,
if you read a book, you ain't black.
Well, I think to add to your thought is that when you're reading, you're exposing yourself to other minds, and you're confronting your thoughts against a lot of times thoughts that have been laid out in much better ways. So it sharpens the way that you think about problems.
Well, you remember when I started, I know you remember it, and Fred often, will remind me, dude, you remember back on Charles's server, I'm like, there is a black community. The community is this. And you know what disabused me of thinking? And this is almost years later. The people that convinced me that there was no black community was the people in the black community. Like a John Galt. If you are going to tell me that a black man is not free to choose his mate regardless of color, he can't be free to choose his person and live his life where he wants to live it and how he wants to live it, there's no black community. So many people, I could go to fucking Idaho, there are black people up there. If I walked in with a white woman, say in Utah,
God bless you, Stanley.
And I've been to Utah. I walk in with my wife, and you know what?
Can't nobody tell you where to put your Johnson at.
What you can do is wait for me to finish. I go walking in, and this is my wife's family. All they knew is, yeah, he's black, but he's treating this woman right. He's a good man. You might notice his color, you might not, but damn it, this woman is happy. I'm finding that the black community, and I hate using that word because when y'all do it, it's so annoying. But no, there is no black community because I can walk into somewhere. There's a friend of the show, Samuel Guru, whose literal black family he lives in Vermont. I mean, there's a whole black community in Vermont that were, and I don't know if Samuel's, but they're people who escaped slavery, wound up in Vermont or Maine. There are generational black families in places like Vermont. And they're part of the damn community. And you know what?
Yep.
You're okay.
Women started that. That's a girl thing to do.
But no. We're talking antebellum or mostly antebellum. But my point is that a community that does not support freedom for the people within that community, that's not a community. If you're not saying, hey, you are a black man and you are free because there was a 13th Amendment. The whole point of the 13th Amendment is you get to be the best person you can be and marry the woman of your choice. And if she doesn't happen to be black, that's okay. The fuck did we fight for? What the fuck was the civil rights movement for if a black man or a black woman or just a black person, dude, we're supposed to be free. And you know what?
Amen.
I'm not a teenager. Your peer pressure. I love slashing the John Galts. I love slashing the motherfuckers on this channel because they're fucking wrong and demonstrably so.
Yeah, Stanley, and then it's kind of childish and feminine, like a lady. Women tell you that, like.
Yeah, well, you want to go into all that childish?
No. Hold on. Can I just get 10 seconds?
Yes, sir. You can.
Please. What I'm saying is the shaming that they do, if you listen to it, is not logical. All I'm saying is it's just childish.
Well, I don't care about logic. Logic is not logic is not a Swiss Army knife. It can't be applied everywhere. Sometimes you actually have to, like when you roast,
shouldn't be able to cut you.
There's no logic in a joke.
All I'm saying is it should be able to cut you. And you made a perfect analogy with the Swiss Army knife. It's silly. It's goofy shit. Like, where you can stick your penis.
That right?
That's gay. That's homo. If somebody tell me,
all I have to say, let me tell you what I really mean. I argue that the people who are telling me I'm not black are still in slavery.
First of all, yeah, those are people that shit bricks.
It is a personal slavery. That black card is literally a coffle.
Anybody who can tell you that, Stanley,
hold on. I just put out a gem that I know
piss diamonds.
Your black card is literally a coffle. It means you have to act a certain way. You have to be a certain way. You have to marry a certain person. And I'm not having that bullshit. And
black card, you wear it.
I sure as shit did not raise my son to be shackled by what some purely uneducated, unthinking person expects him to be. And we need to stop that.
You're right. You were born with that black card.
No, that's not. My parents did not hand me a black card at birth. They handed me a Stanley card, and that's a problem in and of itself. Let me just be Stanley with all my problems. Don't be expecting me to be one way or the other. Now there are social norms, there are norms, there are mores. I'm not saying just be like some weirdo, but don't be confined. At least have the freedom to, hey, I don't like this rule. It's like, there are a lot of things my parents did raising me that I didn't do raising my son. It's kind of the same thing. You are free to do what you think is best. And if the John Galts of the world can't figure that out, it's not my problem. And I'm not going to feel guilty. What's happening in some hood somewhere I've never been, I don't care. I'll help if I can, but I'm not going to make an express effort to go back to a place I wasn't raised and pretend to be something I'm not. And if Black people, the quote community, expects me to do it, sorry, fuck them.
You're more acquainted with Ignat than I am. I'm just wondering, but I'm seeing a pattern. I just want to see if this is correct. Do most of the arguments that he brings up lean with race first?
He's just making jokes.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. It seems
at least I think he is. Ignat, you're here. Speak for yourself.
Yeah, it seemed like whenever a thought came in, there's black this, white this, bliggity black, black, white, evil white man.
Well, wait, hold it. Now, I haven't forgotten where we live. It's a racial country. This country has a huge race problem. However, that's the whole point. Do a Shelby Steele and know when to address it and when not to.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. This legal case is going to be fun. I'm going to thoroughly enjoy them knocking down the affirmative action argument, though. It's just too easy.
I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, it's just too easy, man. I think one of the issues with the liberal justices is that they've created too many logical traps for themselves over the many decades.
Well, wait, you do know affirmative action is over, right?
Yeah. I'm just talking about far as that idea of.
Whoa, that's a novel legal theory. So you think the immigration thing is affirmative action for immigrants?
No. I think that line of thinking is there. The liberal judges, for so long, they have leaned heavily on the original intent. They argued that in the 14th.
Well, you just literally leaned on original intent.
Right. And so now, in order for them to go against that argument,
they're not going to go against it. No. You don't understand. Dude, that is your problem. I don't see what they're just going to go. Hey, this is the Constitution. This is what the 14th Amendment says. They're not going to go back. As a matter of fact, if they go your route, they are going to run into a logical loop or a logical trap.
And that's what I'm saying is if Thomas and Alito
they're not going
that
to.
argument,
why would they?
If Thomas and Alito use that argument,
and they are going to lose because no one, dude, see, this is what you don't understand. You can have all that background and all that stuff. Literally, um, actually, the logical trap is Alito and Thomas. If they go into the background about the intent of the 14th Amendment, they will contradict themselves.
How?
That makes sense.
What was the
Break it down,
14th Amendment written for? Who was it written for?
They're going to state that it was
No. I didn't ask you what they stated.
The white man.
I'm asking you, why did the 14th Amendment come about?
Honky ass honky.
Stop that.
Well, Ignis says the honkies.
Okay, don't Ignorant might not even get where I'm going with this, and apparently you don't either.
I'm catching on, Stanley. Keep going.
Why did the 14th Amendment come about? SKC, you still there? You still conscious?
No, this is the point where I
Well, no, answer the question. See, you're gonna go the bumpkin route. You can't answer it directly. Why did the
can you allow me to be stupid?
No, see,
you don't know, SKC. That'll make you stupid.
The problem now, see, this is the weird thing. I can't allow you to be stupid. It's going to be your choice. I can't allow you or disallow you. You are smart. You stupid is going to be your choice. So what I'm saying is, why was the 14th Amendment? How did it come about? Why was it written?
Well, I think there was.
You don't have a clue, do you? And what you want to do is avoid the question.
No.
I'm going to mute and let you avoid the question, and then I'm going to come back with the whammy.
Well, there was this war that took place, and this war it abolished something, and then there was some codes and stuff that was made after that. And then
let me horribly boring.
And then there was some newly freed people that wanted and needed civil and legal rights.
Okay, so you're basically saying the 14th Amendment was written for a purpose, correct?
Yeah, all amendments.
Okay. However, Roberts, and for a different reason, I don't care about Alito. I think he's the dumbest man on the Supreme Court, quite frankly. However, hold on though, because I am so unqualified to say that. You know what? I should probably just be banished. They should deport me for saying that.
No.
I am so unqualified to say that.
I'm
my personal opinion.
I'm unqualified to say that about Ketanji. I should be skinned alive and
I think
tarred and feathered.
I think so.
Damn, this is America, y'all. Y'all ain't in a
However, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get to is that if Roberts and Roberts specifically, and to a certain extent, Justice Thomas said the 14th Amendment is colorblind. That was not the intent of the 14th Amendment. They fucking made it up. It was not colorblind. It was never intended to be colorblind. The spirit behind it was for freedmen. A very specific. Yeah. And you know what?
And you know what I was saying?
Don't give me that.
You know what I was saying?
All I'm saying is if you're gonna go with original intent, then that basically declares Justice Thomas logically just ridiculous.
No. And when you stated that the whole thing about it was originally for for black people and blah,
I
blah,
didn't
blah.
say it was originally. I asked you.
Well, that's what you insinuated.
Oh, did I insinuate?
Yeah, you said what was the original purpose for it coming up?
Yeah, it was a question. I wasn't making an insinuation.
Okay.
I was asking. I was asking the very learned SKC a question. What did you insinuate?
So then let me insinuate as well. Let me insinuate. let me insinuate this. And let's go on this magical journey. About 60,
now it's a magical journey.
68 years ago, where there were these liberal people, and they leaned heavily on the founding ideal.
Are we going into the magical land of whataboutism?
No. This isn't.
Are we taking a whataboutist?
No. This isn't a whataboutism. This is actually law.
Oh, okay.
This is law.
Well, then just tell me the law. Don't take me on a journey. Cite the law.
Loving v. Virginia.
Oh, that's 67, and that's that was. Oh, wait, hold it. That's literally 14th Amendment, pursuit of happiness or something like that. Totally unrelated. Totally unrelated. Totally unrelated. What are you damn doing?
Do you know the argument that the liberal judges made?
I can't recall it.
The argument
it did have to do. I'd have to let me bring up the amendment if you want me to bring up the amendment, because it was essentially going back. It was essentially going back to pursuit of happiness.
The argument that they made was that the 14th Amendment intended racial equality before the law in Loving v. Virginia.
Whoa!
They said that marital.
Then they were fucking wrong.
They stated that marital laws that discriminated based upon race violated that founding principle of the 14th.
I thought it was happiness.
Nope. They said race.
Okay, well, if you think about it, and you probably shouldn't, and I'll go back and research if I think about it, but no, that's wrong. No, I would. That's a bad point.
Uh-oh.
Well, no. Hold on. It has nothing to do with the immigration stuff I was talking about, though.
No. What you're stating is that you said that they tried to make it to be out towards race. And I said, okay.
No, I never mentioned race. I literally never mentioned race. I insinuated, and it was actually you insinuating. I just asked a question.
Yeah, we insinuated, remember?
Oh, and then equal protection also. So Okay, so whoa. Equal protection doesn't mention race.
Well, again, what they stated was racial equality before the law.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
It's not expressly written.
Okay, well, hold on. It actually is expressly written. Due process, equal protection, equal before the law. That's all assumed. You didn't know that?
No, if you want to go by the letter of the law,
the letter of the law is all men created equal, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, 13th Amendment, and some of it's implied.
And they no.
Some of it is implied, but we're all equal under the law. So we're all equal under the law. That means marriage law and all that stuff.
Right, which also means that the original statement for the original purpose and intent of the 14th Amendment meant race neutrality.
Okay, I'll go for that. Equal under the law.
Correct. And
However,
since it was already argued,
but you wanted to talk about legislative intent. Which is it going to be? Seriously, dude, you are contradicting yourself. Is it going to be? Is it going? Because my whole point is race neutrality contradicts intent.
No, it doesn't.
And this is going to be the fun of it. Yeah, I'm surprised you make this and then is it race neutrality or intent? Which is more important with the 14th Amendment?
I'm saying that both can be equal.
No. Don't tell me what you're saying, because obviously you fell into your own logical trap.
I did not fall into
I told you you were going to do this.
I did not fall into a logical trap. I've actually disproved. I've proved
you
the logical trap
nothing
of the liberal side.
Okay, you are all doped up on liberal. Dude, I don't care about liberal or conservative or any of this. We're talking law, and neither of us are lawyers, by the way. However, but
it's fun to play.
Funny thing about the law is it's actually critical thinking. That is the interesting thing about it. So, original intent or colorblind, because the original intent was not colorblindness.
What I'm saying, taking out the liberal, conservative, all that stuff.
Well, you should always do it. From now on, I never tell you. From now on, we should just assume just intent, or I'm sorry, just basically, let's not do sides. You're conservative. I'm less conservative. I'm more, and I am conservative, like a Edmund Burke conservative, because I do believe in institutions, not so much direct democracy. That was his whole intent. Edmund Burke, I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. What I'm saying is that I guess in just the plain language of it all, when the founding ideals support civil rights gains, certain justices, they praise all of the framers. But when it comes
idea what that means.
But when it comes to those same ideals limiting automatic citizenship for illegal immigrants,
okay, you know what? You lost me with that automatic citizenship. You mean naturalized, or you mean birthright? Can you be more specific? Because the 14th Amendment covers the 14th Amendment covers birthright.
Right. And I think that in the minds of the people who are arguing for it to continue the way that it is a synonym to automatic citizenship.
Well, it is automatic if you're born here.
And
it's called birthright. See, you want to call it automatic, and it is, but I call it birthright. Sounds a lot more official and 14th Amendment like.
Yeah, I'm calling it that as a jab at it.
Sounds much more legal and kind of birthrighty, kind of natural.
Yeah. And that's
it's not this country is not a machine. It's not automatic.
Yeah, some people say that a system is a machine.
Yeah, well, you know what? Your little friends, it's you and me, not your little buddies. Yeah, and they're probably just all like bots.
I like synonyms though. It helps the mind to
nothing wrong with a good synonym.
Have word pictures.
You think in pictures? Interesting.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes I even mind map in them.
All right. Well, you got young children. I don't have to think that way anymore. I don't have to talk in pictures. When my son was 5, yeah, I had to kind of like, hey, let me fill in this picture for you. I have to kind of talk slow and
Well, I'm
four-letter
trying to help.
words.
Well, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to
You have
help
to
you
forget.
be.
You have to forget. I'm not your son.
Well, no. I'm trying to help you to be more effective with your audience because sometimes they need
Oh,
pictures.
no! Don't you dare! Don't you dare, motherfucker! I don't like where that's going. Come on now,
maybe if you talk to John Galt and be brave
No.
in more word pictures,
You know
it will
what,
be easier
John
for them to
Galt?
grasp your point.
Hey, my powder. I look. John Galt respects you. He does not respect me anymore. He just thinks I'm some book reading fucking feckless, Negro.
See, and I'm trying to help.
He respects you.
I'm trying to help
you. Talk to him.
I'm trying to help you bridge the gap.
No.
Like, if
bridge
you
what
have the
fucking
word,
gap?
you have the word.
That gap is bridged.
you have the words. They love watching the videos and stuff. So communicate in word picture.
You know what? I only have ad hoc right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say ad hoc? I meant ad hominem. Then ad hoc. Yeah. Ad hoc ad hominems.
Yeah. So there you go. And see, that's how we sharpen each other. I'm in the middle, I'm in the word picture phrase.
Oh, are you in the middle?
Yeah.
I'm saying you go deal with this motherfucker.
No. I don't have that. I don't really see much of I would say a hard debate or
disagreement. You agree with some of that anti-black bullshit, and I just don't.
I have different. The major issue that I have with John, and I think like the people that you're talking about, what's the be braveism and all that other stuff, is that we may have
be brave. Be brave is simply look here. Actually, my point, and I had John tell me this, he thinks be brave is successful. And to the extent that be brave isn't starving, sure. But be brave is not capable of coming to me and telling me how black people should be or about, black people. That motherfucker can barely take care of himself. And that, for someone of John's ilk to tell me that be brave is successful, my first question is compared to who? Dude, y'all in SKC, you might get it. I literally, I know plenty of white people who didn't have my upbringing in my own hometown. I was lucky. I was kind of privileged. And you know what? Forgive me if I kind of just go, y'all, who the fuck is be brave to tell me about black people? He doesn't know the black people I know. I mean, I've literally known black people. Motherfucker, my next door neighbor, who's like older than my father, she's probably in her early 90s now. These people were fucking successful back in the 70s. Like, I used to mow their lawns. People like John Galt and a lot of these people simply do not believe me when I say I grew up in a neighborhood in Savannah where there were no dude, I could fucking be, and I never was because my parents, they would pitch a bitch. So you just didn't. But I literally grew up in a neighborhood where I could be playing football with my friends till like all damn day on a Saturday. And when the when it got dark, the street light would come on, and of course I'm going to stay there like as long as I can until my mother starts flashing the light back on, and everybody would go, oh well, Stanley, you got to go. And then you get that normal bullshit like, yeah, sissy, you got to go. Your mommy's calling you. Motherfucker, I grew up with that. That was my summer. And I could literally go a week or two and not see any white person. Not that that matters, but I don't think these motherfuckers understand. And be brave white types, they don't know that there have been black success forever. Why don't they know this? And why do they doubt me when I say I don't ghetto? What? Why don't the Be Brave whites know this? And why do the John Galt blacks discount it? Because it actually exists and existed. I'm 60 years old. You got to help me here.
I don't.
Why don't they know this?
I don't
or
know
accept it.
I don't know what their argument is. What is their counter argument?
They have no argument. They just go, nah, all black people are fucked up. That's literally no. You're laughing. No, you're laughing. John Galt literally dude, the motherfucker just teased me for reading Shakespeare or some bullshit. Like black people don't reach like black people. Motherfucker, you heard it.
No, I didn't.
Did you not hear what he said? He was on this show.
I didn't hear that. Well, what did he?
Well,
he said that
you need
black
to
people
listen
don't read
more.
Shakespeare.
Well, apparently black people don't read books either, or they think books, the solutions are in a book or something. What black person thinks that? I wasn't raised to think that. I read books. Well, let's listen to some more of this self-hating Negro.
It's Day, man. He wants his whole fucking O-ring blown out today.
But when a white man comes up and starts talking shit,
Get it out of your system. Untrackable. What's on your mind?
Now, John Galt. This is John Galt's panel, and Be Brave is running it.
American Challenge today.
Yeah, there you go. Untrackable.
It's okay. You might as well let Speak up here too. Let a train run on you.
I think when
let's do this.
And then there's
I think when
Hoodservative
people,
with his dumb
have
ass.
such disagreements to where they can't keep it civil. Maybe they should stay away from it. But it's a two-part system. I stay away from you. You stay away from me. But you know what? It's so much fun listening to mouths just
Isn't it
spew. just without discretion, just let it out. Kill.
Isn't it almost cleansing? Doesn't it make you feel better after you do it?
I've had moments. Yeah, hell yeah.
Unsubstantive.
You can have a debate, you can have an argument, you can have a discussion, a conversation, whatever the hell you want to call it. But when you can't stop after getting your point across and listen to somebody else's side, well, then it just becomes spewing at the mouth.
I don't care what he has to say because he's an ignorant fucking fuck.
If you're trying to win, well, then you're never gonna stop. Hopefully, you've got that integrity, that intestinal fortitude to never stop. But if you're trying to get your point across and also have multi-sided interactions with people, at a certain point you got to shut up. And it's not about winning. It's just like, hey, if you're gonna win, chances are somebody
What
else.
kind of dumb bullshit is this?
So
that's when it becomes a good time to shut the fuck up.
That's why Brave got airsoft guns hanging on his wall in case he shoots himself in his fucking dumbass foot.
So thank you for the etiquette manners, the manners on and educational manners. But you said something untrackable.
Spit it out, Brave. It ain't yours.
Needs the educational manners to stop stuttering.
I know. Well, I'm dealing with 3 people hating on me.
Hating? I don't hate you, bro. Trolling you.
No, Darian, stop
Please use the right. Please just use the right words, man. I'm using
untrackable.
Use the right words.
Untrackable. I'm pretty good.
You started it.
You know what? I'm tempted to go over there and I'm tempted to just go up there and blow it all up.
You know something? I would love to watch you do.
No, John will just be mad because I do it all the time.
Oh man, why am I never around?
Well, see, I'm kind of shy now.
Why?
I've been on here for about almost 9 hours.
Go out with a bang.
Nah, stop egging me on, you bastard.
No, I'm just saying. I really want to hear the arguments that they would
You know what? You know what? I'll scatter these motherfuckers because they're, now Garion's a good kid. So he's there. I don't know. You know what? I will live to, fight another day. And I am kind of tired. I've been up since like 3:45. And dude, the other thing is I'm stupid, but let's not let's not get out over my skis.
Over your skis? I thought that you just float over the
You know what? I often do, but I am getting older. So, I'm reeling it back in every now and again.
Is this a more modest Stanley?
No, it's just a more tired Stanley. Dude, I can't. I still have my moments, but this is an anti-black fest where the people who don't like black people are getting
if
along.
I can say whatever the heck I want in chat, and you won't have a problem with it. Don't see it. It don't matter.
It
don't matter. If I can say what I want, and you won't see it, and it don't matter.
Now, see, no, I might have to go in on Be Brave.
Yeah, we established that.
I'm really interested to see it because I've never really seen the back and forth between you guys.
I'm out of respect. I'm saying when I'm up
that's
here.
why I said it when you were gone. You were rehashing something we already went over.
Very good, very good. Snowman, are we good? Where you're at, I'm not. Where I'm at, if we're together on a panel, we say nothing.
Suck a dick, faggot.
That's funny.
Respect the panel, guys.
First, you old fucking arrogant motherfucker.
So Angry Snowman and Be Brave don't get along.
Nobody gets along with Be Brave.
You guys got to get over it, man.
And the 12th man's a fucking moron.
Be Brave up there every now and then.
Anyway,
That's just how it is.
Unthinkable. Unthinkable.
Get over it.
Unthinkable, it's untrackable.
Same thing that he fucking complained about other people doing and couldn't fucking admit it when I called him out on it. That's what this fucking shit boils down to. He doesn't like when a motherfucker backs him into a corner on his own fucking shit. Because I called you out on being a fucking hypocrite, you fucking cock.
Oh, I want to get in here and cause havoc, wreak havoc, but
dude, you don't know what it is to be a fucking
Deacon Dave says they haven't spoke since the debate. What debate?
Nobody fucking
who,
cares,
me?
Be Brave.
Oh, we had to do.
Exit.
Well, it wasn't really a
Make your fucking
debate.
grand exit already. Jesus fucking Christ.
Unthinkable was critiquing. I'm saying, did I live up to what he was suggesting?
See, Be Brave thinks he is an intellectual, and it is just like
unthinkable.
It's
going on in
it's ridiculous.
Untrackable.
Unthinkable. Did you hear what I said?
Untrackable.
Oh, untrackable. Untrackable. Did I make a decent
Take them fucking cataract glasses off. Maybe you can see, motherfucker.
Unthinkable or untrackable. Did I make a decent proposition among gentlemen? Supposed?
Listen to this motherfucker talking about gentlemen.
Untrackable. Can you talk?
Yes, I can.
Well, then spit it out.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I think, so stay away from me so that way I don't have to deal with you. But if you're gonna put yourself in situations where
I will
intellectual confrontation occurs.
A normal person. Wow, you and Brave had a debate.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Well, it wasn't really a debate. It was a discussion. You see it?
Be about it. What did we say? Don't talk
No,
about
I haven't
it.
seen it.
And I didn't want to do it because I don't think he's
like
worth me debating. But
comes out of your mouth.
Well,
then separate.
See, I don't get your kind of money.
It's all sunshine and rainbows.
Debate.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go back to your channel, sir.
Go back to your channel.
Oh,
I
man.
don't get
All you have to do
$500 bucks.
Any other day.
You gotta
these
break
days,
it up.
I'm actually gonna make that
We made a deal.
that kind
Let's see if
I think that you can easily.
Fave-
monologue. Bye.
Yeah, but I just don't.
Who cares? Nobody gives a fuck.
What you mean, Day? I didn't break any
You
rules
and I
yet.
will have to talk, and maybe you can coach me into it. But I just
We agree.
I don't like doing it. I didn't even want to have a show with
No, we
B-Brave.
agreed that you're not going to say anything to me.
Yeah, I think you
And I know.
God, dude, how many times do you have?
We were already
I
agreed
know
about that. I was talking
You could call it your fishing money.
on something that I already
But
been
here's the
open.
deal. I have this weird form, and just call me a damn liberal.
Exactly.
I just like purity. I like when I'm done with the debate, I want to go that be able to not have to take a shower.
Yeah, it's fine. That's why
I'm just not there yet.
You take a shower in a faucet that's flowing with money.
Yeah.
Coin.
Yeah.
Do a Scrooge McDuck.
Look, that's funny. Now, see, you're not as old as me. I remember Scrooge McDuck comic books.
Will you do the same thing
So-
I beg you, because I love nothing more than coming up here.
But I just, I'll get there, but I'm just not there yet. I
fucking mask you used to
look,
wear, Brave. Where's
call
that
me
at,
liberal,
man?
and I
We
think
need you to
in
bring
this
back
case
your
I am.
mama's fucking
I
underwear
just,
mask that you used to wear on your face.
these guys are just.
Come on, man, bring that back. That was our favorite. Be Brave.
But you should watch it, and
Ask
actually, I would
Ranger.
welcome your critique.
Be brave and stink.
I even
send me the
appeared
link
on
to it
camera.
and send me the link to it, and I may cover it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just to see what were the points that were made.
Well, there really were no there was nothing that was difficult to debate. Hold on one sec. Let me find
John,
it.
you can have your panel back, please.
John, dude, you helped me release.
It's
all
on
kinds of demons this
YouTube.
morning.
Yeah,
I
that
appreciate
shit was fun. I appreciate it.
High five to you, Gary.
High five to you, Snowman. That shit was goofy.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's always good to see everybody.
Did we get any comment on the video? I can't even remember what you comment on the video.
I don't know. You know, maybe now let me put it to you this way: it was good enough that, or less salty enough that I sent it to my sister, and I think my father saw it. So
follow someone off the road.
it is family.
However many blocks down the road and record.
I was on my best behavior. Even you will be impressed.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had to behave.
And I know I'm saying that after what I just did.
So
but
you
know
say
it
you're
is
like
what it
an Edmund Burke?
I guess.
No, I was actually like a respectable person who actually, dude, I actually do have points. You know.
Yeah. I think it's just very interesting.
So here's the chat link to it. It like I said,
minor
it's
transgressions
nothing
that
special.
happen across race.
However,
blown up
it's
into,
family friendly at least.
things
Oh,
that
okay.
it probably wouldn't be. or
Deacon
it
says
shouldn't
it
be.
took a lot to get Stanley to agree
Debate's
to a
what I find
debate.
very
There
interesting.
were certain stipulations
Because
to
again,
make it happen.
I'm around
Oh
pretty
yeah,
trans black people
I
all
wasn't
year,
going to
and I don't
debate
have these kind of
B
problems.
Brave's
Actually, then it
70%
used to be black-white
of black
interactions.
people, you know,
Mainly, I guess,
excuse the 3%'s crime.
You know, I don't see that shit too, and you know where I live,
He
John, it's
couldn't
pretty
prove it,
mixed race,
and
it's in the
there,
suburbs.
it's
You know what I'm
his impression. It's what
Well,
he
you know,
quote
knock
sees
on wood, you haven't seen it yet.
from YouTube videos, no
But
doubt.
again, if I bump into someone and
I wouldn't debate that point. If you can't prove it,
my bad.
I'm
We
not
just
going to
let you
debate
if
it.
you want to come back up.
You
But,
know,
you
why
know,
would you?
if
Why would you?
I-
And it
if I,
wasn't
if I
quite a
bump into
debate.
black
It was
person on the
more or
bus
less
train
kind of a
based shit,
informal
a
debate
spirited
discussion.
discussion.
nothing implied.
No, it wasn't even that spirited.
Riding beneath the
Because
surface. But it seems to
look,
be, you know, with these,
don't come to me with a
across the racial
debate
lines,
if
it's
you
taken to get a
can't
little bit more than what
either put
you heard
data
the white
to
lady
it
saying,
or a
but y'all
historical point
call
to
each
it
other
or
the N-word
something.
all the time.
I'm not debating some
funny,
weird
dude.
white supremacist point
would be
of
something
view.
old white lady would
Now,
say.
if your opinion
It
is
is very
70% make excuses for black
It is very
crime,
logical, though.
I
You
don't
know,
have a
people that live
problem
in a
with
logical
that. But
world,
at
and
least
if
it's
I
just
hear you
your
say something,
opinion,
why the hell
and
can't
I
I
can
say it?
mock it.
You know,
You know, I can make
From the
jokes
word police,
about
I
it.
didn't know we
But
lived in
you
Nazi
know,
Germany.
Right.
people like
You
John
know,
Galt and all these
and so
guys,
that's
they
very
literally
frustrating when
take
you
it as
live through the
gospel. I
riots,
will
news,
literally
news not
be like
properly
on
reporting
some
peaceful
you
protests.
know, because we've
You feel like,
got
man, I'm
kind of
sick of this shit. And
sites that
some
are, you know,
black
that I
woman is
go
now
on.
berating you
And
all
they'll
the way
go,
to the
well,
damn
you know,
police
that
station.
sounds
Like,
like the
where can I get
70%.
some rest
Like,
from
what
all
fucking
this? And,
70%?
I
Be
totally
Brave.
totally
I think Be Brave is really good as a propagandist,
anyway, so I
a
thought it was
white
a very interesting
supremacist who is able
conversation. We
to
have a couple white
get
guys, 3 white guys on
his
the panel.
prejudices,
What
his
you
warped
guys thought about it.
ideas
Yeah,
out
like I said, I
there.
personally thought the black guy.
And there are plenty of black
there's no
people
reason
who want
that.
to eat
To
that
me, that
up.
almost felt like stalking him.
Most
You know
black
what I'm saying?
people in this
That's
John
like
Galt
stalkish
space
behavior.
are anti-black,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Someone says that you don't really drive. You might not understand this specific aspect of the community. Yeah, you know.
And no,
you know,
Deacon Dave,
yeah, I
this
drive
is the
enough to
other
know
thing
I've
that
driven
John
enough, you know.
Galt and you
But it's one of the
apparently
things, man.
get.
That shit,
My
I don't argue
natural
with people
state is
because
calm
the
and
shit is not logical.
calculated.
And
Um,
you know,
it's
just like I showed.
because
Did you
I
see the
knew
Planned
who
Parenthood
my adversary
video?
was.
No,
I
man.
knew what he was
I don't know what
about.
you're talking about, dude. I've seen a lot
You
of
know,
shit.
sometimes when you get on a panel, it's a little bit more pro wrestling, catch as catch can, and you have to react accordingly. But if I know the audience, if I know who I'm going to be talking to, I'm not going to get all animated, especially if I know I can beat him
Could be.
or
Here it
you
is
know
again.
stand toe to
For
toe.
those of you that have not seen
So
it,
you and John think it was rare form. It's my
like a
natural
product of
state,
the education system here. Take a
and
listen.
y'all don't
Look
believe
and
it, but
listen.
you know you don't have to.
Well, you got to put it on the screen.
I did. As a matter of fact, I have that shit. I actually have that free zone. I actually have it. I ran it through the YouTube filter to show it on my show, and I forgot to do it.
So the black community is
Old
still
man
overpopulated
problem.
because of our
But
government.
it's here somewhere.
Gang relations. The black community is below replacement.
I actually
that there are too many black people.
didn't have a problem with it.
So I didn't say that. And don't clip
I'd have to
I
find
didn't
it.
say that. Don't clip farm.
I got it here
Don't
somewhere.
clip farm. I didn't say that. Don't clip farm. You just said
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
I'll say this, Stanley.
So don't misinterpret what I said. You said
One of
black
the
parents helping you because the black population is too
one of the major, I
Is that
think,
what I said?
actually, I not think, I
Is that what you
know.
believe? Is that what you believe I said?
One of the
Is that what y'all believe I
major
said? Is that what I said?
differences
Did you? Is that what I said?
that I come up with between John, a person like a Bree Brave, even like a Chaotic Truth and others. Some people think that we have absolutely similar reasonings, and
You and
that's
I?
not. No. Sometimes people will group me and say, Well, shouldn't you be like in agreement with like John or Chaotic Truth and others?
Oh yeah, and
And
I'm the worst for that. So
and the
some of
issue
that
is
is mea
that
culpa.
I think the issue is that the route in which we came to our conclusions is
Mhm.
it's of great importance. The route reveals the principle.
God
The
damn
route
it, dude! Stop that! Yeah, stop making sense.
and then even if I, in my estimation, if the route is wrong, even if
Mhm.
we agree, it's
Mhm.
the agreement is shallow and unstable.
Okay.
So
how am I going to argue with that?
So
because you're right. You're right. The ends do not justify the means. The means are as important as the ends. You know, if you raise, you know where I'm going with this. I don't have to explain it to
raising children, it's not about just getting the right answer. It's how you got to the
well,
right answer.
you know, getting them to be rich, for instance, if that's the goal, there are two ways to do it. And so you, of course, get my point. And I'm just, dude, I think, and let me tell you something. I think really, if you go back and think about it, and my mother and probably my father used to say, sometimes integration, for instance, was one of the worst things to have happened to the Black community, in that this is going to sound so racist. Success is not, there is no one way to be successful. Okay. And even success is not like one thing. And if you have to be like a white boy to be successful, then you know what? You're no better than that white boy. If you have to be an Elon Musk to be a billionaire, then is it really worth being a billionaire?
If you lose yourself.
Exactly. And see, you know what? I don't give a damn, you know, about whether we agree on Black history or stuff. This is the one thing that I actually do like about you, dude. We disagree, but I fucking look. If my son was 5 and I had to go away and needed you to, and this is a hypothetical, but if I had to say, hey, SKC, can you keep my son for a day or two over the weekend? I got something important and it's better if he stays with you. I wouldn't even fucking think twice about it, because I know that child is going to be okay. And he might actually not want to come back.
Well, one of the things about all of that is it's like, take for instance with children and all that stuff. What I have found is that when you're in those situations, obviously you need to know the other adult.
Exactly.
And if you know them well, you are not going to push anything past that adult's frame
exactly
and principles and training and try to invoke your own on that child. It's like, no, you have to have limiting principles to understand this child does not belong to you. They're in your care,
not only
your
that, but
stewardship,
you know what?
but you respect the structure that
If
they
you
came
really
from.
want to do it, let me call your father or your mother and get their permission. You know, unless, you know, sometimes, you know, you have to make a command decision, but, you know, by and large, and, you know, my parents were like, well, you know, no, we don't want to keep your kids. You know, and it could be that we don't want to keep your kids because we don't like you. You know, I had those kind of parents, and they could be funny, and my father still is funny, you know, Only if we have to.
I don't know. But yeah, man. I'll be interested to see what happens on the 15th of next month. Definitely that Thursday. I'm gonna be on speed dial with my sister to
All
try to
right.
see if I could chime in.
Well,
and
we'll have time to talk about it between then and now, but I'm dead serious. It would be fun, and it'll be during the day. And who knows? I know I'm going to be in town. I'm going to go to Savannah at the beginning of June. And my father made a joke. I said, well, my son has friends up here. He'll probably want to hang out in the summer. And, I told my father, well, as far as I'm concerned, I could stay there all summer. I have no agenda. So my father was like, yeah, well, you know what? He can catch a bus. And I thought that was funny.
He's a grown man.
He can come all the way up here. Shit, there's a house up here. He can come, and I got neighbors. They'll keep an eye out on him. And he's a fucking adult. He doesn't need me there constantly.
Overall, what I will state is that what I've noticed on some places, especially where people agree on a lot of things, they agree, but they don't really delve into why they agree.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of unstable unifications. And when you throw a principle,
that's an interesting point.
When you throw a principle at them, they react differently, because when it comes to a principle, it almost corrupts their unity.
But you know what? That's American politics. You will have, for instance, and this is just, don't take this too seriously, but you have the progressive left, like a Jimmy Dore or someone, going for MAGA, and they agree, or they agree on the populism part of it, but they may not agree on how you get to the end. I get your point exactly. The principal part. And you know what? Why don't people do that? Are you saying it's basically cheap allyship? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, but you don't know why he was the enemy of your enemy?
Well, that goes all the way back to that free thought that I was having, and I didn't mean to. I didn't have some intent to end up here, but it does go back to when I was asking the "we the people" question.
Oh, okay.
And so if you have a bunch of people who they say that they're following the law, but they really don't understand the principle behind the law, how aligned can you really be with them?
Well, you just need them to follow the law. I mean, most people don't understand the Constitution, or I wonder if they've even read it sometimes. Now, see, you and I, that's going to be a deep and substantive conversation.
I have to chime out. I got a business call coming
Gotcha.
in. All right.
All right. Well, it's always good talking to you, man. Don't be a stranger. Well, I assume that meant. So anyway, it has been a while. I'm up to 9 hours, folks. SKC, folks. Oh, by the way, everyone make sure you hit the like button. I have gone hours without asking you to. Please hit the like button. Subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. You should, if you're new, and share it. Even better. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. Lots of good tidbits there. Mostly kibble for the mind. And I think SKC is probably going to be busy. You know what, Deacon Dave, you bringing SKC back to the channel, it has just been like awesome. You know, I get to bullshit with someone who we just disagree on everything, but we agree on a lot. So bless you, Dave. Motherfucker, you better put up your Cash App before I leave. This has been wonderful. This has been a great show. And Lou, good to see you here too. What can I say? I will be back 3:45 in the morning with more fresh dung to grow some plants in, I guess. So we go. I may head over to the John Galt show. I may not. But Deacon Dave, it's a special shout out to you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Totally appreciate it. SKC, I'm going to duck out, but special guest star, SKC. What can I say? It's been a treat. So talk to y'all later.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.